Chapter 41 How could he be Mr. Meng? After the special effect hangover soup took effect, Morong Qianyu woke up slowly on the sofa. She subconsciously checked her clothes and touched the Armani snow wolf fur coat. A gentle smile curved her lips and her heart was filled with a strong sense of security. Hey, woman! You're awake? I'll be going then. Mengyu grabbed the snow wolf fur coat and pulled it. Then he casually draped it over his body and strode toward the villa gate. If he said he didn't have any reaction to Mrs. Morong's weird and strange behavior, he would be lying. He was a little upset. He is the richest man in the world, and he has a system. Why should he take this kind of abuse in Morong Qianyu's big villa? It's not that difficult to stay overnight. Just send a message to Wan Lingyue or Bei Mingyin, and these two beautiful women will be waiting for him with clean white sheets. Even if he doesn't, with his terrifying wealth, he can go to any five-star hotel and be treated like a guest of honor. As Morong Qianyu watched Meng Yu's indifferent back recede into the distance, she had many small questions in her mind. She didn't know why his attitude had suddenly changed after she woke up. Had she done something too much after getting drunk? But even so, with Meng Yu's personality, he shouldn't have given her no chance to explain. Meng Yu! Don't go! Wait for me! Morong Qianyu suddenly got up and chased after him. She had just forcibly woken up from her sleep, and her mind was still a bit confused. She was swaying as she ran, as if she might fall at any moment. Don't move! You're not afraid of falling. Meng Yu turned around on hearing this and saw Morong Qianyu running after him recklessly. His heart softened and he quickly returned, picking her up and carrying her in his arms. Morong Qianyu smiled foolishly, not afraid. Anyway, you will hold me, even if you fall to the ground, it doesn't matter. If you fall a few times, you may wake up from the dream, and then you won't be stuck with you anymore. Meng Yu listened to this and felt inexplicably sad. As Morong Qianyu said, in a relationship, one person always has to make the first move. Maybe they will get a response, or maybe all their efforts will fall on deaf ears. Hey, Meng! Let go of my daughter! Mrs. Morong chased after him and scolded him. Preconceptions in people's hearts are like a mountain. After Mrs. Morong sent someone to investigate Meng Yu's background, in her heart, Meng Yu was a poor working-class boy who was not worthy of her daughter. This stereotype of a working-class person. It cannot be broken without a force that is huge enough to penetrate a stubborn rock. Mom? What do you mean? He is Mr. Meng. Morong Qianyu was shocked. She had never considered that her parents would object to her pursuing Mr. Meng. As the only daughter of the Morong couple, she knew her parents too well. Her father, needless to say, had heard of Mr. Meng, who lived a reclusive life, but had never seen him. If she knew that Mr. Meng was holding her, she would probably smile from ear to ear. Her mother was also a big fan of Mr. Meng, but she knew her own limitations and had always been in awe of Mr. Meng. She probably didn't dare to think in that direction. It's too unrealistic. After all, if we put aside the question of fate, the daughter of the Morong group would have to wait in line for a long time to meet Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng? Mrs. Morong said she had many questions. Although the difference between Mr. Meng and Mr. Meng is only a difference in title, in Mrs. Meng's opinion, there is only one person who is qualified to be called Mr. Meng. How did the Morong family manage to meet Mr. Meng in front of all the banking giants? Not to mention that their daughter was held in Mr. Meng's arms. This is a blessing that the Morong family has cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But is this true? Mrs. Morong is very skeptical about this. But he was wearing the Armani snow wolf fur coat you bought him. Would a man like Mr. Meng need you to buy him clothes? Mrs. Morong wondered. Morong Qianyu wrapped her arms around Meng Yu's neck and smiled. In theory, it's not necessary. I bought it for him. This is probably the most satisfying Armani shopping I've ever done in my life. Besides, Mr. Meng invested $1 in my company. Mother, in any case, I've benefited from Mr. Meng, haven't I? Morong Qianyu asked in return. She is not a good girl in the traditional sense. When her decisions conflict with her mother's, she thinks carefully about what is right and wrong, rather than blindly obeying. What kind of woman who only knows how to be obedient has the qualifications to inherit the position of the head of the Morong family? Mrs. Morong had a complex expression on her face. She couldn't answer. $1. That's $1 billion. In the face of such a huge cash investment, what is the difference between a few 100,000 Armani Snow Wolf fur coats? Could it be that this young man surnamed Meng is really the elusive Mr. Meng? But my daughter, he kissed you when you were drunk. Mr. Meng can't be that reckless, can he? Mrs. Morong refused to accept the reality. Because once a prejudice is formed in one's heart, it cannot be dispelled by reality. They will always hope for the best. Morong Qianyu was shocked. She turned her head and looked at Meng Yujin's pretty face, which was flushed like the red clouds at dusk. Really? Meng the wolf? Meng Yu coughed, mainly because your mother is too difficult to talk to, so I just fooled around with her a little. How is the taste? Morong Qianyu suddenly asked. Meng Yu replied subconsciously, it's soft and sticky, much better than my ex-girlfriend. Humph. You still mention her? Is she comparable to me? No way. You secretly kissed me, and I suffered a great loss. You have to make it up to me. Morong Qianyu blinked her eyes quizzically. Okay, name your terms. I can even get you the stars in the sky. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. With 10,000 yuan in his bank account, which is equivalent to more than 10 trillion yuan in NTD, he was of course confident enough to say such a boastful thing. However, when Morong Qianyu proposed compensation, it reminded him of his former girlfriend Wang Li, who was materialistic and money-oriented. The tenderness in his heart had quietly faded away a little. A woman who likes money is only worthy of a large amount of money. It is indeed a waste to talk about feelings with such women. Suddenly, Morong Qianyu wrapped her arms around Meng Yu's neck and kissed him on the lips. For the first time, Meng Yu felt the passion of Morong Qianyu so close up. She was like a storm, and Meng Yu was a towering peak. After a long time, Morong Qianyu's beautiful eyes only recovered their clarity. She breathed in Morong Yu's ear like a fragrant orchid and said, now we're even. Morong Yu, you can dislike me, but don't compare me to those gold-digging women. Whatever I like, I will work hard to get it, not by showing off my body in exchange for it. Please don't treat me as a vase. Silly girl, I know. Meng Yu reached out and caressed her nose affectionately. She deserves his affection, doesn't she? Chapter 42. You're too kind. I'm married. Ding. It is detected that Morong Qianyu's affection for the host has greatly increased. The current progress of affection is 80 out of 100, and a random bonus of 10,000 yuan is deposited. Meng Yu was not surprised by the system prompt that sounded in his mind. From the passionate kiss just now, he could feel the fiery intentions of Morong Qianyu. This woman is truly devoted to him. It was also within his expectations that Morong Qianyu's favorability had risen to 80. It was the random bonus of 10,000 that took him by surprise. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to 10 trillion nanograms. Another company's market value is in hand. He felt so good. His system is really awesome. It actually gives huge cash rewards when conquering girls, which is comparable to using public funds to woo girls. How can you describe the feeling? As for whether Morong Qianyu likes his looks or money, it's actually not very important. In other words, Meng Yu's preference for her among all the eligible women is not because of her beauty and talent. Meng Yu is not interested in ugly and fat women. Of course, the most important thing is definitely Morong Qianyu's loyalty. Meng Yu's mind moved, and the panel of Morong Qianyu appeared in his mind. Name, Morong Qianyu. Favorability progress, 80 out of 100. Appearance, 95. Body, 95. Ability, 97. Family background, 92. Note, after the favorability progress reaches 80, it will enter a bottleneck period, and the favorability progress will tend to stabilize. Without extreme special circumstances, it will not rise or fall. Meng Yu thought about the system's prompt and easily understood it. The system's progress in terms of friendliness is obviously a numerical representation of the reality of a close relationship. It is easiest to be friends with someone when you are just hanging out, but it is difficult to become good friends, and it is extremely difficult to become close friends for life, which requires some special experiences to assist. For example, carrying a gun together, starting a business together. In ordinary daily life, it is almost impossible to get a friend who is a true friend for life. Don't you see? Some old couples have lived together for more than 10 years, but when they face a life and death crisis, they still run for their lives. Daughter! Where is your restraint? Lady Morone looked at the two people who had parted lips and was a little dazed. Could this little fairy in front of her really be her smart and capable daughter? How could she kiss a man on her own initiative? It's probably not Meng who put a spell on her. The servants were also shocked. Some of them had been following Morong Chinyu for several years and had seen her reject many suitors, but this was the first time they had seen Morong Chinyu in such a girlish manner. The most incredible thing is that she actually offered herself to Mr. Meng, which also amazed them. It is true that even the most powerful and cold-hearted young lady will eventually be conquered by a man who is better than her. There is no doubt that Mr. Meng is this man. Mengyu slowly sat down on the sofa with Morong Chinyu in his arms, and Morong Chinyu rested her head on Mengyu's broad chest. What is there to be reserved about? You know the situation with Mr. Meng, don't you, mother? If my daughter had been reserved in front of him, I'm afraid she would have been snatched away by another woman long ago. Reality is not a fairy tale, and there are many women who are better than me. Morong Chinyu said calmly. She has always been very clear about the wealth gap between herself and Mengyu. Although she lives in a villa, has a Rolls-Royce luxury car, and is always surrounded by servants, compared to a millionaire like Mr. Meng, it is undoubtedly not up to par. Not to mention her, even the combined wealth of the entire Morong group is not as much as the amount of money in Mr. Meng's bank card. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to 10 trillion nanometers. What a terrifying astronomical number. And as far as she knew, these bank deposits were just Mr. Meng's current deposits in the Xia Country Bank. It was hard to imagine what kind of wealth this man, who even the central bank mother valued so highly, had reached. Could it really be true that he could make a small developing country leap to become a developed country, as the legend goes? That would be too rich. I'm afraid it has surpassed the description limit of the word rich, and can only be described as a business giant. In the face of such a rich and handsome Mengyu, what right does she, Morong Chinyu, have to pretend to be modest? Would her best friend Wan Lingyue just stand by and watch, or would the two ladies from the capital argue with her about who came first? But this ancient wine. Could it be? Mrs. Morong widened her eyes and was so shocked that she couldn't speak coherently. She suddenly remembered her harsh words and had a bad feeling. She had just praised the ancient wine to the skies and said that Mengyu was not worthy of drinking it. Of course, Mengyu stored it with me. He bought 100 million nan yuan of ancient wine at Dongpashin tonight. Each jar is 100-year-old wine, not to mention how delicious it is. That's why I drank a little more. A trace of shyness flashed in Morong Chinyu's eyes. But whether it was the wine that was too fragrant, or whether she was deliberately getting drunk to give someone a chance to strike, only heaven knows. This. Mrs. Morong was suddenly embarrassed and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had just said that the wine was her daughter's, and that Mengyu was a kept man. Now that she thought about it, it was ridiculous. Who would have thought that Mengyu bought the wine? She, Lady Morong, is the one who shamelessly drank the wine. And she even had the nerve to tell Mengyu to stop drinking. How shameless can one be to say such things? Think about how generous Mengyu was when he invited her to drink. Then she thought about her strange behavior, which was as narrow-minded as a petty person, and Mrs. Morong's face suddenly turned red, and she could not speak a word. Of course, Mr. Meng was sitting across from her, so even if she had a silver tongue, she probably didn't have the courage to argue. She had offended him before, but she had been ignorant and had not known any better. Now that Mr. Meng had revealed his identity, she would be courting disaster if she said anything disrespectful. The servants also suppressed their laughter. Who would have thought that the Iron Lady, who is usually so high and mighty in the business world, would lose so badly in front of the young master today? In other families, when the son-in-law is in front of the mother-in-law, he is always polite. He is hoping to reduce the amount of the bride price, and other expenses such as the bride price, and the bride price. But Mr. Meng is too domineering. He is truly a legendary figure. Not only has he charmed Miss Chinyu, but he has also arranged things for Mrs. Morong. Morong Chinyu glanced at the check on the coffee table and immediately grabbed it in her hand and looked at Mengyu. Hey! Why is there a check for 1 million on the coffee table? Is this the dowry you gave me? You're too kind. I'm getting married. Married? Mengyu's head was filled with black lines upon hearing this. Goodness! Is Morong Chinyu thinking about peaches? He had just been betrayed by his gold-digging ex-girlfriend during the day, so how could he possibly be engaged to Morong Qianyu? At least for the next 3 years, he didn't want to think about getting married. Mrs. Morong coughed embarrassingly, turned her head away to avoid seeing the check, and her facial expression changed dramatically. Chapter 43, You Don't Have to Be So Formal. Morong Qianyu held the check and looked at Meng Yu's strange gaze, feeling a little disappointed. It seems that she has thought too much. She had lost her mind under the influence of her own rich imagination. Not to mention that Meng Yu does not have the good habit of carrying a checkbook with him, let alone the fact that he can spend 120 million New Zealand dollars on a meal. If the bride price is not given, it will definitely break 100 million? 1 million? That's too small-minded. It's definitely not Meng Yu's handwriting. Moreover, the delicate handwriting on it always seemed familiar to Morong Qianyu. It's like this: your mother just threw a check for 1 million to me, asking me to leave you with the money. I agreed. Meng Yu smiled and said teasingly. But to Morong Qianyu, that smile seemed a little cruel. You agreed? Morong Qianyu widened her eyes and turned to look at Mrs. Morong. Her eyes were particularly resentful. Mom! Did I really pick you up under the bridge? The servants were also speechless. They had heard of cheating on their parents, but cheating on their daughter was a first. Mrs. Morong is a smart lady, but she never thought she would make such a mistake in her daughter's marriage. Who is Mr. Meng? Not to mention the powerful Morong family, even the royal family and even the Rothschild family are all eagerly waiting to meet Mr. Meng. If the younger generation of women had the opportunity to have a little wonderful story with Mr. Meng, I'm afraid they would support it with the entire clan's strength, rather than throwing a measly $1 million check on the table and telling Meng Yu to get out of the villa, like Lady Morong did. Mrs. Morong is also suffering. If she had known that Meng Yu was the world-famous Mr. Meng, she would never have done such a thing, no matter how stupid she was. All she can say is that arrogance and prejudice are fatal. After she found out that Meng Yu was a worker, she had already formed an opinion about him and didn't take him seriously. Otherwise, if she had been a little more business-savvy, she would have definitely sensed that something was wrong. Now the atmosphere is so stiff, it's all her own fault. Mr. Meng said with a smile, I did offend you just now, but Mr. Meng also said that Qianyu is the love of your life, right? Mrs. Morong evaded the main point and said something trivial. Meng Qianyu's eyes lit up. Really? Did Meng Yu really say that? Although she was not drinking at the moment, she felt drunk from her lover's words. However, Morong Qianyu still knew Meng Yu very well. Although the two had not known each other for long, they had experienced a lot together. Meng Yu is not the type of person who would say such romantic things. This doesn't seem right. Swallow, what else did Meng Yu say after that? Morong Qianyu looked at her driver. The maidservant looked sad, but she didn't dare to refuse, so she imitated Meng Yu's affectionate tone and said, $1 million? Morong Qianyu is the love of my life. Then the maid's tone turned cold. You want me to leave for $100? Miss, that's what Mr. Meng said. The maid shrugged her shoulders. Morong Qianyu gave Meng Yu a big, flirtatious look. $100? It's a lot for others, after all, it's 100 billion nanograms, but for Meng Yu, it's probably just a drop in the bucket, it's not worth anything at all. Is Meng Yu implying that her mother doesn't know her place? Mrs. Morong also thought of this meaning, and the shame on her face became more and more intense. Indeed. $100 in cash may be a huge sum for the Morong group, after all, cash and market value are not the same thing at all. But for Mr. Meng, who has a huge deposit, it is probably just a piece of cake. So in the face of such a comparison of economic power, Mrs. Morong's words and deeds were like those of a clown who didn't know his place. Mrs. Morong felt a sense of defeat welling up in her heart. If one day in the future, Morong Qianyu is lucky enough to marry into the Meng family, then she may be the most humiliating mother-in-law in the world. Other people's mothers-in-law are all arrogant, with all kinds of harsh conditions for their daughters-in-law, as well as high bride prices and wedding expenses, forcing the future son-in-law to cry out in pain. Why is it that when it comes to her, it all falls apart? Morong Qianyu also noticed her mother's disappointment and quickly made amends, saying that it was getting late and everyone should go home and get some rest. The servants all agreed and left the villa one after another. In the large villa hall, only Morong and her daughter were left with Meng Yu. Mrs. Morong bowed apologetically and said, Mr. Meng, I apologize for any offense I may have caused you. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. It's fine. For the sake of Qianyu, let's forget about the past. But you should also let go of your arrogance and prejudice. Mr. Meng's words of wisdom will be remembered by the entire Morong family for generations to come. Mrs. Morong nodded and bowed. Although the Morong Group is a Fortune 500 company with a global presence, if it really offends a powerful person, the group could be destroyed overnight. After all, if you really look closely with a magnifying glass, how many groups can say they are spotless? Mr. Meng undoubtedly has the power to overthrow the Morong Group. So in front of Meng Yu, Mrs. Morong should be as humble as a small company owner smiling in front of the chairman of the Morong Group. Mr. Meng, let me hang up your jacket for you. You are the most honored guest of the Morong Group. If you have any business, just tell me in Qianyu to do it. Mrs. Morong walked over to Mr. Meng and took the jacket he had taken off with both hands. The look of awe on her face was like she was holding the emperor's robe in her hands. Hey! Mrs. Morong is too polite. Meng Yu shook his head and refused. To be honest, he was used to living at the bottom of society and had never enjoyed the life of a spoiled rich kid. He was not used to having a big shot like Mrs. Morong personally undressing him. It is true to think about it. Not to mention that he is a child from a working-class family. Even in a well-off family, there are not many families that have servants who are responsible for changing clothes, right? After childhood, we all have to dress ourselves. It would be a miracle if he could suddenly get used to it. Mr. Meng, don't be so formal. I'll take care of the undressing, which is a servant's job. Just treat this as your own home. Mrs. Morong was very hospitable. Meng Yu's refusal to accept her offer was not taken seriously. After all, this is Xia, where tact and subtlety are valued. It was only natural that after refusing a gift for so long, he would finally accept it. If Meng Yu had simply agreed to it, she would have suspected that he was not from an ancient family. Pop! In the midst of Meng Yu and Lady Morong's polite tussle, a stack of banknotes in his coat fell to the ground, scattering all over the place. The crumpled banknotes, illuminated by the diamond chandelier, exuded a strange glow. Chapter 44 How did you know I locked the door? Looking at the scattered banknotes on the ground, Meng Yu's first reaction was embarrassment. Because these banknotes were not only crumpled, but there were also quite a few 1 cent and 1 cent worth of coins, which looked particularly shabby compared to the magnificent villa hall. It's over. It's over. He was so embarrassed. Lady Morong looked at the banknotes on the ground in horror. 1 cent. A dime. 1. 5. 100. What is this? Is this the legendary Mr. Meng? He carries around more cash than a small bank vault. She would call Mr. Meng the richest man on earth. A business tycoon, so terrifying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have known that a giant like you, with such a long history, would carry a huge amount of cash with you. Lady Morong squatted down to help Meng Yu pick up the scattered banknotes, apologizing profusely. Meng Yu finally realized. The world is no longer the same as it was yesterday. Under the transformation of the system Magic Box, the prices of the whole world have depreciated by 1 billion times. These small bills on the ground are no longer a symbol of being low class, but rather represent a huge amount of wealth that ordinary people can't even dream of having in their entire lives. Even the wife of the chairman of the world's top 500 Morong Group probably can't come up with 100 yuan in cash, because 100 yuan represents a huge cash flow of 100 billion nanograms. No one in the world, except for Meng Yu, would carry around so much cash. Even the richest man in the world, Jack Bezos, can't. Because Jack Bezos' money is all invested in company stocks, the amount of cash he has on him is probably no more than $5. It's not a big deal, Mrs. Morong, but since you insist on helping, hang my jacket on the hanger for me, and just put the money in your pocket. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. Lady Morong was stunned. There are so many gold coins, that's more than 100. Mr. Meng actually asked her to stuff it into her jacket pocket and hang it on the coat rack? Did she hear it right? So much cash. Shouldn't it be stored in the villa's most secure safe? What if a careless servant accidentally throws the coat into the laundry machine and ruins it? Or what if the pet dog or cat chewed it up? Mrs. Morong couldn't even imagine such an accident. What she didn't know was that Meng Yu really had a 100 yuan bill with a corner bitten off by a mouse, resulting in a loss of 25 yuan. But Meng Yu's mentality was the same as before the devaluation, and he didn't care about the loss of 25 yuan at all. What is 25 yuan? Before the devaluation, it wasn't even enough for a slightly better lunch. Mr. Meng, do you want me to deposit this money in the bank for you overnight? You can earn a lot of interest in just one day. Mrs. Morong said with some embarrassment. It was as if she were not the mother of the owner of this villa, but a distant poor relative of Morong Chinyu. It was because Meng Yu behaved so extravagantly, as if he didn't care about the 100-odd yuan, that really refreshed her three views. She suddenly understood why her daughter had fallen so quickly. If she were 20 years younger, she would definitely have pursued him recklessly. The way he didn't take the $100-odd seriously was really very attractive. Meng Yu laughed. Why save it in the bank to earn interest? If you deposit 100 yuan in the bank, the interest will be 10 yuan a year at most. Besides, does he look like someone who is short of money? Just now, when Morong Chinyu's favorability reached 80, he earned 10,000 yuan from the system. Compared to 10,000 yuan, this 100-odd yuan is just a drop in the bucket. No need, just put it in my pocket. Meng Yu turned and walked towards the guest room. When Morong Chinyu was still unconscious, he had already asked the servant where the guest room was. Yes. Please rest assured, I will definitely arrange for a bodyguard to watch over it 24 hours a day. Mrs. Morong bowed to see him off. Mr. Meng is incredibly wealthy, so he can afford to throw away $100 or so without a care, but the Morong group cannot afford to pay compensation, so it must be treated with caution and care. Morong Chinyu suddenly called out to him, Hey, Meng Yu, I won't lock the door at night. She turned around and ran up the spiral staircase like she was escaping. Okay, I got it. Meng Yu scratched his head. Come on, officer. What does it have to do with Meng Yu locking the door at night if Morong Chinyu doesn't lock the door at night? Do you have to say something about this? Nowadays, women are so fastidious, so they talk a lot of nonsense. Meng Yu said he was a little annoyed. The next day. It was still dark outside, but Meng Yu got up refreshed and stretched. When he walked out of his room and into the hall, he saw Morong Chinyu sitting at the dining table with two dark circles under her eyes, looking like a giant panda reincarnated. Lady Morong and the servants all looked at Meng Yu with strange eyes. Chinyu, good morning. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Meng Yu asked casually. When he walked to the dining table, the servant respectfully pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Meng Yu didn't bother to refuse, and sat down directly. You're still talking about last night, you bastard. Morong Chinyu said with clenched teeth. Everyone's eyes were weird. It seems that Mr. Meng is not only tall and handsome, but also very rich and has great athletic ability. Miss Chinyu is really lucky. Where can you find a perfect gentleman like this? Mrs. Morong scolded, Chinyu, how can you talk to Mr. Meng like that? To be favored by Mr. Meng is a blessing that the Morong family of Nanhang has accumulated over the centuries. Besides, I'm an experienced woman. Mr. Meng is very athletic. When you get used to it, you'll be the one who enjoys the benefits. Stop messing around. She thought that her daughter was complaining because she couldn't stand Meng Yu's strength last night. Muyang Chenyu is smart and naturally understood what Mrs. Muyang meant. She was suddenly blushing like a fresh, juicy red apple. What are you thinking? Meng Yu didn't even come to my room last night, and what's more, he even locked the door. She wasn't in a hurry to have sex with Meng Yu, after all, she still had the last dignity of a noblewoman, and she just missed Meng Yu's warm embrace. For a woman like her, there is nothing more romantic than waking up in the morning in the arms of her beloved man. The servants and Lady Morong were shocked. They looked at Meng Yu with eyes that seemed to have discovered a new continent. Could this be done by a human being? Meng Yu didn't feel anything wrong at all. My father said that there are rampant traffickers in other places, and when you are out, boys should pay attention to protecting themselves. Right, Chenyu. How did you know I locked the door? Everyone fainted. Chapter 45 Unlocking the Special Scoring System. How did you know I locked the door? Morong Chenyu was speechless at Meng Yu's question. Does she have to tell the truth that she couldn't sleep at night and wanted to sneak into Meng Yu's room, only to discover this cruel truth? And then she was so angry that she couldn't sleep? Then how would Meng Yu see her in the future, and would he have any misunderstandings about her? Morong Qianyu admitted that she was a bit anxious. Daughter, you should focus on the right path. I heard that Mr. Meng invested $1 in your project, which is equivalent to 1 billion NTD. You work hard. Mr. Meng is from a family that can't possibly marry a vase with only a pretty face. Mrs. Morong warned in time. Hearing her mother's advice, Morong Qianyu was silent. Indeed, if she wants to sit on Meng Yu's left hand and be recognized by the family behind him, rather than being a plaything that fades away with the wind, she needs to prove her ability. Drip, drip, drip. Meng Yu's phone beeps. He opened it and saw it was a message from Wang Lingyue. Wang Lingyue, Mr. Meng, my Maserati is parked in the courtyard of the villa. If you have time, you can go to the apartment building at any time to sign the final transfer. Meng Yu remembered. He had indeed bought a luxury apartment building near Nanhang University for less than a dime yesterday, and had arranged to meet with the original owner this morning to finalize the transaction. Yesterday, Vice President Wan was already downstairs. Do you want to go and take a look together? Meng Yu took a big bite of the caviar on his plate, stuffed another piece of bread into his mouth, and got up to go outside. Muyang Qianyu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Meng Yu, I'm not going today. I'll go catch up on some sleep, then go confirm the company's address, and come back to play with you when the product framework is ready. Meng Yu looked at her in surprise. Well, I'd like to see if you have real skills or just talk the talk. Although he said that. But in fact, he still had a lot of confidence in Morong Qianyu. After all, a woman with a 97 ability score was the highest he had ever seen. She is a rising star in the business world. Even the Iron Lady in front of him, Mrs. Morong, who is a businesswoman, only has a score of 90. Go ask Wang Lingyue for 100 yuan in funding. You are my close friend, so if you are going to start a business, you should go big and not let outsiders look down on you. Meng Yu added proudly. With the progress of the favorability of Morong Qianyu, 80 out of 100. There is no doubt that she is the most loyal person to him at the moment, and there is no problem calling her a close friend. Moreover, he earned 10,100 yuan from the system through Morong Qianyu, so it's not too much to invest 100 yuan in Morong Qianyu's company. I'll do whatever you say. Meng Yu, I've ordered 5 suits of Armani casual wear for you. They'll fit you better than the one you're wearing now. Go and change. Morong Qianyu's smile was as beautiful as a flower. She didn't say thank you, nor did she mention the company shares. That would be too formal. When Meng Yu said that she was someone close to him, she had already found her own position. As Mr. Meng gradually revealed his talents, the number of women around Meng Yu would undoubtedly increase, but she would become his most capable right-hand man. Meng Yu put on a brand new Armani suit and walked out of the villa. The servants were completely shocked by Meng Yu's generosity. Oh my god. Is this the girlfriend's boyfriend? When she told him she was starting a business, he casually threw $100 at her as an investment. Don't say that. Mr. Meng and Miss Meng haven't confirmed their relationship yet. Yes. It's just a relationship between friends and lovers, but in that case, Mr. Meng seems to be more generous. I also want a boyfriend like that, then I can just lie in money and roll around. Yes. $100 is equivalent to 100 billion NGN. If it were in ordinary banknotes, it would probably fill this villa. Then you could sleep on paper money. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Wake up. Don't think about peaches. That's right. Mr. Meng doesn't look down on you and me. Do you have the looks and body to match Miss Big Sister? Or do you have 1/10 of Miss Big Sister's ability? Why should Mr. Meng be your boyfriend? Girls, she's having a fit. Everyone, spit on her to wake her up. Give me a break. Can't I just daydream? Well, you're right to know your place. Meng Yu walked out of the villa and saw a wine-red Maserati Gran Turismo parked in the courtyard, and Wang Lingyue leaning against the Maserati, enchanting and charming. Looking at the 34F under the robe, Meng Yu couldn't take his eyes off her. Big. It is indeed big. Mr. Meng, thank you for the 10,000 yuan you deposited in our bank last night. I have personally transferred it to the Xia Country Bank to ensure that your principal will not be at risk. Wang Lingyue saw Meng Yu come out and greeted him respectfully. Meng Yu waved his hand and said, Hey, don't thank me too much. Actually, I was going to deposit it in the Xia Country Bank last night, but after thinking about it, it's more convenient to deposit it here. It's too troublesome to transfer money to the Xia Country Bank because you have to do it yourself, although it's safe. This 10,000 yuan. It was actually a random reward given by the system when Morong Qinyu's favorability reached 80 out of 100. At that time, the system asked him to choose a bank to distribute it to, and he chose the Nanhang Bank. It is our bank's honor to receive your praise. Ling Yu will continue to work hard. As long as it is Meng Gongzi's order, Ling Yu will do her best to serve you. This time it is true that any service is available. Wang Lingyu slightly pursed her red lips and smiled seductively. When she spoke, she deliberately emphasized the phrase any service. Ding. Detecting the strange needs of the host, scanning system upgrade in progress. The system upgrade is complete. New panel properties have been added. Name, Wang Lingyue. Favorability progress, 32 out of 100. New. Special, 95. Face value, 91. Body, 98. Ability, 89. Family background, 90. Note, the special score is the target's private lifestyle. A score of 90 or higher is 100% original, 80 or higher is a private car, and 80 or lower is a used car. For the host's health, please drive carefully. Note, if the target only has intimate behavior with the host, additional bonus points will be generated to ensure that the total score is stable. Meng Yu understood the special score immediately. The scanning system is awesome. Not only does it have a progress bar to prevent Meng Yu from being stabbed in the back by a white lotus, it also added a special rating to effectively prevent Meng Yu from going on a trip to the green grasslands in a daze. Now he no longer has to worry about the girl he admires having a hidden dark history. Meng Yu immediately looked at Morong Qinyu's special rating. Good boy. A super high score of 98. She is worthy of being a former cold and aloof young lady, and she is flawless. The feeling of being chased after by such a woman is really very refreshing. Chapter 46, Greedy Rich Man. A big deal worth 8 points. Meng Yu came back to his senses, his eyes scanning Wang Lingyue's cool Cheongsam, and stopping on her long, slender, white legs. She is a girl with a 98-point figure. These long legs are amazing. However, with a special score of 95 points, 32 out of 100, the progress of favorability is such that it is a situation where you can look but not eat. Even if Wang Lingyue is wearing a cool and charming outfit. So Meng Yu didn't bother to think too much. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It's good to have a scanning system. No need to waste time guessing. There will naturally be no awkward scenes after a wrong guess. Mr. Meng, Ms. Wei has already arrived. Do we need to go over there now? Wang Lingyue opened the passenger door for Meng Yu. Feeling Meng Yu's indifferent gaze, Wang Lingyue's opinion of him rose to a higher level. Men who can really accomplish great things may like women, but they will never be addicted to them. This Mr. Meng is clearly such a giant. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Yes, let's go. The Maserati emitted a deep engine roar and carried the two of them to the Nanhu apartment building. The Nanhu apartment building is in a prime location, with Nanhang University 100 meters to the north and the prestigious Nanhu Lake to the west. The price of 88 million yuan is definitely lower than the market price. At this time, below the apartment building, a lot of luxury cars were gathered. Wei Yulun, wearing a Chanel suit, was waiting in the pavilion in the garden in front of the building. A dozen or so well-dressed local rich people from Nanhang were sitting or standing around her, discussing something. Mr. Wei, we were the ones who started the negotiations first. How could you sell to a stranger in the middle of the process? Yes. I've heard that you are a reliable and responsible person, but I'm disappointed in your behavior in this matter. We colleagues in Nanhang are greatly disappointed. There should be a first come, first served rule in business, right? Actually, I think everything can still be discussed. We know that Mr. Wei has difficulties. We both offered 88 million, why did he sell to him and not us? That's right. We have said a lot of good things about you in front of Mr. Jia. Don't be ungrateful. I called you Mr. Wei to give you face. When your company goes bankrupt, you'll be nothing. Mr. Wei, don't listen to them. We are here with sincerity. Your building is definitely worth 90 million, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future. It's a big loss to sell it for 88 million. We have decided to offer 91 million for it. 91 million is 3 million more than 88 million. Mr. Wei, you don't need to be difficult about money. You haven't signed the contract anyway. Yes. Although these brothers are a bit harsh, they are not ignorant. There is an old saying that fat water does not flow to outsiders. After all, we are fellow natives of Nanhang, and the price can be negotiated. We should do the deal ourselves. That's true. Wei Yulan looked at the rich people of Nanhang in front of her, half of them singing the red face, half singing the white face, and the polite smile on her face was a bit stiff. 91 million NTD? Why didn't you do it sooner? If these so-called fellow villagers had offered this price earlier, she would have sold it 3 days ago. After all, she is not someone who does not understand the rules. When she is short of money and in a hurry, the first person she would turn to is the rich circle of Nanhang. But the reality is cruel. After learning that she needed the money urgently, these Nanhang tycoons were more calm than ever, dragging her around to tea parties and operas, never mentioning the matter of buying and selling. She was forced to sell a small plot of land at a low price to get some quick cash. What's most infuriating is that the entire circle of Nanhang rich people seemed to be in collusion, and they all gave her a lower than market price for the assets she was selling. Isn't this blatant looting? At this critical moment, Wei Yulan finally saw through the greed of these people. So when Meng Yu offered to buy it, she agreed to sell it without hesitation when she heard the name Murong Qianyu. Even if it was the same price. She would rather sell to friends of the Morong family than continue to be disgusted by these so-called fellow villagers who are full of righteousness and morality. These people are even worse than strangers when it comes to killing acquaintances. Yin Zi, you're making Lan's sister look bad. Why don't we go wait inside? Wei Yulan was too lazy to deal with them and turned to look at a girl with purple hair and 2 ponytails. The girl in front of her was a tenant who had rented the entire 24th floor 6 months ago. Her name was Yin Biming, and she was studying at Nanhang University. The two had bumped into each other a few times at a coffee shop near the Shihu apartment building, and they got along quite well, so they slowly became friends. Bimei Yin was wearing a Bluetooth headset and was looking down at her phone, sending a message to Meng Yu. Since she and Meng Yu parted last night at Dongpa Xian, she has sent him 35 messages, each one of which she thought up with great difficulty. The only response she has received is a simple "I know," and the normally lively and active Beimingyin is so depressed that she doesn't want to talk anymore. She really wants to chat with her idol, Mr. Meng. But Mr. Meng seems to be very busy. Of course, a big shot like him must be busy with big business. It must be starting at $1. When she heard Wei Yulan call her, she looked up and smiled. She took off her Bluetooth headset and said, "It's okay, Lan. You guys talk about your business. I'm just a student. I don't know anything." Does she really not understand? The answer is no. She is the young generation of the Biming family in the imperial capital. Since she was a child, she has been exposed to all kinds of business by her elders in the family, and she knows the ins and outs of it all. Once money reaches a certain threshold, even brothers can turn against each other, let alone fellow townsmen. The reason she is here this time is to see who the new owner of the apartment building is. If she is not satisfied, she may have to use the power of the Biming family to take over the apartment building. After all, living in an apartment building is not as comfortable as living in a villa. But the Nanhu apartment building is on the west side of Nanhu Lake, so waking up every day to see the broken bridge, Leifong Pagoda, Su Causeway and other world-famous sites is still pretty good. She has been living here for half a year and has gotten used to it. And she can also have fun with the female neighbors of the same age. For Bei Mingyin, who is so outgoing, it is much better than living in a large, empty villa. Wei Yulan nodded lightly. That's right. Although Bei Mingyin rented 6 rooms on the 24th floor alone, she was still a female college student. Perhaps her family was quite wealthy, but she probably had no say in the big business of the 8.8-point apartment building. The rich people smiled at each other. This beautiful little girl with a Beijing accent knows her own limitations. This big business of 8 points and 8 cents is indeed not something that ordinary second-generation rich people can participate in. Even for these rich people, it is not easy to withdraw such a large sum of cash. But the purple-haired girl in front of them was indeed very pretty. And the youthful vitality that exudes from her is incomparable to the models at the club, and it has a great attraction for these rich old men. The heat in their eyes flashed for a moment. Miss Inzi is really beautiful. I wonder if she is already married. My son is also single by chance. Since we are both young, why don't we exchange contact information? Coincidentally, my son is also single. There is a party tonight. Is Miss Inzi free? How about I arrange for a Ferrari to pick you up tonight? Young lady, are you a resident of this apartment? When we buy this apartment, your rent and utilities can be reduced at our discretion. Yin Bei-ming heard the undertone of the words and her anger rose. Suddenly, a burgundy Maserati slowly drove into the garden and stopped in front of the pavilion, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 47. Who is this person? It is Vice President Wang himself who opens the door. With a sound of tires scraping the ground, the Maserati stopped in front of the pavilion. It's quite lively here. Meng Yu looked through the car window and saw many luxury cars parked in the garden. He also faintly heard the unscrupulous discussions of the rich and powerful, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Buy an apartment? Water and electricity discounts? It seems that these people are the wealthy people who are interested in buying a house. They're quite ambitious. They haven't even bought the apartment yet, and they're already thinking about business. Although he doesn't like to get involved in other people's business, he is not afraid of trouble. Regardless of what kind of disputes the original owner had with these rich people before he decided to buy the apartment building, once he had set his sights on it, there was no reason for him to let go. What's more, he had already transferred the money for the purchase to Ms. Wei, and today all that was missing was the final signature. These rich people dared to jump out and intercept it this time. They are too disrespectful to him. Wei Yulan's heart fell a great stone when she heard this. She recognized the car. It was Vice President Wang's new car, so the person in it must be the friend of the Morong girl. When she met with Vice President Wang yesterday, she also learned that the person who bought her apartment building was a powerful figure. Deputy Director Wang had kindly reminded her not to offend that person. Otherwise, she might not be able to find a place in the entire Xia country business circle. That person is a giant who can make the global business world tremble with a single step. When she heard this, Bei Mingyin was overjoyed. It was him. It must be him. Her lifelong idol. She would never forget that voice, even if she died. Why did he come? Is he here for himself? Bai Mingyin's face lit up with excitement, but it gave the impression to the wealthy that she was impressed by their generous offer. Seeing Bei Mingyin's cute and excited look, the rich men's hearts were filled with a sense of grandeur. It seems that even the purest and prettiest girl can't resist the lure of high society. I guess she's already thinking about infiltrating the circle of the rich after seeing so many of their luxury cars. They are quite patient. The rich men thought about this and swallowed their saliva before making a very tempting promise. Miss Yin, after we buy the apartment building, let's go to Nanhang Building for a look around. I'm in a good mood today, so you can buy whatever luxury goods you want. A beauty like Yin Zi deserves only the best. That's right. Miss Yin Zi hasn't bought a car yet, right? I have a pink Lamborghini in my garage. You can take it. Yin Zi is still in college, right? When you graduate, come work for me as a secretary. The annual salary starts at 1 million. In fact, it's not that the rich are stupid, but that Bei Mingyin is really beautiful and charming, and the rich are willing to spend a lot of money on her and make many material promises. If they can finally get to know her, it's not a bad deal. They didn't really care about the arrival of the Maserati. They even felt a little superior. After all, this Maserati costs only 2 or 3 million yuan, which is already a lot, but among the tens of millions of luxury cars, it is indeed the youngest. Suddenly, the driver's door opened. A long, snow-white leg, wearing a pair of red high heels, slowly extended from the Maserati's driver's seat and stepped on the ground, attracting the attention of the entire audience. Wang Lingyue walked down the sports car with her long legs, carrying a Louis Vuitton crocodile leather briefcase, and looked at the crowd with a blank expression. Then she quickly walked to the passenger seat and respectfully opened the door for Meng Yu. Sorry, I was changing my shoes and it took a little longer. The rich and powerful were dumbfounded by this, and their eyes, which had been full of contempt when they looked at the Maserati, now turned to awe. They were all local tycoons from Nanhang, and of course none of them didn't know Vice President Wang. Some of them had even taken out loans and made large deposits with Wang Lingyue. Not to mention a Maserati worth millions of naira, even a BYD worth tens of thousands of naira. As long as there is a big shot sitting in it and letting Vice President Wang personally open the door for him, it is worthy of their awe. Because the Wang family behind Wang Lingyue is a well-known family in Nanhang, with a deep background and great influence that no few nouveau riche can compare to. Moreover, Wang Lingyue is the deputy president of Nanhang Bank with real power and a strong contender for the presidency of Nanhang Bank in the future. She has a high status in the local business circle of Nanhang. Moreover, they heard that Nanhang Bank has been in close contact with the Xianghua Bank and has the intention of reaching a comprehensive strategic cooperation. If Nanhang Bank can get close to the Xia Country Bank, then its status will not be limited to Nanhang City, and they will have more things to ask Nanhang Bank for at that time. But what do they see now? The Vice President Wang is actually driving an unknown person, and he even opened the door for that person himself, showing a respectful attitude as a subordinate. Who is this holy man? How can he enjoy such respectful treatment? I'm afraid even the richest man in Xia, Ma Qin, doesn't have this kind of status. After all, no matter how powerful the Nanhang Mazali group is, it can't be compared to the Big Four. In the high-level banking circles, its financial resources are only above average. Even the passers-by who were watching the commotion from afar started talking about it. Damn! This driver in a Cheongsam is so charming. Could it be that she is a reincarnated fox spirit? And who is the man in the car? Why doesn't he have any gentlemanly manners? Gentlemanly demeanor? Are you kidding? Exactly. The person in the car is obviously a distinguished figure. Do you think it makes sense for the chairman to open the door for his secretary? That's right. But is this important person here to buy a flat? Do you think he might be the buyer? It's possible. I really hope this big shot can buy the apartment building. These rich people look at Bei Mingyin like wolves. If they buy the apartment building, I wouldn't dare to rent it anymore. Little sister, who says it isn't? I think the man in the car is a handsome guy. His masculine voice is so manly. If he really buys the apartment building, that would be great. Meng Yu stepped out of the car wearing a top-of-the-line Giorgio Armani suit. With his sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, he walked straight to the pavilion. Wang Lingyue, on the other hand, was acting like an assistant, following him with a smile and keeping a distance of 2 steps. The wealthy men looked at each other, and were uncertain when they saw Meng Yu walking towards them. Although they felt that Meng Yu was a stranger, they didn't know what his background was. But with Wang Lingyue, the vice president, as a stepping stone, they are not stupid. They can guess with their toes that the identity and status of this unknown big shot should be far above theirs. He might be the son of a top family. Or maybe he is the son of some powerful and influential person. But why would such a big shot be here? Is he here for this 8/8 apartment building too? Chapter 48, Leukemia-Targeted Drug? After Bei Mingyin's eyes fell on Meng Yu, it was as if they were stuck with 502 glue and could no longer move. Meng Yu, are you here to play with Yin Zi? Yin Zi is so happy. She trotted up to Meng Yu, looked up at him with her hands behind her back, and smiled sweetly. Meng Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't this the female student who got a face full of wine from him last night at Donpa Xin? She even claimed to be his #1 fan. She was crazy when they chatted on WeChat, sometimes speaking in a rustic way, sometimes in a literary way, but never in a normal way. She was also a particularly chatty person, and Meng Yu regretted adding her as a friend. No. You're mistaken. I'm here to buy an apartment building. Why are you here? Meng Yu shook his head to deny it. A thought flashed through his mind, and the scanning system began to operate. Meng Yu read Bei Mingyin's panel. Name, Bei Mingyin. Favorability progress, 21 out of 100. Special, 96. Face value, 96. Body, 88. Ability, 92. Family background, 94. Special score 96? This really surprised Meng Yu. He thought that such a beautiful and rebellious girl would have a very bad private life, but it seems that the private lives of women from wealthy families are generally more conservative. That's true. Most of the education in the noble families is traditional Confucian education. It is difficult for even a rebellious girl to open up when she grows up under this kind of education. I'm a tenant in the apartment building. Bei Mingyin smiled like a flower. Suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she looked at the wealthy man and announced loudly, "By the way, you middle-aged, greasy uncles, listen up. Whether or not your son is single, I've already been taken care of by this Mr. Meng. She is a rebellious girl, and she is the only one who dares to use her innocence as a bargaining chip to make such a crazy joke. Because she is Meng Yu's fanatic fan, and once a fanatic fan goes crazy, even Al-Qaeda has to back off a little." The faces of the rich and powerful changed at the news, and they felt as if they had just swallowed a mouthful of shit. Middle-aged greasy uncles? Is this about them? This is too harsh. Are all girls with purple hair and twin ponytails really mean? And what the hell is a dog son? Son is a humble term, okay? How can she translate it so roughly into modern language? This is too demoralizing. But Meng Yu's identity was there, like a mountain pressing down on the heads of the rich. They dare not even breathe. If Bei Mingyin is really his lover, then the rich people said that they dare not offend her, because once she reveals all their previous words, I'm afraid that this Mr. Meng will not give them any good fruit to eat. Wan Lingyue looked at Bei Mingyin's slender and delicate body with a look of doubt. No wonder her proud figure could not attract Meng Gongzi's attention. Does Mr. Meng like flat chests? Wei Yulan was also shocked. She was shocked to learn that her best friend was being kept by a man, and that he was a buyer of the apartment building. No one suspected Bei Mingyin's words because they subconsciously believed that no woman would joke about her own innocence. Quiet. If you don't behave, don't say you're my fan when you go out. Meng Yu glared at Bei Mingyin viciously. This is obviously a bear girl who needs to be disciplined. Bei Mingyin looked at Meng Yu with a pained expression. She was tempted to argue back, but she was afraid of angering her idol. After all, for a starstruck fan, it is even more painful than being killed if she is disliked by her idol. Meng Yu, don't be angry with me. It's all because they keep saying son of a bitch, so I wanted to scare them with your name to save me from them always hitting on me. Bei Mingyin pointed at the rich people. Meng Yu only glanced at the rich men in a light manner, and they all shivered as if they were elementary school students who had been bullied and discovered by their homeroom teacher. But he didn't think much of it. What is Bei Mingyin's status? She is the direct descendant of the Binding family of the imperial capital. These ordinary rich people combined together probably wouldn't be enough for her to crush with one hand. Anyone who dares to have an eye on Bei Mingyin is inviting death. Vice President Wang, arrange the transfer process. I have to go back to my hometown to visit my family at noon. Meng Yu sat down at the stone table and said indifferently. Wang Lingyue replied in a low voice, and took out 2 folders from her Louis Vuitton briefcase and placed them on the stone table in the pavilion. The transfer contract is in duplicate. After the buyer and seller sign the contract officially takes effect. The Nanhu apartment building, which is actually worth more than 100 million naira, was successfully purchased by Meng Yu for a low price of 88 million naira. Wei Yulan let out a long sigh of relief. Only she knew how desperately her company was in need of money. After borrowing all the bank loans available, the company still couldn't pay the salaries of its employees for the next month. Now that she has this money to tide her over, it is hard to say whether she can survive this crisis. For the time being, she should be able to pay her employees' salaries. If that doesn't work out, she will have to accept a foreign-funded financing agreement. But that is the last resort. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. If there is any suitable industry to be transferred, you can contact Vice President Wang at any time. Meng Yu smiled and got up to leave. The smooth progress of the transaction made Meng Yu feel somewhat favorably toward Wei Yulan in front of him. If Wei Yulan still has good quality properties to sell, he has too much spare money, so it doesn't matter if he buys some more properties. Wan Lingyue saw that Meng Yu was leaving and hurriedly gave Wei Yulan a wink. She knew that Wei Yulan's company was in a difficult situation and was in urgent need of money to tide over the difficulties. The person in front of her, Mr. Meng, was undoubtedly the best candidate to buy out Wei Yulan's company with a large amount of cash. Mr. Meng, please wait. To be honest, my pharmaceutical company began developing a new type of leukemia-targeted drug 5 years ago. This year, it has entered the 4th phase of clinical trials, but the cost of the trial has far exceeded the budget. So if it's possible, I would like to transfer the Longjing Commercial Street to you. Wei Yulan smiled bitterly. Meng Yu stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, turned around and looked at Wei Yulan with a bright gaze. Targeted drugs for leukemia? Is it the kind of Glivec in I Am Not a Drug God? As soon as he heard the word targeted drug for leukemia, he remembered the movie. When he saw the movie, he thought it would be great if our country could develop an excellent targeted drug. He even thought on a whim that he would use the money he needed to get married to find someone to partner with to develop this new drug. But after learning on the internet how much money it takes to develop a new drug and bring it to market, he closed the page with a wry smile. The passion in his heart was instantly chilled by the cold, billion-dollar figure. Now, looking back, he was really arrogant and immature at the time. He was too young. With a mere 200,000 yuan to buy a wife, it is probably not enough to even fill the gap in the huge amount of money needed to develop targeted drugs. But the youthful enthusiasm at the time does not make him feel ashamed now, but only a little regret. Why are all the good targeted drugs in Xiaogu imported? Are foreign drugs inherently noble? Why can't we develop life-saving targeted drugs in China? Chapter 49, I'll take this street for 20 yuan. Let me ask you. Can't our 1.3 billion hardworking and intelligent people, who have even developed satellites and atomic bombs, develop powerful targeted drugs? The answer is no. It's just that the country has its priorities, and the importance of the defense industry is definitely above the development of targeted drugs. And what about private capital? Capital is profit-seeking. The investment in developing a new drug, especially a new high-tech drug such as a targeted drug, is long and risky. No venture capital company with excellent risk control capabilities would dare to touch new drug research and development. Yes. The prototype of the Glivec drug in the movie is imatinib mesylate produced by the Swiss company Novartis, but that drug was launched in the United States in 2002, and the patent expired in 2013. My new drug is naturally stronger than the foreign drug from more than a decade ago, and even now, it is among the top 3 in the world in the treatment of leukemia. Wei Yulan's face was filled with pride. Developing targeted drugs was her childhood dream, and now she is only one step away from realizing it. The joy in her heart is indescribable. Especially when she thinks of those leukemia patients who can buy cheaper and more effective targeted drugs, she feels that all the hard work is worth it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. There is nothing more precious in this world than human life. However, Wei Yulan thought of the funding gap, and her face immediately turned into a mask of pain. She continued to add with a wry smile. It's just that phase 4 clinical trials are a bit expensive. Even with the strong support of the state, the remaining R&D funding gap is still a bit large, otherwise I would not have sold Longjing Commercial Street, which was left by my grandfather. When talking about the Longjing Commercial Street, Wei Yulan's eyes were a little nostalgic. But she knew very well that selling off a few small businesses would only be a drop in the bucket. If she really wanted to fill the huge funding gap, she would have to sell the entire Longjing Commercial Street. If her grandfather knew that she was selling the Longjing Commercial Street to develop new targeted drugs, he would surely forgive her for being unfilial, right? I think so. Wei Yulan pursed her lips and looked at Meng Yu with a deep longing in her eyes. Meng Yu looked at her blankly, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had originally wanted to do it but had given up in the end. He never thought that someone would actually go out of their way to do it, and that someone was a woman. Wang Lingyue's face changed drastically. She no longer cared about maintaining a humble posture, and walked straight up to Wei Yulan, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and shook her vigorously. Wei Yulan, are you crazy? Longjing Commercial Street. That is the lifeblood of your Nanhang Wei family. Your family is no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. Do you not know what level you are at as the head of the Wei family? Longjing Commercial Street is the last card you have. If it is gone, I am afraid that the Wei family will be removed from the list of the 8 great families of Nanhang. The rich and powerful, who had previously bowed submissively before Meng Yu, now watched the scene with glee. How weak is the Wei family? It can be seen from the fact that they dared to take advantage of the situation to rob Wei Yulan, the head of the Wei family. If it had been the head of the Wang family or the Murong family, they would have not only taken advantage of the situation, but would have bought the apartment building at a price far higher than the market price, in order to curry favor with the big families. Of course. In fact, the Wang and Murong families are both thriving among the 8 great families, and there is no way they would need to sell their assets. Although the Wei family is known as one of the 8 great families of Nanhang, they are so weak that even they can bully them. Even though there is an old saying that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. But the Wei family's dead camel has been dead for over 100 years, and its flesh and blood have long since decayed, leaving only a skeleton. It has no deterrent effect on these rich and powerful bullies. Wang Lingyue, thank you for your kindness, but I know exactly what I'm doing. Wei Yulan begged again. Mr. Meng, no, perhaps it's more appropriate to call you Mr. Meng. Can you help me by buying Longjing Commercial Street? Meng Yu pondered for a moment and agreed to her request. Can you make an offer? Wei Yulan was relieved. She had heard rumors of the close relationship between the Nanhang Bank and Mr. Meng, so when Meng Yu appeared, she guessed that he was Mr. Meng. After all, there was probably no other young man in the whole of Xia who could make Wang Lingyue so willing to serve him. She didn't rush to say the price, but instead took out a document from her briefcase and handed it to Meng Yu with both hands. She only told him the price after he had taken the document and started to read it. The Longjing Commercial Street is 800 meters long and is one of the most famous pedestrian streets in Nanhang City. I have asked 2 industry authorities to estimate the price. One of them gave a price of 22 billion nan, and the other gave a price of 19.5 billion nan. I am willing to sell it for 19.5 billion nan. 19.5 billion naira? Meng Yu was really scared when she first heard the number. Goodness! 19.5 billion. That's a lot of money. If you converted it into cash, you could build a mountain with it. But Meng Yu thought to himself, that's not right. 19.5 billion naira, converted to yuan, is less than 20 yuan. What could you do with 20 yuan in the past? Buy a pack of cigarettes that are neither too cheap nor too expensive? Or buy a bowl of rice with a little meat? Now you can buy an entire Longjing Commercial Street. It's just too good to be true. Meng Yu was not a fool, however. He had seen too many tricks in his time as a real estate salesman, so no matter how much he sympathized with Wei Yulan, he would not believe her word alone. So, he handed the information to Wang Lingyue, the vice president of the Nanhang Bank, who was very familiar with asset valuation. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The valuation is fine. The valuation of the Wufu Jing Commercial Street in the imperial capital is around 200 billion yuan. The valuation of the Longjing Commercial Street in Nanhang City is 19.5 billion yuan, which is lower than the market price. If she wasn't in a hurry to sell, she should be able to sell it for around 23 billion yuan, or 23 yuan. Wang Lingyue took the folder and understood Meng Yu's meaning, and responded respectfully. I'm sure this isn't a sales tactic. Meng Yu then revealed a sincere smile. He enthusiastically took Wei Yulan's hand and said, Your name is Wei Yulan, right? I'll be your friend. In fact, I also had the dream of developing new targeted drugs back then, but for various reasons, I was unable to take action. Now that I think about it, I'm ashamed. How about this? I'll take this street for 20 yuan. Thank you for your generosity. Just call me Yulan. Wei Yulan suddenly felt Meng Yu's large hand on her face, and 2 touches of red rose on her pretty face. But she also knew that Mr. Meng was doing it because he was excited, and that was the longing of every patriot for domestically produced targeted new drugs. She understood this kind of excitement very well. So she didn't resist, and let Meng Yu hold her hand tightly. And this Mr. Meng is really handsome. He has a strong and masculine physique, which is very masculine and especially in line with her aesthetic. If she wasn't so focused on the new drug, she wouldn't be thinking about love and romance. She would definitely not have missed this opportunity to pursue happiness. What a pity. Wei Yulan thought with regret. Chapter 50. $20 only, is it worth the trouble? I'll take this street for 20 yuan. Hearing Meng Yu's heroic words, Bei Mingyin looked at Meng Yu's confident handsome face. This is her lifelong idol. He threw 20 yuan to save the beauty. It was simply awesome, okay? Wang Lingyue was also a little surprised by Meng Yu's straightforwardness. After all, 20 yuan is not a small amount, equivalent to 20 billion yuan. And Wei Yulan's asking price was only 19.5 billion NTD, so Meng Yu gave her 500 million NTD more, which is enough to buy 5 more Nanhu apartment buildings. But Wang Lingyue can understand it. First of all, the actual value of Longjing Commercial Street is 23 billion NTD, and 20 billion NTD is a sure win. 19.5 billion NTD is a bit like robbing a fire. Secondly, Wei Yulan's attitude of selling her assets to develop new targeted drugs obviously moved Meng Yu. Meng Yu's offer of an additional 500 million NTD is more like a silent charity, supporting the development of new domestic drugs and making them available to patients sooner. Finally, 500 million yuan is only 50 cents in yuan. For Mr. Meng, it is indeed a drop in the bucket. Just last night, Mr. Meng deposited 10,000 yuan in the Nanhang Bank. Wang Lingyue said that even though she was the vice president of the bank, she was numb to Mr. Meng's terrifying wealth. The rich people all gasped in surprise. What's going on? Is this the legendary Mr. Meng, who is so rich that he can rival a country? He bought a commercial street for 20 yuan, just as casually as buying a pack of cigarettes on the street. And the Wei family, which was on the verge of collapse, had actually managed to cling to Mr. Meng's enormous leg at the very end, so it was really not yet their time to die. The rich felt the need to repair their relationship. Otherwise, if the Wei family takes off with Mr. Meng's help one day, they will be like a mantis trying to stop a car, and they will only bring about their own destruction. Master Wei, congratulations! We thought that the Wei family would be obliterated in the long flow of history because of their lack of male heirs, but we never expected that you would meet Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is a man of great integrity, supporting the development of ethnic medicine enterprises. We deeply admire him. We were wrong in the past, so please forgive us. In the future, we will definitely reform and prepare a gift to visit the Wei family. Indeed. Thinking about our greedy faces just now, we feel extremely ashamed. We should help each other out, but we actually took advantage of the situation. However, under the light of Mr. Meng's benevolence, we have already awakened. We hope that Master Wei will forgive us for our offense. The onlookers were also shocked by the brazen behavior of the rich. No wonder they can become rich. With their ability to change their faces as quickly as flipping through a book, it's hard to not make money in this materialistic society, isn't it? It is true that the lowest of the low is invincible. Exactly. These rich people were arrogant and looked down on everyone before Mr. Meng arrived, but after he arrived, they were like a lapdog, licking his feet. To put it plainly, they bully the weak and fear the strong. What is Mr. Meng's background? He looks like he's 2 stories tall. Have you seen the headlines? The 4 heads of the largest banks in Xia visited Mr. Meng together, but they were unable to meet with him. Need I say more about how high Mr. Meng's status is? Not just the 4 major banks. I saw the morning news. The world's banking giants have gathered in Nanhang City just to meet Mr. Meng. And the central bank has said that Mr. Meng is a special guest of the central bank. In order to protect the privacy of the guest, no private investigation of any kind is allowed, and the prosecution department must obtain the consent of the Supreme Court if it wants to investigate Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is too domineering, isn't he? Wei Yulan listened to the passers-by's discussion and was even more shocked. Because she had been busy with the new drug issue recently, she had not watched the morning news in time. She had no idea that Mr. Meng in front of her was even more terrifying than the rumors, and that even the central bank had been alerted. How much wealth does he have? Wei Yulan felt that poverty limited her imagination, but she was sure that even at the height of the Wei family's prosperity in Nanhang, the entire clan could not compare to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, Ms. Wei's transfer contract is fine. Would you like to pay in cash or would you like me to arrange a transfer? Wang Lingyue's face was full of humility. Meng Yu took the transfer contract and signed it. You've worked hard. I'll just pay in cash. Meng Yu put down the pen, unzipped his Armani jacket, took out a stack of bills from the inside pocket, and handed Wei Yulan a 20 yuan bill. The 20 yuan banknote glistened in the bright sunlight. The national emblem pattern appeared on the banknote, then changed into the pattern of the Qilin, and then into the pattern of the monument to the people's heroes. This is a top-notch anti-counterfeiting technology used exclusively for large denomination banknotes. No counterfeiting group in the world has been able to crack it yet. Wei Yulan's eyes suddenly moistened, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. For the past 3 months, she had been running around to develop new drugs. Wasn't it just to fill the funding gap? Now that this 20 yuan banknote has appeared, she can finally put her mind at ease. However, when Wei Yulan opened her briefcase and looked for it, she was a little embarrassed. Mr. Meng, I'm sorry, I didn't bring the receiving equipment. Can you wait for me to get it? Receiving equipment? It's only 20 yuan, is it really necessary to go to such trouble? Meng Yu scratched his head. What equipment is needed to receive the banknote? Just take it and put it in your pocket. Didn't he see that he had more than $100 in change? Wei Yulan's face became even more embarrassed when she heard this. She also saw how Mr. Meng treated the banknotes casually, but there is a difference between people. She can't do it. If you are so casual with a $20 bill, if you accidentally damage it, the consequences will be very serious. For the Wei family, which is now on the wane, 20 yuan is more than half of the family's wealth. Mr. Meng, our Wei family is not as wealthy as you are. This banknote is very important to me and must be carefully preserved. It's okay, I happen to have 2 sets with me. Wang Lingyue smiled and took out a gold-plated titanium alloy box with diamonds. A gold banknote with a face value of 20 yuan is equivalent to 20 billion yuan. Under normal circumstances, there are strict regulations for transactions or storage. The titanium alloy box in her hand contains a portable vault banknote transfer device. Wang Lingyue's fingers moved slightly. She entered the initial password, opened the titanium alloy box, and then took out 5 items from the box and placed them aside. 2 white gloves, a square piece of silk, a bottle of colorless gelatin, a rabbit hairbrush, and a pair of silver tweezers. Chapter 51. I'm not very interested in money. Thank you. Wei Yulan took the white gloves and put them on her hands, then spread the silk square on the stone table, and then respectfully took the 20 yuan note from Meng Yu. The look of sanctity in her eyes was as if she were holding a decree in her hands. Indeed. In the eyes of Wei Yulan, who was in urgent need of money, this $20 bill was probably even more noble than the imperial edict in the eyes of ancient courtiers. After all, not every imperial edict was worth 20 billion NGN. Meng Yu was stunned by this scene. Perhaps because he was exempt from the effects of price depreciation, it was difficult for him to have any reverence for the $20 note, and naturally he could not understand Wei Yulan's solemnity at this moment. Even though a day and a night had passed since the world had changed. He knew very well that in a world where prices had fallen by 1 billion times, 20 yuan was a huge sum of money. But the habitual cognition that had been formed over more than 10 years could not be changed overnight. All eyes in the audience were focused on the 20 yuan note, their gaze burning with envy. This is 20 yuan. That's 20 billion yuan. Except on the screen, how many people in reality are qualified to have it? How can they not be envious? Wei Yulan carefully placed the 20 yuan note in her hand on the silk square cloth, and with her delicate white-gloved hands, she gently smoothed out the folds of the note. Then she took a pair of tweezers and pressed it down to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Then she picked up the bottle of colorless gelatin and squeezed it into the titanium alloy box. This is a special gel-like filler developed specifically for the transportation and preservation of banknotes. It can ensure that banknotes will not be worn out during violent shocks, and can greatly reduce the oxidation process of banknotes, as well as effectively killing the microbes on the banknotes. Then use a brush to brush it evenly. Then, using the silver tweezers, she placed the 20 yuan banknotes in the titanium alloy box. Wei Yulan then applied a layer of the gel to protect the banknotes. Closed the titanium alloy box, and set a digital password in fingerprint password. After this tedious procedure, Meng Yu was a little overwhelmed. Everyone else just took it for granted, because that's how they showed the gold vault banknotes on TV. It would be abnormal to casually put such a huge amount of gold vault banknotes in your pocket, right? Of course, they also understand Mr. Meng's casualness. Because people cannot be generalized, Mr. Meng is after all a wealthy man, and it is completely understandable that he does not care about the damage to the vault notes or even the interest rate of the bank. Wei Yulan carefully put away the titanium alloy box and wrapped the tools in silk square cloth. Only then did she sign the transfer agreement and respectfully handed it to Meng Yu with both hands, thanking him again for his generosity. If it weren't for Mr. Meng's help, I'm afraid it would be difficult to cash out the Longjing Commercial Street in a short period of time. Indeed. The price of the Longjing Commercial Street is 20 yuan, and it still has to be paid in full cash. Looking at the entire Xia country, I'm afraid there are not more than 100 people who can immediately come up with it, and there are probably not many in Nanhang City. After all, even the richest people don't usually hold large amounts of cash. Wouldn't he rather use the money to invest, or buy assets or gold to preserve its value? Ding! Detected Wei Yulan's affection for the host has deepened. The current affection progress is 20/100, and the host is randomly rewarded with a deposit of 200 yuan. Meng Yu's heart was filled with joy. The system is still awesome. He had just spent 20 yuan to buy a commercial street, and the favor system immediately rewarded him with 200 yuan. In this way, he not only didn't spend any money, but instead earned 10 times as much. That's great. Meng Yu also noticed that the progress of the favorability of each couple seemed to increase at different speeds. He called up the host panel in his mind. Host, Meng Yu. Deposits, 23,030 yuan. Assets, Nanhu Apartment Building, Longjing Commercial Street. Confidant, none. Perfect match, Dongfang Diqing, 62 out of 100, Morong Qianyu, 80 out of 100, Wang Lingyue, 34 out of 100, Su Ningyun, 17 out of 100, Bei Mingyin, 35 out of 100, Wei Yulan, 20/100. Except for Dongfang Diqing, whose initial favor progress of 62 has not changed, the favor progress of the other 5 potential spouses has slowly increased with contact. Among them, Morong Qianyu's progress was the fastest, and she overtook the others to become the top favorite. The progress of Wang Lingyue, Su Yun, and Wei Yulan's favorability increased more slowly. Even though Bei Mingyin, the number 1 fan, was ignored by him, her favorability increased very quickly. As for Meng Yu's savings, they have been steadily increasing. Despite his extravagant spending, his savings have not decreased, but have instead increased to more than 23,000 thanks to the wave of rewards from the favor system. Meng Yu has always been a bit of a free spirit. He basically didn't deliberately try to increase his favorability with girls. Since he had no shortage of money and was never short of pretty girls around him, he felt that his life had already reached its peak. It is impossible to work part-time, even if it is to reward the system for working part-time. Meng Yu can only rely on the free system and tease beautiful girls to maintain his livelihood. Then I'll leave first. By the way, Miss Wei, if your pharmaceutical company encounters any difficulties, you can contact me at any time. I'm still very interested in the launch of your new targeted drug. I'm not really interested in money, but if I can save a few more leukemia patients, I think I'll be happier than if I make a few more dollars. Meng Yu said goodbye with a smile. It was time for him to embark on his journey home. He left his hometown to work hard in order to return home and show off to his neighbors. Everyone is sweating profusely. I'm not interested in money? Can a person really say that? What? It was Mr. Meng who said it, so it's all right. Mr. Meng is rich enough to rival a country, and indeed, he is so poor that he only has money left. If I really encounter any difficulties that I can't overcome, I will definitely contact you first. I can feel that you attach great importance to the launch of new drugs. On behalf of the leukemia patients and their families in Xia, I would like to extend my highest respect to you. Wei Yulan did not refuse Meng Yu's kindness. Because she knew that even with sufficient funding, a new targeted drug still had to face many challenges before it could be launched. The starlight in Bei Mingyin's eyes twinkled. Is this his idol? When the matter is settled, he leaves with his clothes, concealing his achievements and fame. He never seemed to care about fame and fortune, just living life at his own pace. He was truly worthy of being the son of a hidden family. Why is her idol so perfect? She even had some strange and inappropriate thoughts, but her idol didn't seem to like her very much. She must have been disgusted by her figure. After all, this is her eternal pain. Damn it! Do boys really like cows? Isn't she a flat-chested, ponytailed lowly? Chapter 52, President Wang is my driver. This is not appropriate. Meng Yu left in the Maserati driven by Wang Lingyue, with the reluctant gaze of the 2 women. Before leaving, he coldly glanced at the wealthy men. Since he had already won the favor of Wei Yulan. So, for reasons of both reason and emotion, he would not allow Wei Yulan to be targeted by these rich men again. He was too lazy to look up the old almanac, but he would protect Wei Yulan in the future. The rich men understood the warning in his eyes and shuddered. Master Wei, we know we were wrong. You must speak well of us in front of Mr. Meng. Here are a pair of old jade bracelets. This is our small token of respect. Miss Z, we were joking about the previous remarks. I promised to send the Ferrari over later as an apology. My son is such a fool, he doesn't deserve you. Bai Mingyin and Wei Yulan exchanged a glance, their eyes full of relaxed smiles. These arrogant rich people are so humble in front of Mr. Meng, like a dog. Although they would never admit it, as beautiful women, they really enjoyed the feeling of being pampered by their beloved. They walked hand in hand, ignoring the pleas of the rich and famous, chatting about Meng Yu, and walked into the Nanhu apartment building. Yin Zi, how did you meet Mr. Meng? Last night, Tang Yu begged me to go to Dongpa Xian for dinner, didn't he? It just so happened that I ran into Meng Yu's brother, and he invited me to a Dongpa feast. Was it a Dongpa feast that cost 1 point per table? Of course. And we were also treated to some ancient wine, all very rare and very old. I'm so jealous. Meng Yu's brother even let me pick out a bottle of wine to bring back. We sisters can celebrate today. When your new drug is launched, I'm afraid the Wei family in Nanhang will regain its glory in your hands. Great. With 20 million yuan in capital, the money problem should be solved. But I'm more worried about the technology blockade by Western companies. Alas! Those Western companies are not good people, always trying to destroy our Xia country's national enterprises. Their hearts are to be condemned. I really hope that one day, Brother Meng Yu can take revenge for Xia country's enterprises. If it's him who takes action, it should be easy to teach those Western companies a lesson, right? I think so. Mr. Meng seems to be even more powerful than the rumors say. The rich men looked at the two women leaving without tears, wanting to stop them but not daring to do so. They really looked extremely embarrassed. After being coldly glared at by Mr. Meng, I'm afraid that for a long time to come, they will be on edge, tossing and turning, and living in fear. Because they are not sure whether the Honorable Mr. Meng is really angry, whether he will suddenly send them to court, or even make them disappear overnight. This uncertainty, this fear of the unknown about tomorrow, is the most tormenting. This is the price they pay for their behavior of taking advantage of their fellow villagers. The onlookers were delighted to see this scene and chattered about it. I'm laughing my head off. Where did all their arrogance go? The funniest thing is the rent reduction. It should be written into the Bible of the rich and sung forever. Goddamn rent reduction. I thought they were going to forcefully buy the Nanhu apartment building. When Mr. Meng came to buy the building, they didn't dare to fart. Typical of them to be the loudest and most cowardly. After all, it doesn't cost anything to shoot your mouth off. Right. These rich people are just a backdrop for Mr. Meng throughout the whole process. They are not as free as we are. They even tried to move Mr. Meng's women, which made me laugh. Ah? These two girls are Mr. Meng's women? I don't see it that way. Brother, you look younger. I ask you, if you have seen the vast ocean, would you still want to stay by the stream? These two girls have seen Mr. Meng, a legendary figure like this, so how could they possibly still look at ordinary men in this life? That's true. So I want to give Mr. Meng a monkey too. Wake up! This girl, what do you think you have that the three girls just now don't have? Besides, in the entire city of Nanhang, the girls who want to date Mr. Meng can be lined up from the south to the north of the city. Mr. Meng's simple and boring life is too happy. I envy him so much. Who isn't? As the Maserati drove to Meng Yu's hometown, he said to the Vice President Wang, "You've changed your car for a new one." He then realized that Wang Lingyue seemed to have a new car. Yes, Mr. Meng, thanks to you, I am now the president of Nanhang Bank, so of course I need a new car. Wang Lingyue smiled. She had long wanted to share this joy with Meng Yu. But Meng Yu didn't mention it, and she didn't dare to show off. If she stole Meng Yu's thunder, it would be a loss for her. She knew very well that the reason she could easily get this position was entirely because Mr. Meng and the Nanhang Bank cooperated with her. It can be said that she was able to become the president of Nanhang Bank because of Mr. Meng. Oh? You're already the bank president? Then it wouldn't be appropriate for President Wang to be my assistant again, would it? Meng Yu rubbed his chin with his fingers. In his established impression, the president of a bank is a very powerful person. The vice president and the president are only one word apart, but the difference in status is huge. Even if Nanhang Bank is only a local bank, the status of the bank president is still the highest in the local area, and the vice president is probably barely in the top 100. He felt that it was a bit too good for a woman like her to be his driver. Wang Lingyue flicked her hair at the ear and smiled flirtatiously. What's not appropriate? You are our most distinguished guest, and serving you well is my most important task. Although Meng Yu knew in his heart that this sentence was somewhat flattering, it still did not prevent him from secretly feeling good. He had indeed made the right choice in choosing the Nanhang Bank. If he had chosen one of the big four banks, not to mention the presidents of the four major banks, they all seemed to be middle-aged men, and even if they were middle-aged beautiful women, their attitude would never be so humble. After all, the presidents and vice presidents of the four major banks must all have some idle baggage, and it is impossible for them to kneel and lick him to such an extent. Furthermore, the four major banks have a solid foundation. Naturally, they are not as dependent on Meng Yu's savings as Nanhang Bank. Mr. Meng, are you tired? Do you need the president to stop the car and provide you with special services? Wang Lingyue's face was flushed with peach blossoms, and her voice was soft and charming. She wasn't thinking about sex, but simply wanted to flirt with the handsome and wealthy Mr. Meng. What if she succeeds? Marrying Meng Yu would be a 100% sure win. As for Meng Yu being the boyfriend of her best friend, Morong Qianyu? Not to mention that she knows the two have not yet reached a relationship as lovers, even if it is her best friend's boyfriend, can't she pry him away? Every girl has the right to pursue happiness, right? Wang Lingyue's mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled seductively. Chapter 53 Mom, she really likes to drive. I'm not tired at all, President Wang. I slept very well last night. Meng Yu shrugged and looked out the window at the roadside scenery without looking away. He was unmoved by Wang Lingyue's seduction. Special service? What kind of joke is this? Wang Lingyue, 34 out of 100, has just started to like him, and this demon really wants to flirt with him? Then she'll make him boil with rage, and then hide and laugh? This is too much. Wang Lingyue gave Meng Yu a flirtatious wink on hearing this. In the bank, outside the bank, since the first day she started working there, she has attracted the attention of countless men with her devilish body. But Wang Lingyue never paid any attention to them. As the younger sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, any small fry who dared to have evil intentions towards her would disappear forever in the night of Nanhang before they could take action. However, she never imagined that she would be repeatedly rejected by Meng Yu one day. But when she thought about the rumors about Mr. Meng, she felt relieved. A man as rich and powerful as him probably thinks that even the most beautiful women in the world are ordinary. After all, the women who were close to him, Morong Qianyu, Bei Mingyin, Wei Yulan, and her, were all beautiful women with noble status, good looks, and excellent temperament. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Meng Yu looked at the words Mom on the screen of his phone, his mouth curled up slightly, and he pressed the speakerphone button. Mom, why are you calling? I've just started my journey. I'll be there in 2 hours, I should be able to make it for lunch. You. Isn't it the Qin girl who is also going home to visit her relatives? Mom thinks that you are all not young anymore, you are all young people, you played well when you were young, have a meal together and chat more. The voice of Meng's mother came from the other end of the phone. Meng Yu's face showed a wry smile. He hadn't even arrived home yet. He hadn't even had a chance to eat a warm meal, and Meng's mother had already arranged a blind date for him. It was too real. This is not good. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Meng Yu coughed. When she heard this, her tone immediately became unhappy. How is it not good? When your mother was your age, her child was already walking. The fat tiger next door is the same age as you, and he got married last year, didn't he? Now his wife is 6 months pregnant. You have the nerve to mention a girlfriend. You said you've been dating for 7 years, but I've never seen you bring her home. You little brat, you're going to get married whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you won't get any lunch. Meng's mother may have reached menopause, and she went on and on about Meng Yu, almost revealing the fact that he had wet the bed when he was 5. Meng Yu was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. When he was in high school and college, his parents had repeatedly warned him not to fall in love and to focus on his studies. Under these circumstances, how could he dare to confess to Wang Li? Of course, in hindsight, Wang Li was not really suitable for him. However, when he was about to graduate, the situation completely reversed. Meng's mother wanted to turn his graduation ceremony into a wedding, enthusiastically encouraging him to boldly confess his love for the female classmate he liked, and not to miss the opportunity for marriage. Meng Yu was speechless for a long time. Apparently, Meng's mother still thought that universities were still the same as they used to be, where they would arrange jobs for you and even match you with a partner. Mother, times have changed. Nowadays, interns are worse than dogs. College students are everywhere. Whispering. After Meng Yu graduated and got a job, every time he went home, he had to deal not only with relatives who were full of curiosity and a strong desire to compare, but also with blind dates introduced by acquaintances. This was something Meng Yu never expected. It was also at this time that Wang Li and his relationship began to grow cold. Although the two did not break up, they were clearly distancing themselves from each other. If you ask Meng Yu about his attitude towards his ex-girlfriend Wang Li now, Meng Yu has let go of the past. He doesn't hate her anymore. After all, he has already made his point and gotten his revenge. All I can say is that it's not suitable. The world is a big place, and each of us has our own story to tell. Hearing Meng Mu's nagging, Meng Yu really couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at Wang Lingyue, who was driving without looking away, he had a brainstorm and reached out to put his phone to Wang Lingyue's mouth. "Daughter-in-law, my mother says I don't have a girlfriend. Tell her I do or I don't." Daughter-in-law? Girlfriend? Wang Lingyue had a lot of question marks on her head. But she was quick to respond, and said softly into the phone, "Mom, I'm Ayu's girlfriend. I came back with Ayu to see you this time. Originally, the two of us were planning to give you a surprise." Meng's mother, who was sitting across from her, was clearly taken aback. She stopped nagging Meng and turned to Wang Lingyue, who had suddenly appeared as her daughter-in-law, to ask after her health. Wang Lingyue answered fluently and modestly, showing a change from her charm in front of Meng Yu and demonstrating the upbringing of a lady. Meng Yu was somewhat impressed. "Mom, let's stop here. She's still driving. Let's talk about it when we get back." Meng Yu interrupted. If Wang Lingyue and Meng's mother continued to chat like this, they might not really be talking about a daughter-in-law, and he would be left with nothing. After experiencing the betrayal of his ex-girlfriend, Meng Yu had completely figured it out. It was not worth giving up a forest for a single tree. Besides, he is still so young, and it is the same to talk about a girlfriend a few years later. Wait and see how the market is for a few years. She's not attractive? You little brat, you let your wife drive? Didn't you get your driver's license? Mom has been teaching you since you were little that a wife is to be pampered. Meng Mu was dissatisfied. From her tone, it seems that she is extremely satisfied with Wang Lingyue as a daughter-in-law. She has not even met her yet, and she is already defending her. This? Meng Yu said that he had miscalculated. But he quickly thought of a response. "Mom, the truth is, she really likes to drive, and I can't stand her. Isn't that right, daughter-in-law?" Wang Lingyue gave Meng Yu a resentful look. What a double entendre. He's taking the opportunity to mock her. She could have said no, couldn't she? The answer is obviously no. Now the future of the entire Nanhang Bank is completely bound up with Mr. Meng. To be precise, if Mr. Meng abandons Nanhang Bank, it will fall from a great height and be smashed to pieces. "Yes, Mom, I really like driving." Wang Lingyue was bitter. Who the hell likes to drive? Although she is charming and enchanting, she is obviously a virgin, right? Isn't Mr. Meng bullying people? Oh, I see. Lingyu, you are so virtuous. Our little rascal is so lucky to have found a wife like you. Meng's mother on the other end of the phone was a bit moved. Meng Yu quickly said to the phone, "Mom, let's talk when I get home. Watch the stove, don't let it burn out again." This is really his own mother. He can't do anything about it. If he had married another woman, whether she was a middle-aged noblewoman or an old lady who had been hit by a car, he would have made her experience the fear of being dominated by the richest man in the world. "Little brat, although you have found a good wife, you still have to go over to the Qin family's girl's side and apologize to her, and treat her to a nice meal. Don't be stingy with your money, after all, you are from the same village, and it is always a good idea to keep good relations with your neighbors." Meng Mu said with a sincere heart. Yes, yes, yes. Meng Yu answered with a wry smile. Although he understands that his mother's nagging is a way of expressing her love, understanding is one thing, but whether or not he can bear it is another matter. Anyway, he really couldn't take it anymore. It was like the Monkey King who had been recited a sutra by the monk Tang. "Mom will give you 1,000 yuan first, and if it's not enough, you can ask for more from home. Don't make the girl suffer, you know? You little brat, hang up first." Meng's mother said with reluctance. A mother worries about her son even when he is thousands of miles away. How could a mother not worry about her son? Chapter 54, 1,000 is too much. "Mom, don't worry, really don't worry, 1,000 is too much, don't transfer it, I'm hanging up." Meng Yu hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. The nagging from his mother really made him happy and sad at the same time. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of a transfer from a trusted source rang. Meng Yu looked at the 1000 NTD that his mother had transferred to him and felt a mixture of emotions. Meng's mother was just an ordinary supermarket clerk, and Meng's father was just an ordinary cook. In a small county, wages were generally not high, and the 1000 NTD probably represented half a month's wages. But after a moment of hesitation, Meng Yu still chose to accept it. Although he was sure he didn't need the 1000 NTD, and didn't want to spend his parents' money, he knew that if he didn't accept it, his mother would definitely scold him again. Anyway, he was planning to move his parents to Nanhang City when he returned, so it didn't matter if he took the extra 1000 yuan. Didn't he buy an apartment building in a commercial street near Nanhu Lake? He planned to find a reason for his parents to live in the apartment building. Although it was certainly not as good as Morong Chinyu's villa, it was certainly 100 times more upscale than the small apartment in the county seat. Then he would find a reason to help his parents buy a storefront. In this way, his parents will have a stable source of income and can live in the big city with peace of mind. As for the world's richest man and his huge savings, Meng Yu didn't want to tell his parents about it for the time being. Because the truth is somewhat unbelievable, and even he, a university graduate, finds it hard to accept, let alone his parents, who are not highly educated. Wang Lingyue continued to drive the Maserati on the highway, but her mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, she was a little smug about getting along with Meng's mother. As the younger sister of the Wang family head, Wang Lingyue naturally knew that the most difficult part of marrying into a wealthy family was the relationship between the daughter-in-law and the mother-in-law. If she can't handle the relationship with her mother-in-law, a filial man like Meng Yu will definitely not consider marrying her. After all, there are so many other outstanding women who want to be with Meng Yu. On the contrary, as long as she gets along with her mother-in-law, she will definitely get extra points with Meng Yu. So Wang Lingyue knew that this was her chance. Although Mr. Meng was very shrewd, she could not and did not dare to make a fake play a real one, but it was a great opportunity to get close to Meng Yu's elders. This is the advantage of being an assistant. And what did Wang Lingyue just hear? First, 1000? Wang Lingyue at first thought of the unit of the naira, but the thought only flashed through her mind and she quickly dismissed it. 1000 naira? The mother of the world's richest man transferred 1000 nanograms to her son? Wang Lingyue shook her head in disbelief. How could this be possible? It's impossible. Is it 1000 micro-yuan? 1000 micro-yuan is equivalent to 1 million. Although this pocket money is already quite a lot for ordinary wealthy families, it can buy a third of a Maserati. But the mother of the richest man in the world is on the other side, and the wife of the head of a hidden family. 1 million naira is a bit too ordinary. The most important thing is that Meng Yu just said on the phone that 1000 was too much. For Mr. Meng, who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on a meal, is 1 million NGN really a lot? The answer is definitely no. Then is it 1000 yuan? Thinking of this, Wang Lingyue's heart began to race and her face flushed. Yes. It's definitely 1000 yuan. This is the kind of generous offer that a hidden family should make. 1000 yuan. That's 1 trillion NTD. Wang Lingyue said that she also wanted a mother like this, who would give her 1 trillion NTD in pocket money. No wonder Meng Yu folded paper airplanes with 2 yuan bills and had 100 yuan in his pocket. If she had a mother like this, she could be so extravagant. Envy and jealousy. Although she is also a rich and beautiful girl from a wealthy family, the second generation is more spoiled than the second generation. Drip, drip, drip. Meng Yu received another business card from Meng's mother, with the nickname A Xinshin Smile. The photo on the card is quite pretty, of a fashionable, sophisticated girl in the city, but from the familiar facial features, Meng Yu could vaguely find the outline of a childhood friend. Is it her? Qin Yusin? The top student in the class? Meng Yu opened the old photo album in his memory, and the scenes of the two of them growing up together seemed to have happened just yesterday. But as they grew older, from primary school to junior high school, from junior high school to high school, and from high school to university, the childhood opposite-sex partners seem to have gradually lost contact. Meng Yu remembers that when he took the college entrance exam more than 4 years ago, his mother mentioned that she seemed to have been admitted to a university in the imperial capital. She also held a graduation banquet and invited Meng Yu's family, but Meng Yu was busy at the time and didn't go. Meng Yu came back to his senses and sent a message to his WeChat group. His mother had dug a pit for him to meet a potential partner, and he had to fill it up even if he cried. Besides, he had become successful, but he could not forget his roots. It was not impossible to take his childhood friends along. Xin Yusen, this is Meng Yu. Shall we meet at the Old Garden restaurant? A young man with talent is not self-abased. Meng Yu's words were neither humble nor arrogant. He was neither the subservient man facing a woman nor the arrogant rich kid. Meng Yu, right? Auntie Meng's only son? The Old Garden is too low rent. Let's go to the fish and rice restaurant in the new town. Is it okay for you to treat? Do you mind if I bring a few friends over? The reply came back quickly, and Meng Yu had a good impression of Qin Yusen, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, but after reading the reply, that good impression vanished. The Old Garden restaurant is low? The restaurant has been open for more than 10 years, and it has been there since Meng Yu was in elementary school. Although the restaurant is not big, the taste is beyond words. How can it be low? But that's fine. The girl chose the date location, and Meng Yu had nothing to say. Even when the woman offered to pay for the meal, he said he understood. After all, it was a blind date. Paying for a date is just like paying a bride price, it's a custom in Xia. But she also volunteered to bring a few friends. What the hell is that? You bring friends to a blind date? And she brought a few friends? Is this a blind date or is she bringing friends to eat and drink for free? Since there is nothing to talk about, the other person is treating Meng Yu like a fool, which means that they don't think much of his family situation. This is a blind date with no sincerity. Meng Yu closed his phone after a brief reply. It didn't matter that he was treating them to a meal at the fish and rice restaurant. It's only a few bucks. Don't you see? He bought a bottle of Fei Tian Maotai for every passerby at the Wanhao restaurant. At Dongpa Shen, he only ate a little of the Dongpa feast that cost tens of millions of New Zealand dollars for 2 tables, and let the waiters give the leftovers to stray cats and dogs. Wang, when we get there, you go and talk to the county government about investing. It doesn't matter if it's profitable or not, as long as it can improve the development of the county. After all, this is my hometown. Meng Yu said calmly. Since he was returning to his hometown, the richest man in the world had to show his appreciation, otherwise he would feel bad. Besides, he has so much money that he can't spend it all. It's pretty boring. When it comes to business, Wang Lingyue put away the flirtatious look on her face and said respectfully, "Please rest assured, Mr. Meng. I will invest in the construction of your hometown county without losing money." She was still a little disappointed that Meng Yu didn't take her to the blind date. Wang Lingyue also wanted to take the opportunity to find out some information about the woman. In her opinion, the woman was arranged by Meng's mother, so she must be a beauty. Maybe she is also a lady from a hidden family, definitely a worthy rival. Chapter 55, Renting a Fake Designer Brand for a Blind Date? 2 hours later. In the sound of tires on the ground, a Maserati stopped in front of the fish and rice restaurant. Meng Yu didn't wait for Wang Lingyue to open the door this time, and got out of the car and walked straight towards the fish and rice restaurant. "Mr. Meng, can I pick you up later?" Wang Lingyue stuck her head out of the car window and said with reluctance. She really treasures every opportunity to spend time alone with Meng Yu. She was also willing to put aside her airs as a bank president and pout her little face to fight for every opportunity to be together. Meng Yu stopped and looked back, smiling lightly. "I hope you can finish the task I gave you before the blind date is over. In that case, I can consider letting you play the role of my daughter-in-law for a while." I promised to complete the task. Wang Lingyue was full of fighting spirit. After seeing Meng Yu walk into the restaurant, Wang Lingyue slammed the steering wheel and the Maserati made a sharp turn and sped away. On the second floor of the restaurant, in a large private room, Xin Yusen, who is of average looks, is eating and drinking with a group of relatives and friends, but she is far from having the slim figure in the photo, and she has a light freckle on her face. There are 15 people in the group of relatives and friends. My blind date is probably coming soon. Xin Yusen said wearily. She had been to college in the capital for 4 years and had met many wealthy young men, so she could not possibly be interested in a country bumpkin from the county, but her parents kept introducing her to them. They also say that girls should get married young. She is a girl from the north. An independent woman of the new era. What's the point of getting married so early? How can she understand men without dating a few? All her relatives and friends were laughing. Sister Xin, this trick was learned at Douyin and it definitely works. Don't worry, I've checked it out. That Meng kid is a real estate salesman in Nanhang and doesn't have much money. Right. I think the boy will be scared off by the way we look. Even if he doesn't know his own limitations and continues with the blind date, he will be scared pale by the amount of today's bill. Will he choose to keep his promise and treat us to dinner? Or will he find an excuse to go to the bathroom? If the Meng kid doesn't want to pay, then he won't dare to bother you again in the future if he has any self-respect. Even if he uses his credit card to pay for the bill, he will realize the difference in your spending habits and will never dare to date you again. In this way, it will not affect the relationship between the two families, and he will know when to back off. Brilliant. Brilliant indeed. Xin Yusin nodded with a pretense of modesty. She thought the same thing. In any case, it is good to make Meng Yu give up any other thoughts. This is also for the good of the other party. She didn't want Meng Yu to be captivated by her gentle beauty, spending his days trying to attract her attention and wasting his youth. No matter how good she was, Xin Yusin would still marry a local man from the big city. It's not that Meng Yu is bad, but she yearns for the life in the big city. However, with Meng Yu's income level, can he buy a decent house in the big city in his entire life? Material things are the foundation of love. Without a foundation, there is no need to start a relationship. Alas! It's her fault for being so beautiful. She is always attracting men, and she needs to keep rejecting poor losers. Xin Yusin was feeling smug in her heart. Suddenly, Meng Yu walked into the private room wearing a top-of-the-line Armani suit, attracting everyone's attention. Men with a little knowledge even exclaimed in surprise. Holy shit! This is Armani Prive, a high-end custom-made suit. Which rich kid has wandered in here by mistake? No way. I've never seen this style of Armani before. You don't understand, do you? Armani is also divided into different grades. Can a suit of Armani that costs a few $1,000s be the same as one that costs millions of dollars? Judging from the design and the leather, it's estimated that it would cost millions to make it. A suit for millions? That's too much, isn't it? What's so strange about that? I heard that several leaders of the Lighthouse country have worn Armani's custom-made men's clothing. Not to mention Prince Daipai and the Prince of Eagle country. A few million yuan of clothing is a lot for ordinary people, but for someone who casually does a business that is a dollar and a dime, it's just a drop in the bucket. I'm hopeless. I'm hopeless. So what is this big shot doing in our box? Could it be the blind date guy? Are you teasing me? If you have the money to dress like this, why do you need to go on a blind date? If he is the blind date guy, I'll eat this table right here. I'll eat the tableware. You're killing me. Is that even possible? You know what kind of parents Meng's parents are, right? Yes. I even went to his home for tea last time. His home is so ordinary, and he is still using a big-ass TV. Meng Yu's face changed when he heard the words big-ass TV. He had long wanted to get his parents a new LCD HD TV, but they always said that the old TV wasn't broken and that it would be a waste of money to get a new one. When he thought of the 1,000 yuan that his mother had just given him, Meng Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. I'm Meng Yu, and you must be Qin Yusin, right? Wei. However, before Meng Yu could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by Qin Yusin. We don't match. I never thought you would become such a person. You waste your parents' hard-earned money by renting high-end brand-name replicas for blind dates. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Yusin said with a heavy heart. She said what she thought, and because of Qin's mother, Qin Yusin and Meng's mother had a good relationship. Otherwise, she would have simply refused Meng Yu and it would have been over. Why bother with all these tricks? Meng Yu's eyebrows slightly raised, and he looked at Qin Yusin with a strange look in his eyes. You may have misunderstood. Which of his clothes is a fake Armani? Which clothes are rented? How would he not know? Could it be that Morong Qianyu was cheated by a crook when she bought the clothes? This is unlikely. Which black shop in Nanhang City would dare to pass off inferior goods in front of Morong Qianjin? That would definitely be a living nuisance. Shin Yusin smiled contemptuously, crossed her arms, and said in a threatening tone, "Do you dare to say that you bought these clothes with your own money?" Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, "No, but, there is nothing but. I don't want to waste my time with people like you. Let's eat. I'll tell my mom when I get back." Shin Yusin pouted. Having been interrupted twice in a row, Meng Yu's face was not looking too good either, but for the sake of the good relationship between the two families, he did not refute anything. Let her fly for a while now. The higher she flies, the harder she will fall. When the truth comes to light, she will surely be ashamed of her arrogant remarks at this time. What he really wanted to say was that although Morong Chinyu bought the clothes for him, he also invested 100 yuan in Morong Chinyu, which is equivalent to 100 billion yuan. When you add it up, these clothes are not a big deal. Chapter 56. You have no quality or cultivation. The relatives and friends in the box pointed and criticized, especially those who had set up flags, and they were even more angry at being slapped in the face. Damn it! This guy is shameless, isn't he? He actually used his parents' hard-earned money to rent designer clothes for a blind date? I really want to give this man a big slap in the face for using his parents' hard-earned money to satisfy his own vanity. I shouldn't have set a flag just now. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly, but this Meng really doesn't deserve to be a human being, does he? I agree. He was wearing designer clothes that someone else had bought for him, and he acted as if it was his right to wear them. He was shameless. In my opinion, this is not a real Armani, but a high-quality imitation A-goods produced by a factory. It is indeed very realistic, and even I, an Armani lover, was fooled. If I didn't know that Meng's mother was a supermarket employee, I wouldn't believe that this was a fake. Alas! I had a little sympathy for the Meng boy. After all, we brought 15 people to the blind date to eat for free, which was a bit excessive, but he really is not a good person. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. These people are somewhat self-aware and know that it is excessive to bring 15 relatives and friends on a blind date. The waiter came to refill the dishes. The dishes on the table were already being eaten, and Meng Yu had no interest in eating other people's leftovers. The young waitress walked into the private room with the menu, and although she didn't say anything, the way she looked at Meng Yu also had a hint of contempt. After all, it's not a glorious thing to be a freeloader. What would you like to add to your order? Bring me 2 servings of your best dishes. For the wine, bring the best you have. Start with 20 bottles, after all, there are so many people here. Meng Yu said calmly. The waitress's contemptuous look flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled politely. Sir, our dishes are quite large, so if you order 2, you may not be able to finish them. As for the best wine, it is quite expensive. It is aged Maotai, and a bottle is about 30,000 yuan. Meng Yu waved his hand and said, "That's fine. Just do it my way." Expensive? How dare you say that a bottle of 30,000 yuan Fei Tian Maotai is expensive? Where is the 600,000 yuan bottle of 90-year-old Kanda wine? Where is the palace wine that costs millions of yuan? However, Meng Yu also knew that the small county town of his hometown could not be compared to a first-tier city like Nanhang, not just in terms of wine and food, but even the waiters. The waiters at Wanhao Restaurant and Dumper Restaurant would never show their dissatisfaction with the guests on their faces, even if they were dissatisfied with the guests. This young waitress was about to write on her face, "I look down on people like you who are living off their parents," which made Meng Yu feel a little uncomfortable. Of course, he doesn't care about the attitude of a waiter, and he certainly doesn't deliberately target a waiter. That would be too humiliating. Meng Yu sat at the table with fewer people, and Qin Yusin sat at the other table. However, the guests at this table all stood up, preferring to squeeze into the other table with a dozen people rather than sit with Meng Yu. The good wine and food were served. Meng Yu was alone at the table, eating by himself, and he was quite content. After a day and a night, he had already gotten used to the rich lifestyle. He tasted a little of everything, and if he couldn't finish it all, he just threw it away. After all, he didn't need to worry about money, and the leftovers that were thrown away wouldn't go to waste. They would be sent to the pig farm by the restaurant in the Land of Plenty. The discussion at the neighboring table became more and more unconcealed. This guy's face is really big. Could it be that he's an idiot with extremely low emotional intelligence? Gee, what a waste of his parents' hard-earned money. What did Meng's parents do in their previous life to deserve such an ungrateful son? I guess Meng's parents have been saving up for years, but he has already spent all the money they saved. I heard from Chin's mother that Meng's parents' passbooks were all handled by him, and it is estimated that all the money in them has been embezzled. If that's true, then this Meng Yu is really a beast. That's right. Meng's parents have worked hard for most of their lives, and now that they are getting old, they are counting on that money to support them in their old age. I really want to beat him up. Dazhuan, don't be impulsive. If this shameless man lies on the ground and blames you, you won't have anywhere to go to reason with him. Oh, I suddenly realized that this Meng kid ordered so much good wine and food. Is he planning to run away? We have to keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. If he runs away, it's fine. After all, none of the wine on our table has been touched, and only the bottle he drank has been opened. At worst, we can treat him to a meal and consider it a waste of good wine. Don't say it. Meng Yu really felt like going to the bathroom. After all, he hadn't gone to the toilet since leaving Nanhang City for the county seat, and now that he had eaten and drunk, it was only natural that he wanted to go to the toilet. Waiter, where is your toilet? The eyes of everyone in the private room were drawn to Meng Yu, and the looks they gave him were full of undisguised contempt. You just want to pee, don't you? Who is a fool these days? The young waitress's mouth twitched fiercely. She felt that her 3 views had been smashed to pieces by the blind date in front of her. How could there be such a brazen person in this world? It's fine to run away from a blind date. After all, the woman was not a kind person, and she brought 15 relatives and friends to the blind date. But he actually used his parents' hard-earned money to rent clothes and ordered 2 tables full of expensive food and wine to show off. This kind of behavior of living off his parents is really outrageous. The 2 tables of food cost nearly 10,000 yuan. The wine was even more expensive, costing around 30,000 yuan per bottle. He's not afraid that he'll immediately ascend to heaven after drinking. Now he's even playing the little trick of peeing his way out. Over there. The young waiter squeezed out a very reluctant polite smile and pointed at the direction of the toilet with his middle finger. Meng Yu laughed in silence, without explaining, and got up and walked in the direction of the toilet. However, Qin Yusin suddenly stopped him, saying, Meng, if you want to run away, just say so. You're so sly and clever. Are you a man? Do you want to come and see for yourself if I am a man? As for running away from the bill? Don't judge a book by its cover. You brought 15 people to a blind date, and I won't do the same. Meng Yu's eyes flashed with impatience, and a hint of sarcasm curled his lips. Is this girl a hypochondriac? Why is she talking so loudly? Does she take other people's tolerance for granted? Or does she really think he doesn't have a temper? Meng Yu has more money than the richest man in the world, so he probably doesn't need to run away to avoid paying the bill. Isn't this a fairy tale? Qin Yusin was despised by Meng Yu, a man she looked down on. She immediately broke her guard. She no longer cared about being virtuous and reserved, and shouted angrily. Rogue! You are a college graduate, don't you have any basic qualities? You didn't even pay the bill, did you? You drank 30,000 yuan worth of wine in 1 bottle, and you can't afford it. You ordered more than 20 bottles, and you can't afford it. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He opened the zipper of his Armani jacket, reached into his inside pocket and grabbed a wad of bills, and slapped them on the table. Waiter, the check. The crumpled $100 banknotes shimmered in the light of the private room. The people in the box looked straight at the banknotes, and when they thought about the huge wealth behind the money, even their breathing stopped for a moment. Chapter 57, Do I, Meng, need to run away from the bill? Ah, this. The young waitress' eyes widened. Mr. Meng, you don't need so many banknotes. Just the smallest denomination, a penny, is enough. And we need to find change in the store, which will take up some of your valuable time. Meng Yu neatly pulled out a 1-cent note and slipped it into her hand. Then he turned his head and looked at Qin Yusin indifferently. It's just a little money for food and drink. Do I, Meng, need to run away from the bill? You're too small-minded. After saying that, Meng Yu quickly walked out of the private room. The young waitress quickly chased after him, with a smile of flattery and ingratiation on her face, following behind Meng Yu and softly reminding him of the location of the restroom in real time. Her attitude could be said to have reversed 180 degrees. Because when she saw a stack of banknotes, She thought she had been cheated by these freeloaders. Renting clothes and showing off with their parents' hard-earned money? Peeing to escape the bill? What are you talking about? Does a rich young man who carries more than 100 banknotes need to rent clothes to show off? He even rehearsed his lines and made it sound real, tricking her. Do these freeloaders think that if 3 people say it, it becomes the truth? As for the girl's excuse for not paying the bill, that's even more of a joke. More than 100 yuan is more than 100 billion naira. It's more than enough to buy all the restaurants in the county, so why would such a big shot need to run away from a bill? And he's trying to run away from a bill of more than 40,000 dinars? Holy shit! Does this blind date think she's an idiot? Or is she upset about marrying into a wealthy family? Everyone else prays to the gods and Buddhas, but they can't get a chance to go on a blind date with a top-notch young master from a wealthy family. She's good, she's tricked the young master into coming here and made him sick. Please be a human being, blind date girl. If you don't want this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you can give it to her. She brought 15 relatives and friends to the blind date, and she slandered the young master of the wealthy family for trying to get out of paying the bill. If she had filmed the whole process, it would have been a perfect candidate for a video collection of blind date confusion. Qin Yusen was completely confused. The elders of the Meng and Qin families have been close for a long time, and Meng's mother has treated her like a half-daughter. How come she never knew that Meng Yu was so rich? Although Qin Yusen always felt that she was not a gold-digging woman. Because she herself is in good condition, with a 985 bachelor's degree, and quite good professional skills, and after graduation, she successfully applied for a middle-level management position in a large enterprise, with a lot of room for future promotion. With her qualifications, marrying an ordinary male citizen of the imperial capital is not a big deal. But all of this, in front of the more than 100 gold banknotes, is like a bubble, fragile and easily broken. Qin Yusen looked in the direction Meng Yu had disappeared to, recalling the aggressive words he had just said, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. First of all, from the moment Meng Yu walked in the door, she had a preconceived idea that the Armani private suit he was wearing was a fake, because she knew his family situation, so she subconsciously thought he couldn't afford such clothes. But she never thought that Meng Yu might have bought it with his own money. Now Qin Yusen thinks about the humble gentlemanly demeanor Meng Yu showed at the time, and the caustic tone she used at the time, she can't help but slap herself 2 slaps. She didn't know whether Meng Yu was a god or a human being, but she felt like a real dog. Then, she even suspected that Meng Yu had used the hard-earned money of his parents. This was a big joke. How could a man who carried hundreds of dollars with him be a freeloader? The money that Meng's parents earned in their entire lives probably doesn't add up to even $1, right? No. It's definitely not. $1 is 10 billion NTD. Not to mention ordinary families like Meng Yu's, even Walla families can't imagine earning $1 in their entire lives, can they? Therefore, Meng Yu definitely has no chance of being a sponger. What she and her relatives and friends just said is slander. They are all smearing Meng Yu. But did Meng Yu say anything? No. He just smiled calmly, remained silent, and endured the gossip alone. He calmly drank and ate, and even generously invited them to eat the best food in the land of fish and rice. What a broad mind. Compared to her words and deeds, she is like heaven and he is like hell. No wonder she can earn hundreds of dollars. She probably won't be able to earn even a single dollar in her entire life. The most ridiculous thing of all. It was even more ridiculous when it came to the final bill. Meng Yu was just going to the bathroom, but she actually suspected that he wanted to escape the bill by peeing. With Meng Yu's terrifying financial power, does he need to run away from the bill? No. There is no way he would need to run away. And she also questioned his quality and cultivation. Now that I think about it, she was the one who didn't have quality and cultivation. Not only did she bring 15 relatives and friends to the blind date, and she also made malicious speculations about Meng Yu's various behaviors. This made Meng Yu, a man of great character, finally unable to bear it and directly confronted her, throwing a wad of cash on the table. When the money hit the table with a loud thud, it was also a slap in the face. Rent a suit for a blind date? Borrowing money from your parents? Running away to avoid paying the bill? All the slander and doubts were shattered the moment the 100-odd yuan appeared. Along with it, Qin Yusen's pride and will, which had always been in her heart, were also shattered. Meng Yu's image in her mind instantly changed from a useless freeloader to a powerful business tycoon. And this giant opened its bloodthirsty mouth and devoured her heart and soul. Qin Yusen lowered her head in a daze. Because she worked for a large company in the imperial capital, she understood better than most people what it meant to carry a man with more than 100 gold banknotes. More than 100 pieces is more than 100 billion naira. Ordinary wealthy people with such wealth would have long ago carefully stored it in the bank, but Meng Yu actually carried it with him and acted as if it were nothing. He's inhuman. Even the chairman of their company is extremely cautious when handling banknotes, and Meng Yu's casualness is completely incomparable. And Meng Yu didn't seem to care about money at all. This reminded Qin Yusen of a mysterious legend that was widely circulated among the upper class in the imperial capital. It was said that Mr. Meng, who was so rich that he could rival a country, had a fortune that could turn a small developing country into a developed country within 6 months. Their chairman once bluntly said that Mr. Meng was the richest person in Xia and even the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Meng has always acted in a low-key and mysterious manner, and no one knows where he is or what he is doing. However, when Qin Yusen went back to her hometown to visit her family, she heard the news that Mr. Meng had appeared in Nanhang. If Qin Yusen remembered correctly, it seemed that Meng Yu was also working in Nanhang. Could it be? Qin Yusen's face showed extreme fear. Cold sweat dripped down her back and soaked her clothes. Chapter 58, Our small shop can't break a penny. In the private room, the 15 relatives and friends brought by Qin Yusen had very interesting expressions on their faces. Ah, this is the Meng boy really a rich kid? Who are you talking about, kid? Can we call a young master like Mr. Meng, who carries hundreds of dollars with him, a kid? If you want to die, stay away from me. Don't get me into trouble with Mr. Meng. Didn't you just scold him the most? I didn't. Don't say that. I'm not like you. I've always been a staunch supporter of Meng Gongzi, and I'm determined to be the woman who gives Meng Gongzi a monkey. Shit. You're shameless. Boss Meng is not a rich second-generation heir. His parents are very poor. Although I don't know why he suddenly became so rich, I think there must be a very inspiring story behind it. Right, I felt something was wrong just now. How could a waste of money be so well-mannered? We've been acting weird for a long time, and they're not even blushing. You're a hindsight. Why didn't you stand up and remind us just now? I was right about that Armani. I'm so ashamed. You almost led me astray, I couldn't. Tell the difference between a fake and the real thing. It must be real. Mr. Meng is a man who carries more than 100 yuan with him at all times, which is equivalent to more than 10 billion yuan. It's almost too extravagant. It seems like making friends with this kind of low-key local tyrant. I wonder if Mr. Meng has a pendant on his leg? I feel like I've missed a chance to change my fate. If I had stayed at that table and got to know Mr. Meng a little better, I'm afraid I would have been able to leapfrog my father's class in the future, if Mr. Meng had just given me a little help. The same. I am also extremely remorseful. Just now, I was kicked in the head by a donkey, and I actually looked down on Boss Meng. You really have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Anyone with a brain would not have treated Boss Meng as a freeloader, and you actually disliked him. You take yourself too seriously. Do you think that Boss Meng might have looked down on us and left after paying the bill while he was in the bathroom? That would be a shame, especially for Xin. Qin's mother arranged such a good match for her, and she missed it by a hair's breadth. Won't she live in regret for the rest of her life? Absolutely. If I had encountered such a misunderstanding, I would have been devastated. What can be done? Once you say something, it's like water spilled, you can't get it back. Boss Meng must have had a bad impression of her after this blind date. After all, she was aggressive and interrupted Boss Meng's speech several times. She was like a shrew. Alas. In fact, Xin is a nice person. It's just that this misunderstanding has really cost her the biggest opportunity in her life. Who would disagree? If she had just behaved a little better, she could have had a big benefactor in her life, even if she couldn't marry Mr. Meng. Judging from her current appearance, she must have been devastated by the truth. Qin Yusen is indeed autistic. After vaguely guessing Meng Yu's hidden identity, she felt that the whole world had become gray. Her extreme regret about this blind date, mixed with her fear of the legendary big man, shattered every inch of her psychological defense. She is now like a doll in the wind, at any moment she could fall into the abyss. Mr. Meng, I'm really sorry, our boss can't be reached, and our small, broken shop in this small county really can't find a penny in the vault. I'm sorry to make you laugh. But the general manager of our land of plenty said that this time the cost will be his treat, and he hopes to make friends with you. The young waitress said carefully. She pointed to the man in the suit standing straight in the lobby. That's our general manager. However, Meng Yu waved his hand and walked past him without a glance. Sorry, I'm used to living in the big city. How about this, I'll pay for it with my Alipay, but don't worry about treating me, I don't like to owe people favors. It's not that Meng Yu is aloof. It's just that if the general manager of a small restaurant has to meet with him, then he doesn't need to do anything else in his life. You don't know. Bankers from all over the world have gathered in Nanhang just to meet Mr. Meng. The man in the suit saw Meng Yu walk straight past him without even looking at him, and knew that he had been rude. Compared to the young Mr. Meng, who casually carries more than 100 yuan, he is just a snack vendor next to the Ali group. The gap in status is too great. He knew this very well. He just couldn't help but try, because if he could really make friends with such a young master of a wealthy family, then he wouldn't mind giving up his job as the general manager of a restaurant. Following behind Mr. Meng would definitely be more promising than being a general manager in a small county. I'm sorry, Mr. Meng, you're right. Our general manager really is trying to get too high up the social ladder by wanting to meet you. I'll go get the payment code for you right now. The young waiter said respectfully. Meng Yu smiled indifferently and strode into the private room. Xin Yusin's pupils reflected the image of Meng Yu, and in an instant, she felt that her world had regained its color. From the time she was born until now, she had never thought that one day, a man would have such a huge impact on her. Meng Yu, I'm sorry for what I just said. I hope you won't take it to heart. Yusin will drink 3 cups of wine here to apologize to you. Xin Yusin stood up and bowed deeply to Meng Yu. 100 gold banknotes might not be enough to make her feel this way, but with all the rumors about Mr. Meng, Xin Yusin was already completely scared. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. It's fine. Don't be so formal. Since I'm treating, you must eat and drink well. In fact, he never felt offended from beginning to end. After all, they were scolding the freeloader who rented a dress for a blind date and then skipped out on the bill. What did he, Meng, have to do with it? Assigning the blame to the right person? The most fatal. But the people in the private room didn't think so. They were all impressed by Meng Yu's broad-mindedness. If they were in his shoes, they would have been furious if they had so much money and were treated weirdly by a bunch of poor people. Perhaps this is the quality of their upbringing? Boss Meng is indeed not an ordinary nouveau riche. He is better than them not only in terms of money, but also in other aspects. Thinking about it this way, they felt even more regretful. If time could be turned back, they would have started to get close to Meng Yu the moment he entered the room. They would even launch a pursuit offensive, and in front of a man with such excellent conditions as Meng Yu, is it wrong for them to value money over friendship? Where would they care about Xin Yusin's blind date today? You know. Even if they only had a brief marriage with Meng Yu, they could still walk around the county with this ambiguous relationship. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in the world, and all that is left is endless regret for what has been missed. Chapter 59, no matter how well you do, you're still not as good as 1 in 10,000. Although Meng Yu acted as if nothing had happened, it seemed that he was not taking the previous incident seriously. But Xin Yusin was not reckless. She took a full glass of Mao Tai and gulped it down. After 3 glasses, even though she had a good tolerance for alcohol, her cheeks were flushed. Meng Yu was still sitting alone at a table. Seeing Xin Yusin drink 3 cups of wine as punishment, his dislike for her also lessened a little. People are not made of wood or grass, so who can be heartless? After all, Xin Yusin was his childhood playmate, and the elders in his family were also close friends. Although the two grew apart after they grew up, Meng Yu didn't treat her as an enemy. The wine is open, and you should eat more. Don't be polite. It's rare that I have time to come back to my hometown. Meng Yu casually greeted. Hearing this, everyone in the private room opened bottles of aged Mao Tai. They didn't drink before because they were afraid that they would end up paying the bill. After all, 31,000 yuan for a bottle of vintage Mao Tai is definitely unaffordable for an ordinary family. Now Meng Yu has revealed his identity as a wealthy man. They naturally had no more scruples. If they missed this opportunity, they would never have the chance again. They would never be able to afford a bottle of expensive wine like this. Even the girls who don't drink alcohol made an exception and started drinking. Because a bottle of aged Maotai costs 30,000 yuan, even if it contains only plain water, it still tastes good and can be bragged about in the circle of friends for half a year. As for Meng Yu's empty table, everyone looked at it with longing, but no one got up and sat over. Before, they would not sit at the same table as Meng Yu, a waste of his parents' money. They would not sit at the same table as Meng Yu, who squandered his parents' hard-earned money on renting a restaurant for a blind date and then ran off without paying the bill. Now they dare not sit at the same table as Boss Meng. What if Boss Meng dislikes them and they are kicked out of the table? They would rather find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Didn't you see that the general manager of the restaurant wanted to treat them, but was politely declined by Boss Meng? This is the difference in social status. And most of them are just ordinary working girls, not as high status as the general manager of the restaurant. What makes them worthy of sitting at the same table as Boss Meng? Everyone in the private room had to admit it. After Meng Yu's showdown, and seeing the hundreds of gold banknotes with their own eyes, they were extremely self-conscious. Relatively speaking, Qin Yusin is after all a 985 high-achieving student who has returned from the imperial capital, so she has less of an inferiority complex. After drinking 3 cups of self-imposed punishment, she seemed to have regained a little of the feeling of her childhood, looking at Meng Yu and saying, "Meng Yu, big brother, are you going back to Nanhang soon?" Well, Meng Yu looked at Qin Yusin with surprise. She saw a faint trace of her childhood self in her. At that time, Qin Yusin was still a good student who only cared about studying. She was thin and small, and because her grades were so good, she was often bullied by the class bully because she was isolated by her classmates. It was common for them to draw on her school uniform and throw caterpillars into her teacup. Once, Meng Yu couldn't stand it anymore and beat up the bully, causing him to bleed from his nose. Later, because of the fight, both of them were given a severe lecture by the director of education and their parents were called in. Since then, the bully has avoided him. And Qin Yusin often came to play with him after class, and the two of them often went home together after school. But these are all old stories. As they grew older, their childhood friends grew further apart, both in terms of distance and in terms of their hearts. Meng Yu, I was just a little disappointed that you didn't turn out to be the person I hoped you would be. Of course, I must have been a bit carried away, thinking that because I had been admitted to a 985 university and was working as a manager in a big company, I could point you out from on high. Qin Yusin poured another glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. With the wine in her head, she also shed her pretenses and said what was on her mind. No scheming, no showing off, no utilitarianism. This is not a blind date, just 2 childhood friends, briefly meeting again after a long absence, simply catching up. You've done well for yourself. After we were separated in elementary school, you were always the top student in the eyes of your classmates and teachers. You had a smooth ride through the middle school entrance exam and the college entrance exam, and you finally got the position you wanted. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. Apart from him, Qin Yusin was probably the one who had done the best out of all the childhood friends. Like her mother, Qin Yusin is a sharp-tongued person, but when she needs help, she will do her best to lend a helping hand. When Meng Yu was a child, he also ate the stupid eggs that Qin's mother sent. There is no deep hatred between the villagers. If they have a fight, they can still go out for tea the next day. However, Meng Yu didn't feel the need for a blind date. After all, after enjoying the softness of Morong Qianyu, he really couldn't get interested in Qin Yusin in front of him. Otherwise, Meng Yu would not have been indifferent since entering the private room, allowing this blind date to gradually lose its flavor. No matter how well you do, you are still not as good as 1 in 10,000. It's ridiculous. I used to think that we were not in the same world, but now I think that's true, except that you are in a world that I can't reach. Brother Meng Yu, you are still the same as when you were a child, you like to keep a low profile too much. Qin Yusin smiled bitterly. In the 5th or 6th grade of elementary school, she had a secret crush on Meng Yu, and she even wrote several love letters in Meng Yu's desk. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that at that time, Meng Yu already had everything under control, right? Who would care about a little girl's love letter? After all, a legendary figure like him is mature for his age, which is only natural. Meng Yu raised his glass to take a sip, stroked the glass with his fingers, and smiled without saying a word. Meng Yu, big brother, you're back this time to take your parents to Nanhang City, right? Shin Yusin grabbed the wine glass, got up and walked behind Meng Yu, and whispered in his ear. It's not hard to guess. After all, Shin Yusin already knew the news of Mr. Meng's birth. Since he didn't plan to hide it anymore, it was reasonable for him to go back to his hometown to pick up his parents and take them to the city to enjoy the good life. With a breath of fresh air in his ear, Meng Yu smiled and said, "You're very clever. In that case, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again." Shin Yusin sighed. She also knew that the city of Nanhang was already abuzz with excitement, with countless bigwigs from the banking industry and other industries all looking forward to the appearance of the legendary Mr. Meng. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for Shin Yusin to see Meng Yu again. I'm afraid it's easier for an ancient commoner to meet the emperor than this. Especially when she thought about how she had ignored Meng Yu all these years, and every time she went home for the new year, she was busy meeting up with her girlfriends and never had a chance to speak to a legendary figure like Meng Yu. Shin Yusin couldn't help but shed tears of regret. If tears could bring back the perfect love she had missed, she would cry for days on end, washing her face with tears every day. But is that possible? Chapter 60, A Voucher with Love Words on the Back. Meng Yu picked up a tissue to wipe away the tears from Shin Yusin's eyes. Why are you crying? Just like when we were kids, did some bully you again? Shin Yusin heard this magnetic voice, looked at Meng Yu's handsome face, and thought that in the future she would not even have the qualifications to pursue him. The tears in her eyes rolled down like pearls on a jade plate. No. I have something in my eye. Shin Yusin said with a teary voice. Who bullied her? Of course it was Meng Yu. But is Meng Yu too low-key? Of course not. She can only blame herself for not recognizing the mountain when she saw it, and for looking at people through the crack of a door. Mr. Meng, your QR code has arrived. If you don't return the wine, it will cost 612,532 NGN. According to the discount in our restaurant, large purchases are eligible for a 10% voucher rebate, which is 7 vouchers worth 10,000 NGN. The waiter came over with the receipt code and 7 vouchers. But when she saw the sobbing blind date girl, she frowned. This blind date girl is shameless, isn't she? She was so arrogant before, and now she's pretending to be pitiful? What? Finally, you know you regret it? If you knew this, why did you do it in the first place? It's a shame for her family. I don't know how much effort they put in to arrange a blind date for her with a rich young man. But this Mr. Meng is really something. If you want a girlfriend, just tell her. In terms of looks and figure, she is not worse than this blind date. Maybe it's just that her education is a bit low. And she doesn't want a dowry, a wedding house, or a wedding car. All she wants is for Mr. Meng to snap his fingers, and she will obediently do anything for him. The waitress bit her lip and clutched the vouchers, her palms sweating with nervousness. On the back of each of these vouchers, her contact information and a line of love words were written. This was the reason why she had spent half a day writing the QR code for payment. Although she knew that it was mostly futile to do so. But she still harbors a glimmer of hope. Meng Yu took out his phone and paid 620,000 NGN by scanning the QR code. Don't ask why not pay 612,532 naira. It's lazy to ask, isn't it? Besides, Meng Yu had already treated these relatives and friends of Shin Yusin to a good meal, and he didn't mind giving the waitress a little extra tip. After all, although the waitress was not professionally qualified, she was young and pretty. She flattered him and called him Yu for a long time, and Meng Yu was still quite comfortable. Since he was served so well, he should be rewarded. This is Meng Yu's generosity. Mr. Meng, you gave 7468 NTD more than you should have. The young waitress reminded him. Meng Yu said indifferently, that's your tip. The young waitress was very excited. She was very excited. She knew that the wages of catering service employees in small towns were generally not high, and her monthly salary was only 2,000 NGN. This tip from Meng Yu was equivalent to more than 3 months of her salary. This was the biggest tip she had ever received in her life. Meng Yu's action undoubtedly strengthened her resolve. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Meng. Please accept these vouchers. You are welcome to come again. The young waitress handed Meng Yu 7 vouchers, trembling. However, she never expected After receiving it, Meng Yu casually handed it to Qin Yusin. You take it. I'm not used to using vouchers. That's true. In the case of having too much money and not being able to spend it all, the few tens of thousands of rands saved by the voucher is really not even worth mentioning for Meng Yu. It was even a hindrance, like garbage. This? The young waitress said she was stupid. But she didn't dare say anything, and could only watch helplessly as the voucher with her contact information and romantic message on the back was grabbed by the blind date. Meng Yu didn't know that the young waitress had these thoughts, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. You see. He only orders the best dishes and drinks the most expensive wine. Women? Of course, he only wants the most beautiful ones. Besides, beautiful women are not all just pretty faces. A high-quality family heiress like Morong Qinyu is not only good-looking, but also has better values in all aspects than Qin Yusin. And Morong Qinyu's favorability rating is as high as 80 out of 100. As long as Meng Yu doesn't abuse her, I'm afraid she will devote her life to him without asking for anything in return. Of course, Meng Yu is certainly not that stupid. He knows who is good to him and who is trustworthy. Qin Yusin took the voucher worth 70,000 NGN and put it in her bag. She looked at Meng Yu, who was getting up to leave, and said fondly, Meng Yu, I'll call a car to take you home. No need, my wife is here to pick me up. I wanted to tell you when I first came in, but you interrupted me. Meng Yu shrugged. After all, Wang Lingyue is pretending to be his girlfriend, so she shouldn't mind being a shield for him, right? Qin Yusin couldn't help but think of the scene when Meng Yu first entered the private room. He was dressed in a fine Armani suit and looked very handsome, but she had already formed a preconceived opinion of him, and directly accused him of renting the clothes with his parents' hard-earned money. What a ridiculous slander! She really doesn't deserve to be his blind date. Then, brother Meng Yu, I'll walk you to the door. Don't refuse me. Even if I'm not lucky enough to marry you, I'm at least your childhood friend, right? After today, I'm afraid I'll only be able to see you on the screen. Qin Yusin pleaded softly. Meng Yu was secretly pleased that the former top student in elementary school, the top student in middle school, and the top student in a 985 university were begging him to see her off. He nodded slightly to agree. Qin Yusin followed Meng Yu out of the private room, and her 15 relatives and friends also followed out of the room on their own initiative. After having a good meal, it would be rude not to see the host off. The gate of the restaurant in the land of fish and rice. Meng Yu looked at the streets of his hometown with interest. Although it was a small county, it was the place where he was born and grew up, and it had special significance for him, carrying too many memories for him. From kindergarten to elementary school, to junior high school and high school, and finally receiving an admission letter from Nanhang University, he left his hometown and went to Nanhang City to study. The 4 years of university life passed by slowly, and after graduation, his job search was bumpy. Looking back, it was as if he were still a child. Qin Yusin was following behind her, and her eyes were full of awe and a hint of adoration. Suddenly, a burgundy Maserati sports car came speeding up, and the car's rear end swung violently, stopping 3 meters in front of Meng Yu. You have not failed to live up to your name. Ling Yu finished your task 54 minutes ahead of schedule. The soft voice of Wang Ling Yu came from the Maserati. The last bit of fantasy that Qin Yusin had in her heart was completely shattered when the beautiful Wang Lingyue appeared. It is true that a man as outstanding as him. There will never be a shortage of beautiful women around him. Chapter 61, Building a Railway to the County Seat. I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Wang Lingyue walked down from the driver's seat of the Maserati with her long, white legs shining, and walked slowly towards Meng Yu. She was pretending to be Meng Yu's wife, and she was very convincing. A slim-fitting red-bottom gold-embroidered phoenix pattern cheongsam outlined her charming slender curves, and she had already stunned the audience the moment she appeared, not to mention in this small county, but in the international metropolis of the City of Magic. With a 98-point figure, Wang Lingyue is tall enough to crush many international supermodels. The drool from the mouths of the onlookers and passers-by was flowing. Damn! When did such a big demon come to Feng County? I don't believe it without 10,000 years of experience. Great dragon! Demon, show your true form. I can't take it anymore. I'm applying to become a layperson. You guys are just kidding. She's obviously a star from a big city. She looks even better in person than she does on TV. And her figure is amazing. What are you looking at? You'll make your eyes pop out if you keep staring. Honey, listen to my defense. Oh, no. It's an explanation. Wipe your drool. There's nothing to explain. If you like her, go for it. If you can afford the Hermes bag she's carrying with her salary for a year, then go for it. Don't think too much. She's obviously here for the handsome Armani guy. Wow. This handsome guy is too low-key, isn't he? I didn't notice him until you mentioned him. He's handsome and has good taste. And he looks like he's rich. Not only is he rich. I'm a waitress in a wealthy area, and I just heard from a colleague that this Meng boy carries around more than 100 gold banknotes. The kind that you see on TV, with anti-counterfeiting, anti-theft, and anti-robbery features. AWSL. More than 100? Yes. 100 or so is over 100 billion NGN. Shocked? When my colleague mentioned it, I was also shocked. No wonder his girlfriend is so beautiful. The value of a girlfriend is indeed directly proportional to the value of her wallet. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Good news? Bad news? It seems that he did ask Wang Lingyue to go to Feng County to talk about investment matters. After all, he is now a wealthy man. When he returns to his hometown, he naturally cannot forget to give back to his hometown and its people, and it is only natural that he should help to promote the development and construction of his hometown. But why did Wang Lingyue come up with a good news and a bad news? Let's talk about the bad news first. I'd like to see how badly you can mess things up. Meng Yu said calmly. He was already mentally prepared for the worst. Wang Lingyue looked a little ashamed. I accidentally spent 100 yuan on you. Because I heard that your hometown is preparing for railway construction, I thought that building a railway was a good thing, so I asked the officials. The officials said that they were still short of 100 yuan, so I donated it on your behalf. After saying this, Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Yu weakly, afraid that Meng Yu would get angry and scold her for spending money recklessly. In fact, before donating, she had considered asking Meng Yu for permission, but after thinking about it, she dismissed the idea. Since Meng Yu had given her the task, she should be able to complete it independently. If she had to ask Meng Yu about everything, then what was the point of having a special assistant? If she is just a messenger, who can't do it? Although 100 yuan is a lot of money, it is only a drop in the bucket compared to Meng Yu's wealth. Building a railway? That's a great thing. $100 is nothing. Meng Yu smiled. If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. What is $100? Before the price of goods depreciated 1 billion times, it might be enough to pay for the next meal, but not even enough to buy a piece of railroad track. But in the present day, $100 is equivalent to 100 billion New Zealand dollars. It is an astronomical sum. But if it can be used to support the construction of the hometown and build a railway that goes directly to Feng County, then this 100 yuan is naturally a worthwhile investment that will benefit the people of the hometown. And in the long run, spending money on building a railway is definitely much better for the development of Feng County than direct investment. Wang Lingyue's investment is not small, and Meng Yu is quite satisfied. As the saying goes, it is better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. This is also true for Feng County, which is developing. If Wang Lingyue spent 100 yuan on commercial investment, it would certainly improve the local government's financial report in a short period of time, creating the illusion of economic prosperity. But how long can this illusion created by money last? This is a small county with poor transportation. And no matter how much money there is, there will come a time when it runs out. At that time, Feng County will probably be reduced to its original state, and Meng Yu's investment will be wasted, fattening the local merchants for nothing. The people around him were shocked and started talking about it. My goodness! There is a strong man in our county. If it's true that he donated 100 yuan to build a railway, that would be a great benefit to the town and his name would go down in history. But can this man be so rich? Yes. It makes sense that a Maserati costs a few million, but to drive such a car and donate 100 yuan to repair the railway? That makes sense. I don't believe it. You guys really shouldn't say that. I heard from a friend in a construction company that our county is really planning to build a railway. But I heard that the funds are tight and they haven't been able to get any money, so it hasn't been finalized yet. Don't be skeptical. Look at the official website for the news. The local group is going crazy. Let me see. The official letter of thanks from the county government reads, "Thank you, Mr. Meng, for your donation of 100 yuan, which will be used for railway construction. The funds will be supervised by a branch of the Nanhang Bank in a county town." Fog grass. It's true. The official hammer is in. It's a rare sight. This man is so generous, isn't he? He donated a railway? Exactly. What kind of a man is this? Everyone else donates millions of dollars, but he donated $100 to build a railway. He's inhuman. I worship the big man. Qin Yusen and her entourage were also stunned. They had originally wanted to see Meng Yu off, but when Wang Lingyue got off the bus and amazed everyone, they were too ashamed to say a word. They thought to themselves, what a perfect match. However, what they never expected was that Meng Yu had such a big handwriting when he returned to his hometown. He donated a whole 100 yuan to his hometown county to build a high-speed railway that goes straight to the county seat. Is this something that a person can do? Although the Feng County government had long had plans, it just lacked a large amount of funding, but that's still 100 yuan. That's 100 billion yuan in renminbi. Who in Feng County, except Meng Yu, could do that? Even in Xia, which big shot could donate 100 billion nai to his hometown to build a railway? They would call Meng Yu the eternal god of Feng County. The people of the entire Feng County area will definitely remember Meng Yu's kindness for generations to come. You, don't forget, I have another piece of good news. Do you want to guess? Wang Lingyue smiled mysteriously. Chapter 62, a memorial tablet? That's not necessary. There is another piece of good news. After preliminary discussions, the Feng County government said they would erect a monument to your achievements, so that your generosity will be remembered by the people of Feng County. I think it's a good idea, so I agreed on your behalf. Wang Lingyue was a little happy. Because, in her heart, she already considered Meng Yu her fiancé. It makes her feel honored that her fiancé will be remembered by the local government with a monument in his hometown, and his name will be immortalized. He is a man who has entered her heart. Not only is he tall and handsome, he is young and promising, and needless to say, he is rich enough to rival a country. But this kind of feeling of not forgetting one's original intentions and benefiting the hometown makes her feel a tingling sensation in her heart. If she can walk into the heart of such a man with feelings and loyalty, he should not abandon her, right? Just like the vows of love in the wedding hall. No matter what happens, whether it be sickness, poverty, or death, they will be together for life. It must be. Wang Lingyue quietly encouraged herself. You have to know that a woman like Wang Li, who is of average looks and his poor character, has been enjoying Meng Yu's favor for 7 years because she was the first to meet him. She, Wang Lingyue, is 100 times better than Wang Li. However, Meng Yu's indifferent words interrupted her rosy fantasy. A monument? No need. I've only done a small thing that I could do with my hands. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Although it is very cool to leave a name on a monument for eternity. But he really doesn't feel like he's done anything great? It was just $100 to repair the road. Before the world's value has dropped 1 billion times. $100? It's not even his daily salary. Because of this small amount of money, he was recorded in the county records. Is this appropriate? Meng Yu didn't feel it was appropriate. Wang Lingyue smiled wryly at this, and indeed he was too low-key. If it were someone else, they would probably be scrambling to get this opportunity to be remembered forever. You see, many scholars, literati, and wealthy merchants have racked their brains to be remembered in history, but he has rejected it with a relaxed face. That's true. A young and capable person like him still has a long life ahead of him, and there are too many opportunities to leave a lasting mark in history. However, what Meng Yu didn't expect was that Qin Yusen wouldn't give up on him. Meng Yu, you donated 100 yuan to build the railway, and the county is going to erect a monument in your honor. Don't refuse, or the people of Feng County won't be able to forgive you. Qin Yusen pleaded with a look of adoration on her face. It was only now that she truly understood. It turns out that the ordinary past was Meng Yu's low-key attitude. He has always been a true strong man, but he just doesn't show it. Her 15 relatives and friends also spoke to persuade him. Brother Meng, please say yes. You donated money to Feng County to build roads, which will benefit the people for generations to come. You deserve it. Yes. This is just a small token of our appreciation. We all know that you are worth at least 1,000 pieces of gold, and you don't care about this small amount of fame and fortune, but this is the only thing we can do for Feng County. It's amazing that a person as famous as Meng would come from such a small town. Brother Meng is so handsome. He has the bearing of a gentleman. Yes. My girlish heart can't help but want to charge into battle. Brother Meng, please say yes. After hearing the story, the onlookers and passers-by also joined in the persuasion. Mr. Meng is a righteous man. It is only right that he should build a railway for the people of Feng County, erect a monument in his honor, and be recorded in the county annals. That's right. You don't have to be so modest. You spent 100 yuan. That's 100 billion yuan in today's money. In my opinion, not only should a monument be erected and recorded in the history books, the entire county should come to Mr. Meng's house to thank him. It would be best to hold a banquet for the people to thank Mr. Meng for his kindness. I agree. With Mr. Meng's railway, it will be much more convenient to travel far away in the future, and you won't have to squeeze onto the bus. And I heard that Mr. Meng is funding the construction of the highest grade high-speed railway. It's the fastest in the world. You can ride the most advanced rail trains. Of course. Mr. Meng has invested 100 billion yuan, which is more than enough even if it is the highest configuration. Mr. Meng is really amazing. Yes. I'm in the second year of high school and have already decided to apply to Nanhang University. I don't even want to go to Qingbei University, because it's Mr. Meng's alma mater. When I get into Nanhang University, I'll follow in Mr. Meng's footsteps. Also, Mr. Meng's wife has been appointed as the supervisor of a branch of the Nanhang Bank to ensure that every penny is put to good use. Hey! I heard that the wife is the president of the Nanhang Bank. Wow! Mr. Meng is really something, isn't he? He went to Nanhang University and ended up marrying the president of Nanhang Bank. And Mrs. Meng is very young and beautiful. To be able to sit in this position at such a young age, I'm afraid her family background is also very prominent. If I could marry such a wife, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Wake up! Mr. Meng and the president's wife are a perfect match. They are a perfect couple. You should just settle for a village girl and stop dreaming. Can you even imagine Mrs. Meng? Are you afraid that the villagers will find out and break your legs? I was wrong. I wish Mr. and Mrs. Meng a long and happy marriage. May you have a son soon. So, Mr. Meng, don't refuse everyone's good intentions. Otherwise, the people of the county will feel very guilty. Meng Yu was shocked. Would his refusal make the people of the county feel guilty? Then he really hasn't thought this through. The folks in his hometown are really simple-minded, and they actually feel guilty about such things. I have to say, this makes Meng Yu a little hesitant. You, look how enthusiastic the villagers are. If you don't agree, they'll probably all kneel down and beg you not to leave. Do you really want to see them kneel? Besides, I think the villagers are right. Wang Lingyue reached out and embraced Meng Yu's waist, her soft body nestled in his arms, her breath like a fragrant orchid. The villagers are right. Every word of it touched her heart. Wang Lingyue was delighted to hear this. Especially when the villagers said, "May Mr. and Mrs. Meng live happily together for 100 years. May you have a son soon." She felt that these villagers were really good at talking. And they were talking about things that would happen in the future. Such honest words. Really. Wang Lingyue hopes to hear this every day in the future, because it is really pleasing to the ear and goes straight to her heart. Meng Yu smiled helplessly. Since I can't refuse such a generous offer, I won't pretend to be high and mighty. I'll let the county government handle the monument and the entry in the county records. But remember not to falsify the facts. If it says 100, then write 100. Don't write more just to save face. Understand? My husband is right. I will definitely remember that. But my husband, shouldn't we go home? Our mother must be getting anxious. Wang Lingyue smiled sweetly. Since she had the rare opportunity to pretend to be Mrs. Meng, she naturally wanted to indulge her mouth and call out the title she only dared to think about in her heart. For her, this feeling was too good. Unfortunately, after leaving Feng County, without the identity of Mrs. Meng, she would not dare to be so rude. So the two of them bid farewell to the villagers and left. Chapter 63. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are truly respectable. Meng Yu and Wang Lingyue rode off in a Maserati. The crowd looked at the back of the Maserati for a long time. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are really respectable. They are so young and have already started to give back to society. Yes. And did you notice that this Maserati is not the top model? It is probably worth only a few $1,000,000, which is not at all commensurate with Mr. Meng's wealth. Alas! You don't understand. A truly great person always drives according to his preferences, not the price. To be honest, for Mr. and Mrs. Meng, what's the difference between a car that costs a few million naira and one that costs tens of billions? If they can afford to spend 100 naira on a car, can they not afford to spend a dime on a supercar? Yes, but it's not necessary. A few million sports cars are more than enough. Is it really worth it to spend 100 million on a luxury car? Although Mr. Meng is rich, he is not a fool. How much of a 100 million luxury car is paying an IQ tax? People with a lot of money are stupid? Exactly. I think those rich people are deliberately trying to be pretentious, but Mr. Meng is different from them. With his wealth, he doesn't need a luxury car worth hundreds of millions to show off. Exactly, how many of those who drive luxury cars worth hundreds of millions are really big shots? I'm afraid they're all second-generation masters who are living off their parents. Any second-generation master with a little ambition wouldn't spend 100 million on a car. After all, cars are consumables, and they're not worth much after 3 years. Forget it. We people with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan don't need to worry about the affairs of billionaires. As long as we know that Mr. Meng is the best, we're done. Mr. Meng is so handsome. I don't want to be with my current boyfriend anymore. What should I do if I want to have a baby with Mr. Meng? Me too. Besides, I was the school beauty queen at Feng County No. 2 Middle School, so I should be worthy of a hero like Mr. Meng, right? School flower? Don't even dream about it. Mrs. Meng is the beautiful bank president. What can a school flower compare to a bank president? I think you're thinking about peaches. You don't even know what Mrs. Meng looks like. I guess even international supermodels would be jealous of her. You're just a yellow-haired girl with a baby face. You don't even know what A is, do you? You. Humph. I just have dreams. Dreams are not the same as daydreams. With your looks, you're not even good enough to be Mr. Meng's concubine. Be a concubine? If it's a hero like Mr. Meng, I can consider it. After all, a powerful figure like him would be a capable minister in ancient times, and a hero in troubled times. I can totally accept 3 wives and 4 concubines. What the hell? You said you wanted a man who was faithful. Be faithful? That's for ordinary guys. For a man with the charisma of Mr. Meng, I'm afraid no girl would have the confidence to be his one and only. How many outstanding women throughout the ages have yearned for the emperor, even though they knew there were 3,000 beauties in the harem? You're not thinking about peaches, you're thinking about peaches. Cut it out. I'm too lazy to explain to you straight men. You're no match for Mr. Meng. Let's go, sisters. Let's get Mr. Meng a fan club at No. 2 Middle School. Are these little girls sick? Mr. Meng is a bull, but he has nothing to do with them. If they want to get close to Mr. Meng, they have to be attractive to him. A bunch of female cats in heat, they're nothing. Well, it's not that bad. We boys like goddesses like Mrs. Meng, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. It's normal for girls to like Mr. Meng. It's better than liking some packaged pop star. That's true. Mr. Meng is 1,000 times better than those people. Spending 100 yuan to build a railway in his hometown is a real man. I admire him. Who isn't? Wang Lingyue was driving a Maserati on the way to Meng Yu's house. Meng Yu was going to drive, but Wang Lingyue declined. Although she was now pretending to be Mrs. Meng, she wasn't stupid enough to take herself seriously. After all, she is still just a little assistant to Meng Yu. Even though Wang Lingyue is now the president of the Nanhang Bank, she has never forgotten that she was able to take the president's seat because of Meng Yu's support. The words the old president said to her before he stepped down of his own accord. She still remembers it very clearly. The old president warned her to cling to Mr. Meng's leg at all costs. As long as Mr. Meng stood behind Nanhang Bank, no one in the global business community would dare to touch it. And with Mr. Meng as its backing, Nanhang Bank will develop very rapidly. It is not to say that it will challenge the status of the Big Four, but surpassing local banks such as Wuxi Bank, Bonning Bank, and Jiazhanggang Bank is just around the corner. Now, as news of the close relationship between Nanhang Bank and Mr. Meng spread around the world, Nanhang Bank's status as the #1 local bank in Xiagu was taking shape, and the old president's words were proven true. Wang Lingyue could not help but sigh, the old is still the best. If it weren't for Mr. Meng's sudden appearance and his chance to climb up the social ladder, I'm afraid she would have to wait another 7 or 8 years to take over as president. I estimate that there will be a lot of money left over after the 100 yuan is used to repair the railway. I plan to arrange for someone from the bank to come here to build a branch. On the one hand, it will be able to better monitor the movement of funds, and on the other hand, it will be able to provide financial support for the development of Feng County on a continuous basis. Wang Lingyue asked for instructions. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, it seems that you, the president, are not a useless drunkard. He speaks his mind. Before this investment in the railway, he had always thought that Wang Lingyue was a bit dull. She was able to take the position of deputy head of the South Hangzhou Bank only because of the Wang family's influence. But Wang Lingyue gave him a little surprise. Oh, you're not going to bully me like that, you? I'm going to tell Qianyu when I get back to Nanhang. Wang Lingyue pouted. Okay, I know that my abilities are not as good as those of Morong Qianyu. After all, we are best friends, and I know how strong she can be when she is crazy. I am afraid that apart from the one from the Eastern family in the imperial capital, no young woman in Xia can match her. Mr. Meng, you may not know because you live in the city, but Qianyu is known as the Phoenix Child of Nanhang. However, if it is only in the banking industry, I am after all a professional, and I am definitely not worse than Qianyu. Wang Lingyue said with a dignified tone. She had long since made up her mind about her lack of ability, and that was to specialize in one field. Oriental in the imperial capital? Qianyu is the Phoenix Child of Nanhang? Meng Yu looked thoughtful. He remembered that there was an Oriental teaching with a favorability progress, 62 out of 100, in the list of good matches on the host's panel, but he had never been to the imperial capital. How could Dongfang teaching have such a high favorability rating? This is really an interesting thing. Meng Yu suddenly asked, since there is Feng Chu, who is the sleeping dragon? Of course it's Dongfang teaching. That woman is a generation of geniuses, attracting countless young talents to compete for her, but she is very arrogant and has never given her a second glance. I seriously doubt that her sexual orientation is abnormal. Wang Lingyue held the steering wheel and laughed. Behind her back, she said bad things about that woman. It's so exciting to think about it. However, she was driving without looking away, but she didn't notice that Meng Yu's expression was a little strange. The Oriental Dizzy Qing is the imperial capital Wulong? This? Meng Yu said he couldn't accept it. Did he already have a secret admirer before he got the system? Was it only because he already had a girlfriend that the other person didn't show up? Thinking about this situation, Meng Yu touched the bracelet in his pocket. It was the one he had taken back from the company. Could it be her? If it was her, everything would make sense. We're almost home. Wang Lingyue reminded him. Softly. Chapter 64. The only son of the Meng family is doing well. Kangtai Community, Old Street. The old breakfast shop with the old sign is closed, the cold fruit shop has a woman playing with her phone, and in front of the grocery store, 3 old ladies are chatting. At this moment, a burgundy Maserati drove into the street and stopped in a parking space on the side of the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The fruit shop owner put down her phone and her eyes lit up as she looked at the Maserati. The old couple who owned the grocery store came out of the store and saw the Zhujiang license plate. They whispered to the 3 old ladies, "Whose kid is back? He's so successful that he's bought such a flashy sports car." However, the windows of the Maserati are tinted, so it is impossible to see inside from the outside. They can only guess, perhaps it is the contractor, Fat Tiger, from room 201, building in Kangtai building, or perhaps it is Zhang San, the local celebrity from room 501, building C. Anyway, no one would mention Meng Yu. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that he is just a real estate salesman who can only afford to buy a 200,000 yuan Audi at best. Let's park here. My dad's heart isn't very good, so be careful when you talk. Meng Yu looked out of the car window at the familiar street scene, and a feeling of things being different than before came over him. He had returned for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday this year, and everything in his hometown had remained unchanged. What had changed was his mentality. Although he still had more than 100 yuan in his pocket and more than 20,000 yuan in his bank account. But with the price of goods having fallen 1,000,000,000 times, he had gone from being an ordinary worker returning from work to a titan whose savings exceeded those of the richest man in the world. I know, AU, are we going in like this? Should we change into something more normal? There are 2 sets in the trunk. Wang Lingyue asked. She knew that from now on, she would be Meng Yu's girlfriend, even if it was only a pretend one, but she would be able to meet Meng Yu's parents, which made her very nervous. Living in such an old neighborhood, Meng Yu's parents should be extremely low-key rich couples like him, right? Wang Lingyue said she could hardly imagine it. What kind of parents are so outstanding that they can give birth to a perfect man like Meng Yu? No need. Meng Yu calmly denied. High-end custom-made Armani is very expensive, but ordinary Armani is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. And not many ordinary residents in the county can recognize Armani, let alone distinguish between custom and standard. Wang Lingyue nodded gently, looking like an obedient little wife, and her eyes were full of undisguised love for Meng Yu. If she could, she really hoped that she could become Meng Yu's real girlfriend. Of course, this is not very realistic. She turned off the engine, pulled up the handbrake, took off her flat shoes and began to put on her Chanel high heels. Since this was the first time she was meeting Meng Yu's parents, even if she was only pretending to be his girlfriend, she wanted to make a good first impression on them. Meng Yu opened the car door and, as he stepped out of the Maserati, his handsome custom-made Armani suit shocked everyone who was paying attention. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Meng Yu, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. How is this possible? Isn't the Meng family's son selling houses in Nanhang City? Is the income from selling houses so high these days? He was able to afford such a luxurious car after selling for less than a year? When my son comes back, I'll let him sell houses too. Grandpa, don't joke around. This car is a Maserati Gran Turismo, which costs at least 3 million yuan. Can he afford it with the meager income from real estate agency? Is Meng really a real estate agent? Yes. That's what Meng Yu's mother said. That's strange, because Meng Gur is wearing Armani, and it's not an ordinary model. It must cost at least 100,000 rand. Shit. 100,000 rand is equivalent to my son's annual salary. Has Meng's son made a fortune? 100,000 is an underestimate. The price of custom-made Armani is hard to say. However, it is also possible that the car and clothes were rented. This is a trend among city dwellers, and Meng Gur may have learned bad habits. However, this guy only got halfway through his sentence. He was so shocked by the scene in front of him that his eyes widened and his mouth watered. Meng Yu walked to the driver's seat and very gentlemanly opened the door for Wang Lingyue. Did you change your shoes? Do you need me to carry you upstairs? Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Yu with some surprise. How could she let Mr. Meng open the door for her? This is going to ruin her life. But she suddenly realized that today she was playing the role of Meng Yu's girlfriend, so it was normal for Meng Yu to be nice to her. Looking at the gentle smile on Meng Yu's lips, Wang Lingyue felt her heart melting. If she could, she would like to make the time pass slowly. Wang Lingyue had the intention to refuse. After all, it was already a great offense to let Mr. Meng open the door, and if he were to carry her upstairs, Wang Lingyue felt that she would be ashamed to death afterwards. However, when she opened her lips, she said, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, my husband." Typical of her, she thought she didn't want to, but her mouth was honest. After she said that, she covered her lips with her hand and looked at Meng Yu pitifully, afraid that Meng Yu would be angry. However, she didn't have time to worry for long before she was picked up by a pair of strong arms. In a cry of surprise, Meng Yu held Wang Lingyue in his arms and closed the car door. The man who understood looked at the scene from afar, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and then said to the old man next to him, "I was just farting." You can rent a Maserati and an Armani, but a beautiful city wife like this is worth more than the sum of the two. This temperament, this appearance, and this exaggerated figure are absolutely amazing. Why wasn't that man me? Brother Dong said with a sour tone. But the old man didn't answer him, but looked at Wang Lingyue in a trance, saying strange things like demon turning into a human and fairy coming down to earth. The mothers who were watching from afar saw Meng Yu's familiar handsome face and their eyes immediately lit up. They didn't have any complicated thoughts. Seeing Meng Yu driving a sports car, wearing designer clothes, and bringing a beautiful wife back, their first reaction was that Meng Yu had become very successful. Isn't this a good opportunity to get closer? Little brother Meng. It's me. I'm your Aunt Lu, don't you remember? I used to hold you when you were little. The only son of the old Meng family has made something of himself. Young man, where have you been making your fortune lately? Take care of my little brat too. He's in high school, but all he does is play with his phone. I think it's better for him to hang out with you. That's right. And my daughter, do you know any reliable friends who can introduce her to me? Meng Yu was full of black question marks. To be fair, he only knows these old folks by sight, and can't even remember their names. How could he have the time to help them arrange for their children? However, Meng Yu knew that they were all old neighbors, and he guessed that Meng's mother and father were familiar with each other. He didn't want to turn them down, making it difficult for his parents. Suddenly, Meng's mother came over with a large bag of groceries. Live chickens and ducks, pork and beef, fruits and vegetables. It looked like she had just come back from the market. Chapter 65. Meng Mu must not be an ordinary woman. Mom, how can you carry so much stuff by yourself? What if you get tired and fall over? As soon as Meng Yu saw his mother, he put down Wang Lingyue in his arms and rushed to Meng Mu in 3 steps, taking over the heavy packages in her hands. Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Mu with surprise. She couldn't believe that the wrinkled, calloused middle-aged woman in front of her was Meng Yu's mother. This is completely different from the low-key noble woman she had imagined. No matter how low-key a woman is, there is no reason to stop taking care of yourself. But Meng's mother was completely plain and looked like a peasant woman. Could it be that Mr. Meng has mistaken his mother? However, Meng Yu's cold stare answered her. What are you doing, daughter-in-law? Why don't you help your mother carry something? Little brat, you think you're all grown up now? Don't you dare be rude to my future daughter-in-law. City girls are delicate, and I'm used to hard work. It's fine to ask for a little help. It's just a few steps to the market, and it's a hassle to run twice. Meng Mu glared at Meng Yu and smiled kindly. Meng Yu's smile was somewhat helpless. Hitting is painful, but scolding is love. Although his adoptive mother was not very polite, she was carrying all these vegetables for someone, and it was needless to say who. Motherly love is worthy of everyone's respect. After all, everyone was born after a mother had carried them in her womb for 9 months. Wang Lingyue's face turned pale. It's over. She had just met him and already made a fatal mistake. Mr. Meng's mother must have a bad impression of her. And the word city girl sounded so harsh. Was she being insinuated that she took herself too seriously? Honestly, she, Wang Lingyue, was just surprised by Meng's mother's appearance. That's why she didn't immediately offer to help. She didn't mean to show off her status in any way. Besides, in front of Meng's mother, she is just the president of the Nanhang Bank, so what kind of identity does she have? Mr. Meng's mother can do manual labor, so why can't she? Mom, I'm sorry, I was just daydreaming and didn't realize you were so down to earth. Wang Lingyue hurriedly walked up and took the shopping bags from Meng's mother. There were only 2 left, and Meng Mu refused to let go. Goodness! They're quite heavy. How strong must Meng's mother be to carry so many? Is she trying to blend in with the peasants? Wang Lingyue thought it was very likely. Meng Mu must have done this to experience the hardships of the common people. This is the same as Mr. Meng becoming a real estate agent and Morong Qianyu becoming a supermarket cashier. Meng Mu did not hesitate to completely transform herself into an ordinary person, abandoning her beautiful appearance and wholeheartedly pursuing great qualities. This noble woman who was above the mundane really has a mind that is beyond her imagination. And Wang Lingyue recalled the house that Meng Yu rented. Wasn't it also a dilapidated rental house? This wave. It's the older generation of bigwigs reminiscing about the good old days. They're immersing themselves in the lives of the common people and experiencing the hardships of the world. Wan Lingyue felt that she had already guessed the truth. She is indeed very smart. Meng Mu looked at Wan Lingyue kindly. Oh, daughter-in-law. Although my son is a bit harsh, he is kind-hearted, hard-working, and faithful. You won't suffer if you follow him. In fact, Meng Yu's mother didn't expect that Meng Yu would find a city wife who was so beautiful that she didn't look real, and who was diligent and sensible, unlike the spoiled brats on TV. But before Meng Yu came back, Wei Xinli briefly mentioned it to Meng Mu. He said that he had won the appreciation of a certain Mr. Morong, not only making a lot of money, but also changing to a job with a higher income. At the time, Meng Mu was still skeptical, but now that she saw Wang Lingyue, she was instantly convinced. She heard from the young man who had just returned from working that in the big city, you can't find a wife without money. Meng Yu's wife is so beautiful, I'm afraid his new job is very good, and Meng Yu has met a benefactor in his life. It is said that people in the city like local specialties. If she has the chance, she will definitely take some local specialties to the home of the Morong boss to thank him. Seeing that Meng Yu was not budging, they had to change their target and flatter Meng's mother, trying to save the country in a roundabout way. Meng Yu's mother, your child is really talented. I've always said that Meng Yu is not an ordinary person, and he will become successful sooner or later. But now that your family is rich, don't forget your neighbors on the street. That's right. Meng Yu's mother, can you help me find a job for my child? I reckon that Meng Xiaogong is a big shot in the city now, right? Meng Yu mama, you're going to be very lucky for the rest of your life. In the midst of the flattery from the neighbors, Meng's mother, who was used to being honest and obedient, agreed. She was beaming with joy, and had never been so pleased in her life. Meng's mother was not highly educated and had never been to a big city. She had worked hard for half her life, and it was only natural that she would be flattered by the neighborhood's flattery and get lost in it. Meng Yu shook his head and laughed. From this, it is absolutely the right choice for him to choose not to tell his parents about his real assets. Otherwise, Meng Yu felt that he would become the babysitter for the neighborhood kids. This is absolutely not acceptable. He is obliged to benefit his hometown and even the country and its people, but when it comes to the individual, he absolutely cannot be a babysitter. After all, why should he? No matter how much money he has earned it through the system, so why should he give it away for free? But seeing the smile on Meng's mother's face, Meng Yu could help his neighbors a little, and it would be like buying a real-life version of the Boastful Group for a small price. After all, it is up to him to decide how and to what extent he will help. Meng Yu will not be taken advantage of. Wang Lingyue was looking at her with admiration. Meng Mu's performance was so convincing that if it weren't for Meng Yu's identity and status, she would almost believe that Meng Mu was really an ignorant peasant woman. Such a deep generational transfer. Wang Lingyue suddenly realized why Meng Yu was able to hide in the city and no one could see through him. It must be because Meng Mu taught him well. In terms of experiencing life as a rich person, Wang Lingyue is willing to call Meng's mother and son the strongest. This integration is flawless, just like the real thing. Okay, everyone, let's go. Don't we have a WeChat group? If you need anything, just contact my mother. I'll help out as I can. Meng Yu said calmly. He could already imagine how Meng's mother would be the object of flattery in every group. But isn't that good? Does any woman not like compliments? Besides, his own mother deserves such respect, and will even carry even greater glory in the future, simply because she is his mother. But now, he was worried that the two elderly people would not be able to adapt, and their mentality would not be able to adjust in time, which might cause problems. As for help, he also said it depends on the situation. If it is appropriate, then he will lend a hand, but if it is not, then he will not bother. There is no problem, right? When the neighbors heard Meng Yu ask for help, they all dispersed. Meng Yu and the two others left the old street and walked into the residential area. Chapter 66, Even Mr. Meng has to save money for a rainy day? The three of them walked into the community. Meng Yu's apartment in the community was bought in 2002, when housing prices were still cheap. Meng's parents barely bought a 100 square meter apartment. More than 10 years have passed. Meng Yu has grown up, and the iron gate of the community has rusted and fallen into disuse. "Hey you, is this where you grew up?" Wang Lingyue looked curiously at the small community with very little greenery. It's hard to imagine that such a common and somewhat shabby neighborhood is home to a respected family like the Meng family. Meng Yu smiled and said, "Yes, my father and I still play badminton in that open space. Now that I think about it, it's full of memories." When it comes to Meng's father, Meng Yu turns to look at his mother with a puzzled expression and asks, "Mom, where is Dad? Is he still busy at the store?" The reason why he was so sure that his father was not at home was because if his father was at home, he would definitely not let his mother carry so many groceries. "Yes, son, daughter-in-law, let's go upstairs first," Meng's mother replied with a smile. The three of them went upstairs, and Meng's mother opened the door. Meng Yu put the bags he was carrying on the large round wooden dining table and was about to go into the kitchen to prepare the food, but was stopped by his mother. "Xiaoyu, go play with Lingyu for a while. Don't come into the kitchen and get in the way." Meng Mu went into the kitchen with the groceries and started to work. When they went upstairs, they chatted a little bit, and she also learned about Wang Lingyue's general situation, such as the fact that Wang Lingyue worked at the Nanhang Bank and how she and Meng Yu met. Of course, the key information was that Wang Lingyue followed Meng Yu's instructions and did not say anything. Wang Lingyue stood in the living room with some restraint, looking curiously at the hall, the big-ass TV, the old wooden furniture. It exuded a strong sense of the times. Since the last time I went to Meng Yu's rented house to see it. The paper airplane folded from a 2 yuan bill, the box full of gold coins, and the stack of 100 yuan bills casually placed in the pocket of her cotton-padded jacket all opened up Wang Lingyue's horizons. Wang Lingyue had a real understanding of Mr. Meng's low-key luxury. This time, she came to Meng Yu's hometown with high expectations after her previous experience. After all, this is the old house where Meng Yu has lived for more than 10 years, and it must be much more profound than a rental house. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. Everything in the living room was so ordinary, just like an ordinary family in a county town. Wang Lingyue was puzzled. Could it be that Mr. Meng really came from a common family? Or, perhaps, Mr. and Mrs. Meng have become so wealthy that they have returned to their original state and are no longer interested in any valuables. Then what is the difference between having money and not having money? Wang Lingyue said she could not accept this simple life. She was just an ordinary woman who cared a lot about her appearance and figure, but she did not want to work hard at housework and become a yellow-faced old woman. Ding! The affection progress of the perfect match, Wang Lingyue, has slightly decreased. The current affection progress is 25 out of 100. Please choose whether to remove her from the list of perfect matches. Note, before the favorability progress reaches 60, it will increase or decrease according to the host's words and deeds. The higher the favorability progress, the more stable it will become. Not for the time being. Meng Yu finished his silent prayer and glanced at Wang Lingyue expressionlessly. He brought Wang Lingyue to his hometown because Morong Qianyu had to work on a company project, and it was also a test for her. If Wang Lingyue's favorability rating still couldn't stabilize after a period of time together, then there would be no need for him to cultivate her. Reality is so cruel. After all, it is not easy to find a woman with 3 legs in this world, but women with 2 legs are everywhere. With his terrifying savings, which are several times more than the world's richest man, and the help of the system, it is not difficult to find a few beautiful women in a million, just like pinching an ant to death. How could he possibly be obsessed with a woman? Even if she was really attractive, she was only worthy of being a toy. He needs absolute loyalty from the people around him. Otherwise, how could he dare to arrange important things for them? And Wang Lingyue is not his only option at the moment. Bei Mingyin and Wei Yulan are also candidates for grooming. Especially Bei Mingyin, this little fangirl, perhaps because of idol worship. As long as Meng Yu is a little nicer to her, her favorability rating will go up. If he hadn't met Wang Lingyue earlier and if he wasn't so nostalgic, he would have actually wanted to cultivate Bei Mingyin first. Thinking about this, Meng Yu shook his head and walked into the bedroom. He would let Wang Lingyue take her chances. He certainly liked this woman, but human hearts are unpredictable. Meng Yu thought about this, put Wang Lingyue out of his mind, and walked straight into his room. Wang Lingyue was startled by Meng Yu's glance and didn't know how to make Mr. Meng unhappy. She quickly lowered her head and followed Meng Yu. Because Meng Yu is the only child in the family, he has had his own independent room since elementary school, and his parents' education is also considered relaxed. His room is still quite unique. System, didn't you say that my assets were immune to devaluation? How come the change in the room has all been devalued to NTD? Meng Yu picked up a NTD coin on the desk and asked the system in his heart. The voice of the system rang in his mind, "Dear host, because the price magic box needs to ensure rationality when transforming the world, if the money in this room that belongs to the host has not depreciated, then when your mother cleans the room or guests come to the door, it will inevitably cause some unpredictable trouble for the host. Of course, for the coins and banknotes that the host has hidden, as long as no one finds them, they will still be immune to devaluation. Moreover, for the losses that these adjustments will cause the host, the system will provide a compensation of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan in compensation?" Meng Yu nodded slightly in satisfaction. There was no doubt that the small change he had lost would never add up to 1,000 yuan. This is a windfall for him. However, since the system mentioned his secret stash of money, Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that hiding a little money was also a correct choice. As for why he hid his private money? The reason may not be easy for ordinary people to understand, and that is the sense of security that paper money brings, which a series of numbers on a mobile phone screen cannot bring. Leaving some paper money and gold in the hometown is a guarantee in case of chaos. But since he is moving back home with his parents, he will definitely take his savings with him. Meng Yu reached into the old wooden desk drawer, then reached in and fumbled around a bit, taking out a small ingot of silver and a stack of banknotes. Wang Lingyue's eyes widened when she saw this, and her mouth was so round that she could fit a large egg in it. Goodness! In this day and age, even a big shot like Mr. Meng needs to save up money? That's right. Mr. Meng is a young man like her, so of course he doesn't have the same kind of mentality as her mother, and he can't accept the idea of living a poor life without money. At that moment, Wang Lingyue felt that she had completely understood. No wonder Mr. Meng asked her to hide some things from his mother. It turns out that Mr. and Mrs. Meng didn't know that he had already revealed his identity as a wealthy man. Thinking about this, Wang Lingyue locked the door behind her. This kind of private money has to be done quietly, and the gun should not be used, dog's head to save life. Chapter 67, Earned 1,200 renminbi in a part-time job during college? Meng Yu heard the sound of the door being locked, looked up at Wang Lingyue, and handed her a stack of banknotes, indicating that she should wrap them in a Hermes bag. Wang Lingyue opened the bag slyly, looking like a stupid burglar. Wow! 1,200 yuan. Ah, you've really hidden a lot of money. Wang Lingyue exclaimed in a low voice. 1,200 yuan is 120 billion New Zealand dollars. This can buy a large company. Mr. Meng is indeed a man with no shortage of money. He just left such a large sum of money in an ordinary wooden desk. If it were to be destroyed by fire, he would be inconsolable. Wang Lingyue thought about it. That's not right either. For her, the bank president, this is indeed a huge amount of money, but for Mr. Meng, it is probably just a drop in the bucket. After all, he is the respected presence that all global banking giants look forward to seeing. How much money does Mr. Meng have? This is a world-class mystery. Even the stock market guru, Warren Buffett, can only shake his head and sigh, saying that poverty limits his imagination. Meng Yu pouts, looking at your hopeless look. I earned this money from a part-time job in college. Even if my mother finds out, it's no big deal. It's just a bit more complicated to explain. I'll tell you the truth. Meng Yu really didn't know how to explain to his parents that his bank balance had suddenly surpassed that of the richest man in the world. Let's just put it off for a day. After experiencing more things, maybe my parents will accept it calmly. Earned 1,200 yuan from a part-time job during college? Ah, this? Wang Lingyue was stunned. Making money while in college? No wonder I heard that Mr. Meng was mediocre in college and rarely participated in various organizational activities. It turns out that he spent all his energy making money. That makes sense. During the years she was in college, if there was a big project that could earn 1,200 yuan, she wouldn't have the time to participate in all the various clubs and activities. She would probably immediately drop out of school and focus on making money. That's 120 billion yuan. Compared to so much money, going to college is nothing. If you make a few hundred billion more, you can build your own university and become a trustee. Wouldn't that be great? Wang Lingyue felt her heart was more sour than eating a lemon. In the past, Wang Dalan had a small goal of 100 million, but that was fine. Wang Lingyue felt that she still had a chance to earn it. But now Mr. Meng has earned 120 billion yuan in part-time jobs during his university years. This makes her feel helpless. Not to mention this lifetime, even if it were 10 lifetimes, she probably wouldn't be able to earn this much money. Even if the entire Wang family in Nanhang combined their assets, they would probably only reach the trillion yuan level, and this is just what Mr. Meng earned from his part-time job? Is this a robbery in the stock market of the beacon country? It feels like he's making money faster than the money itself. Mr. Meng, you are truly amazing. Ling Yu is in awe. She can't believe that you were able to make 1,200 yuan while you were busy with your studies in college. If it weren't for Mr. Meng, the business world would be in darkness forever. Wang Lingyu sincerely admired him. No matter how much capital Mr. Meng has, what family background he comes from, or what kind of connections he has, he earned 1,200 yuan, and that was all down to his real abilities. Wang Lingyue felt that this was already enough. Oh, Mr. Wang, you are too kind. It's only 1,200 yuan. If you do a part-time job at university, you can probably earn much more than that. Meng Yu shook his head subconsciously. But isn't that true? What is 1,200 yuan worth before the world's value has depreciated 1 billion times? I'm afraid that even a casual part-time job would earn 1,500 yuan a month. Not to mention a girl from a family like Wang Lingyue's, who was probably the most beautiful girl in the university. If she worked hard and saved money, wouldn't the recruiters be fighting over her? Not to mention, with Wang Lingyue's 98-point figure, she could easily win a modeling contest and even become Miss Asia, making money very easy. Of course. In fact, it is impossible for Wang Lingyue to do this. The women of the Wang family are all proud, and Wang Lingyue would not be interested in a job that requires her to show her face and rely on her looks to make a living. And as the younger sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, she never had to worry about food, clothing, housing, or transportation. Even in the villa where she lives, she has a maid to help her with her dressing and eating. She can be described as a noble lady who has never touched water with her fingers. Wang Lingyue looked at Meng Yu with a hint of resentment, and lowered her head in shame and inferiority. It's only 1,200 yuan. Just do a part-time job? Listen. What do people say? Does Mr. Meng think that because he is so successful, all the children in his family are also so successful? If she had really followed Meng Yu's example and worked part-time, she would have probably earned a maximum of 10 million New Zealand dollars, and she would have had to rely on her family's connections. As for the $1,200? That's 1,200 billion NTD. Wang Lingyue never dared to think in her dreams that she would be able to earn so much money in her lifetime, let alone earn so much just from part-time jobs during college. This is not even a movie plot. Even online novel writers wouldn't dare write such a story. Mr. Meng, how can I compare with you? You are a legendary figure in the banking industry, with unfathomable savings. If you say that, it would really kill me. Wang Lingyue smiled bitterly. Now that Meng's mother is busy in the kitchen, she has no need to pretend to be a daughter-in-law and take advantage of Meng Yu. Moreover, knowing that Meng Yu had casually earned 1,200 yuan in part-time work during college, she realized the huge gap between the two of them. It's not just a little bit. It's a world of difference, even a galaxy apart. I'm afraid even the talented Morong Chinyu is only good enough to help out in front of Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is like a sleeping lion, sitting on a vast territory, possessing the strongest power, but he will not hunt easily unless he encounters a truly large prey that the lionesses cannot handle. This invisible majesty makes the arrogant Wang Lingyue feel inexplicably awe-inspiring. Ding! The hostess Wang Lingyue is in awe, and her favorability has increased significantly. The current favorability is 4,100, and the host is randomly awarded 2,000 yuan. What's going on? Didn't this woman's favorability just drop a little bit? How did she suddenly become so awe-inspiring? Meng Yu said he couldn't understand it. However, the 2,000 yuan in system rewards is really fragrant. In terms of yuan, it is 200 billion. It is enough for Meng Yu to buy a whole villa area in the center of Nanhang. When he learned that Wang Lingyue's favorability rating had increased, Meng Yu also found her a little more agreeable. People are mutually beneficial. Wang Lingyue treated him as a good friend, so he naturally didn't need to treat Wang Lingyue as a simple assistant. This is the benefit of the like system. Otherwise, people's hearts are far apart, and Meng Yu can't guess which of these wandering women around him is insincere and which is sincere. The system is awesome. Chapter 68, Please stand up, President Wang. Don't be too formal, relax a little, just treat this place as your own home. Meng Yu stroked Wang Lingyue's slightly arched jade back. Wang Lingyue nodded vigorously in response, understanding, Mr. Meng. However, the small hand that was holding the handle of the Hermes bag was getting whiter and whiter, and it seemed that she was even more nervous. There's nothing she can do. It is impossible not to be nervous when you are in the same room as the richest man in the world. She looked at Meng Yu's handsome, sun-kissed profile, carrying a bag with 1,200 yuan in it, and her head was spinning. There was no doubt that if Meng Yu wanted to do something to her at this time, even if she was a conservative family woman, it would be difficult for her to refuse. Especially when Meng Yu touched her back, she felt like her bones were about to melt. If you're tired, just sit on the bed for a while. It's easy to get tired standing in high heels. Oh, let me think about where else I hid the money. I clearly remembered it before I got home, but now I can't think of it. Meng Yu scratched his hair. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has three dens. Since the money is for emergencies, Meng Yu must store it separately to avoid being robbed by thieves. Wang Lingyue, whose mind was blank, followed Meng Yu's instructions and sat on the soft double bed in the room as instructed. When her butt touched the edge of the bed, Wang Lingyue suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Since she was playing the role of Meng Yu's wife this time, she was afraid that she would have to sleep with him in the same bed at night. Otherwise, Meng's mother would definitely suspect. At the thought of sharing a bed with Meng Yu that night, Wang Lingyue's pretty face flushed, like the redness of the setting sun. She was already an enchanting beauty, but now she was even more charming. The enchantress, the shy girl, the old bed. Meng Yu admitted that he had a pounding heart when he saw the scene, and couldn't help but walk over to Wang Lingyue and push her down on the bed. Wang Lingyue's beauty is different from that of Morong Qianyu. Morong Qianyu is the kind of beauty of a rich and spoiled daughter, gentle and virtuous with a hint of spontaneity, like a delicate jade ruby, which makes him want to hold her in his arms and caress her gently. The beauty of Wang Lingyue in front of him, however, was a kind of ultimate enchantment. It was like a 1,000-year-old snake spirit that had been cultivated into a spirit, with an exaggerated snake-like figure and a charming temperament that made his heart burn with evil fire, giving rise to the idea of conquering and ravaging, wanting to press her down on the bed and output it 100 times. Wang Lingyue's eyes were glazed over, her teeth biting her lips, lying quietly on the bed without any resistance. She obviously had a secret crush on Meng Yu. If Meng Yu wanted to make a real play for her, she would be very happy to become his real girlfriend. And she also knows that her devilish figure and charming temperament are very attractive to men. Looking at Meng Yu's domineering eyes that wanted to eat her, Wang Lingyue felt her bones tingling. She looked at Meng Yu with love in her eyes, her narrow and beautiful eyes like a pool of autumn water. Come on, my love. At this moment, she is all Meng Yu's, for you to take. Meng Yu supported himself on the bedsheet with both hands and slowly leaned forward until the distance between the two faces was less than 10 centimeters. Wang Lingyue could feel the hot breath of her lover spurting on her face. Wang Lingyue, in a state of ecstasy, still maintained the last shred of self-control of a woman of the family, and instead of taking the initiative, slowly closed her eyes. Sorry, my dear friend, Morong Qianyu. Love is selfish. She also likes Mr. Meng very much, and she can't let it go to Morong Qianyu. Suddenly, Meng Yu's face lit up. Oh, yes, the second payment is in the secret compartment under the bed. I finally remembered. Would you mind getting up for a moment, President Wen? Perhaps because he had recalled the key event, his boiling blood instantly cooled, and he climbed out of bed without hesitation. Compared to the things he remembered, the bed was not worth mentioning. Besides, Meng Yu is now rich enough to rival a country, and he is not short of women who are willing to sleep with him. A secret compartment under the bed? Please get up? Wang Lingyue was stunned. What? She had already put on a charming posture for him to pick. And this is the result? What happened to the grand and passionate love that was supposed to shake the mountains? It turns out that the color books are all lies. What kind of emperor loves a beautiful woman and not the country? It seems that a legendary figure like Mr. Meng, a hidden existence like a business emperor, has no obsession with beauty at all. However, Wang Lingyue didn't dare to complain about her dissatisfaction. Her face was still full of disbelief. As she lowered her head, she gave Meng Yu a resentful glance and reluctantly got up and left the soft mattress. Meng Yu was so excited at the thought of finding the money that he didn't have time to pay attention to Wang Lingyue. When he saw Wang Lingyue get up and leave, he couldn't wait to roll up his bedding and then fumble around on the bed frame. He then took out a small square piece of the bed frame, revealing a shallow dark compartment where the hidden object was. Finally, he took out a small, flat, square wooden box. Looking at the small wooden box, Meng Yu's eyes were filled with memories. When he was in junior high school, he was fascinated by the mechanical engineering of the Mahists in the Qin dynasty, so he asked a carpenter to make a small wooden box for him. Then, without telling his parents, he secretly borrowed carpenter's tools and carved a small hidden compartment in the bed. Now, looking back, he was indeed quite immature during those years of junior high school. But you can't be a teenager without being a bit of a fool. In fact, he doesn't hate the old version of himself, but occasionally when he thinks about it, he feels a little embarrassed. Mr. Wang, I'm embarrassed to have made a fool of myself. Meng Yu coughed awkwardly twice and opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside the wooden box lay a brand new stack of 100 yuan bills, with an old jade bracelet pressed against the bills. Wang Lingyue saw the thickness of the stack of 100 yuan bills, and her expression of annoyance was immediately replaced by shock. With her years of experience in the banking industry, she knew that a stack this thick must be worth about 5,000 yuan. That's 5 trillion yuan in renminbi. And this is a 100 yuan red banknote with a dark gold border, the supreme among the banknotes, and any one of them, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to make the giants of the global banking industry treat it as a guest of honor. Although Wang Lingyue knew that Meng Yu's assets exceeded 10,000 yuan, he was still a legendary figure whose savings exceeded the market value of Pingwa Company. But the 10,000 yuan figure in the banking system is ultimately not as shocking as the thick stack of 100 yuan red banknotes in front of her. Looking at the 100 yuan red banknotes shining with a noble light in the light, Wang Lingyue involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She could swear she had never seen so much cash in her life. Even when she went to the International Banking Conference with the old bank president, she had only seen a maximum of 3,000 gold banknotes. Who in a normal bank would display 5,000 yuan in cash, which is equivalent to about 5 trillion yuan in banknotes? Even if it is locked in the vault, it is still not safe enough. However, Meng Yu just casually shoved the wooden box into her hand, then solemnly took out the old jade bracelet from the box and gently rubbed it with the tip of his index finger. Keep this money in your bank. It seems a bit like buying the box and losing the pearl. Wang Lingyue was shocked. What kind of bracelet is this? It is even more important to Mr. Meng than the banknotes worth 5 trillion nanograms. Chapter 69. Do you think I would be completely unprepared? Meng Yu's room. Please rest assured, Mr. Meng, even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure the safety of this money. Wang Lingyue took the wooden box with excitement and held it tightly in her arms. This is almost 5 trillion nanocurrencies. Not to mention a local bank like the Nanhang Bank, even the 4 major domestic banks or international banks would probably drool at the sight of it. It was indeed a correct choice to decide to follow Mr. Meng. If she hadn't followed Mr. Meng, would she have been able to attract 5 trillion in deposits in her lifetime? The answer is definitely no. Not to mention that Meng Yu deposited 10 trillion last night. This is also the reason why Wang Lingyue did not reject Meng Yu's intimate behavior just now. If she were any other woman, she probably wouldn't be able to resist a handsome man with such a fortune, not to mention the fact that she is the bank president, and this deposit will be extremely helpful for her career development. However, she looked at the old jade bracelet in Meng Yu's hand, her eyes full of doubt. Could this bracelet be more precious than the 5,000 yuan in the wooden box? This is impossible. Even the most valuable old emerald bracelet could not possibly be worth 5 trillion nanograms. Even if it is an antique with additional collection value, it would only be worth 10 billion nanograms at the most. Moreover, in Wang Lingyue's opinion, the jade bracelet is only of average quality, and it may be a bit older. However, no matter how confused Wang Lingyue was, she had to first count the exact amount of gold in the box to avoid misunderstandings and avoid a catastrophe. You have to know. This is a thick stack of $100 bills, plus the first 12, this is a terrifying amount of cash. If one note is missed, even if it is an unintentional mistake, it is equivalent to the Bank of Nanhang embezzling 100 billion New Zealand dollars from Mr. Meng. Steal 100 billion from Mr. Meng? The consequences of such behavior are simply beyond the capacity of the Nanhang Bank to bear. Not to mention the South Hang Bank, even the four major banks, the Lighthouse Bank of the United States, probably wouldn't dare to do such a grave-digging act. Because Mr. Meng is so rich, he is not just rich enough to rival a country. What if there is an extra one? Wang Lingyue said that their Nanhang Bank could not afford to send 100 billion New Zealand dollars in cash. You have to know that the net profit of the Bank of Nanhang for the whole year of 19 was only 6.6 billion naira. In other words, if she makes just one mistake, the bank will have worked for Meng Yu for more than 10 years for nothing. This kind of catastrophic responsibility is something the new president would not dare to take on. So Wang Lingyue was extremely serious this time, putting on white gloves and counting over and over again, afraid that she would make a mistake. Fortunately, she had practiced the basic skills of manual counting. With her fingers flying, she quickly counted out 63 notes. She counted it 99 times quickly, and it was always the same amount. But this tedious process made Meng Yu roll his eyes. Okay, it's 63 bills. President Wang, you'd better put them away quickly. Counting them over and over again won't make the money grow. Mr. Meng, please wait a moment. I will count it again carefully. If it is still 63, I will seal the banknotes in the transfer device. Wang Lingyue smiled wryly. Goodness. Does she like ink? The problem is that there is too much money, and the consequences of counting it wrong are too terrible. Even if she and Meng Yu had a good relationship, she would never dare to relax on this matter. In fact, if time allowed, she would like to transfer 2 capable subordinates from Nanhang City to count it 100 times each. And then arrange 4 fully armored trucks to escort them and safely deposit them in the vault of the Nanhang Bank headquarters. Only then would she be completely at ease. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Do you need to seal it? Fine, whatever you say. Meng Yu shrugged. Meng Yu actually recognized Wang Lingyue's conscientiousness. After all, although he was very rich, it didn't mean that he could tolerate losing $100 for nothing. Wouldn't that make him a victim? If anyone dares to steal $100 from him, even if they run to the ends of the earth, to the heavens and the underworld, Meng Yu will use the system to shake people up, crush them to dust, and then chase the money back. After all, 100 yuan is 100 billion New Zealand dollars. He could donate it to his hometown to build a railway, or invest it in the company that Morong Chinyu started. That was his way of spending money, and no matter how extravagant or wasteful it was also a manifestation of Meng Yu's will. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care if someone steals 100 billion from him. 10 million can make brothers turn against each other. 10 billion can make fathers and sons kill each other. Not to mention a whole 100 billion in real money? No one would really not care, right? No? To put it bluntly, if Wang Lingyue really becomes obsessed with money and dares to do something to embezzle it, then this day next year will be her death day. Once the fundamental interests are affected, then they become enemies. Meng Yu doesn't care about the other person's appearance or beauty. Only a sworn enemy is a good enemy. Meng Yu has always believed that the so-called cherish the fragrant and precious jade should be used on a woman like Morong Chinyu, who is loyal to her, while traitors and dogs should be eliminated. Of course. Meng Yu still trusted Wang Lingyue, otherwise he would not have chosen the Nanhang Bank as his first choice for saving money. And with the favor system, Meng Yu is afraid that he will never see a traitor in his life, because he will definitely keep an eye on anyone with a low favor rating and only arrange for them to do trivial things. As for normal things like ordinary subordinates changing jobs, Meng Yu is certainly not concerned at all. His harsh requirements for loyalty are limited to those around him. Wang Lingyue carefully counted the bills again and made sure there were still 63. Then she carefully sealed them in a titanium alloy box according to the procedure and placed them in her Hermes bag. You don't have to worry too much. Not to mention that the security in Xia is very good now, there are no highway robbers at all, and thieves are very rare. Just because you are with me, do you think I would be unprepared? Meng Yu casually comforted. He guessed that the girl had brought too much money with her and was a bit too nervous. Indeed. For him, who has an unlimited scanning system, all dangers can be predicted in advance, such as being hit by a car when you go out, or encountering a troublemaker. His system is very protective of its host. Has always been tightly controlled. This is why Meng Yu can always remain calm. The system can even devalue global prices by 1 billion times. How could there be any danger that could bypass the system's danger prediction and directly harm him? This is impossible. As for knowing the danger, how to eliminate the source of danger? The system had already given Meng Yu a satisfactory response in the case of Su Lingyun, which was that he could use the system to hire various powerful night organizations to do things for him. Just like when he hired the Black Rose mercenary group to protect Su Lingyun, whose identity was in doubt. After all, the sword is in his hands, and it is up to him to decide whether to use it to protect or to kill. He is not like ordinary rich people who have huge fortunes but no self-defense capabilities. You are right. I was just being paranoid. Wang Lingyue was relieved to hear this. I'll tell you the truth. It is only natural for a legendary big shot like Meng Yu to have his own influence. She wasn't surprised at all. It's just that Mr. Meng has never had anyone accompanying him, so she overlooked this point. Now that she thinks about it, I'm afraid that those who secretly protect Mr. Meng are all top-notch powerful people, so it's only natural that a defenseless woman like her can't see where her protectors are. It's like plainclothes security personnel. If they can be seen by ordinary people at a glance, then their ability to disguise themselves is too poor. They might as well wear uniforms. And the protector chosen by Mr. Meng should undoubtedly be the world's top security personnel. I'm afraid that the plainclothes bodyguard of the leader of the Beacon country is not as powerful as Mr. Meng's protector. Chapter 70. He never initiates flirting with girls. Wang Lingyue thought about this and immediately dismissed the idea of calling an armored car. In this world, there is no safer place than around Mr. Meng. No wonder Mr. Meng always carries more than 100 pieces of cash with him and rents a dilapidated apartment in a neighborhood without property management, but he has never worried about his safety. Hey, Mr. Meng, I was just wondering, this jade bracelet in your hand looks like it's in average condition. Why do you seem to care so much about it? Of course, if it's inconvenient, I apologize for being presumptuous. Wang Lingyue zipped up her Hermes bag and, with a curious look on her face, winked at Meng Yu. She really cares about this question. Because Mr. Meng has always given her the impression of being indifferent, it is difficult to feel changes in his emotions. Even when she heard that she had taken the initiative to donate 100 yuan to the Fengxian government in Mr. Meng's name to repair the railway. Meng Yu's smile was always so light and carefree. It seems that for him, whether it is a donation of 1,000 yuan or 100 yuan, as long as the money is spent in the right place, there is no difference. And Mr. Meng also did not have the smell of a nouveau riche. He is the kind of man who really holds the money in his hands, and the more Wang Lingyue, the bank president, comes into contact with him, the more she is drawn into it and cannot extricate herself. Even though she knew clearly that she and Mr. Meng were from two different worlds and that the possibility of them getting together was extremely slim, a woman who has fallen in love cannot think rationally about the future. As long as she feels there is still a glimmer of hope, she will go after it no matter what. Just like the palace maidens of ancient times, she harbored the ambition of becoming a concubine after being favored by the emperor. However, Wang Lingyue also knew her own advantages. She is a dance major with perfect body lines and excellent flexibility. And she has a rare natural charm. Even if her ability is inferior to that of Morong Qianyu, she is not unqualified to compete for favor. After all, there is an old saying that a woman's virtue is her lack of talent. Although this saying is a bit pedantic, it also shows that for powerful men, a woman who is too capable is not necessarily a good choice. After all, the resources of the family are limited. A combination of one auxiliary and one output is definitely better than two outputs. And she, Wang Lingyue, was willing to become Mr. Meng's right-hand woman, a small assistant who followed Mr. Meng. Thinking about it, Wang Lingyue felt that she could do it again. Actually, Mr. Meng is a strange person. While he has unfathomable wealth, he always seems to be able to transcend money. He is really a very strange person. And Mr. Meng's concept of money is very shallow. Wang Lingyue is very sure of this, so she thinks that he needs a little housekeeper to help with the books more than a strong woman who can make money. This can be seen from the casual way Mr. Meng treats his money, which is casualness that ordinary rich people cannot fake. Before she met Meng Yu, Wang Lingyue could hardly imagine that there would be a man who could casually throw away a dime or a dollar, or even $5 or $10, as if they were not worth his attention. I'm afraid only the 100 yuan red banknotes would make Mr. Meng treat them with a little more seriousness. But he doesn't treat it like other rich people do. He is really a man of mystery. However, Wang Lingyue's thoughts were interrupted by Meng Yu's words. This bracelet? There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not really worth much, but it's a family heirloom. My great-grandfather gave it to my great-grandmother, who gave it to my grandfather when he was an adult. When my grandfather was an adult, he gave it to my grandmother, who gave it to my father when he was an adult. Later, my grandmother gave birth to my father. When my father grew up, my grandmother gave the bracelet to my father, and when my father and my mother fell in love, he gave the bracelet to my mother. And it was only in the year I was admitted to university that my mother passed the bracelet to me. To others, this bracelet is not worth much, but to me, it is priceless. It may sound a bit convoluted, but you are a member of a family, so you should understand the significance of such a heritage. Meng Yu smiled lightly, and his fingers caressed the jade bracelet, as if he were treating a lover. That's just how people are. When you are rich enough, you will always have a special feeling for things that money can't buy. Wang Lingyue nodded lightly, looking at the bracelet in Meng Yu's hand, and revealed a longing look. According to Meng Yu, this bracelet is not only the family treasure of the Meng family, but also the token of love between the generations of the family head and the family head's wife. It is much more precious than a commercial diamond that will last forever. I'm afraid that the diamonds that ordinary women value so highly are not worth mentioning in Meng Yu's eyes, no matter how many carats they are. After all, he is a strange man who doesn't care much about 630 billion nanograms, let alone a few diamonds. As for the price of the bracelet itself, it is irrelevant. Even if it is not real jadeite, but a piece of glass passed down by the Meng family, it is still of great commemorative value. It symbolizes family heritage and has a sacred meaning. Of course, Mr. Meng would never put it up for auction. After all, the bracelet is to be given to his future wife so that the jade bracelet can be passed down. There is no doubt about it. Wang Lingyue must be extremely eager to get the bracelet. If she could, she would trade all the jewelry she had saved up for this ordinary old jade bracelet. However, she is still somewhat self-aware and knows that this is impossible, so she didn't open her mouth and make herself look foolish. It turns out that it is a family heirloom of Mr. Meng, which is definitely significant. In a sense, this bracelet is also a testimony to the love of your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandparents. I wonder which lucky woman will be lucky enough to wear it in the future. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Wang Lingyue was outspoken. She clearly looked like someone who envies others good fortune. While talking, she couldn't help but move closer to Meng Yu, and the admiration in her eyes was undisguised. Ding! The progress of Wang Lingyue's favor for the perfect couple has skyrocketed. The current favor progress is 50 out of 100, and the host is randomly awarded 1,000 yuan. Halfway through the favorability test? That's not bad. The system has rewarded me with another 1,000 yuan? I'm so happy. Meng Yu is still quite satisfied with Wang Lingyue's level of favor. After all, she is the president of the Nanhang Bank, unlike the little fangirl Beimingyin. This kind of powerful woman who goes to international occasions wants her to be completely devoted to a man in a few days. Even if the object is Meng Yu, the richest man in the world, it's not realistic. And this farce of temporarily pretending to be a girlfriend is almost over. After all, Meng Yu has no intention of really starting a relationship so early. Besides, if Meng Yu had a girlfriend, he would still be flirting with other women. And even do intimate things. Isn't that the Iron Slag Man? Iron Slag Man is to be despised. But if Meng Yu is single, it's a completely different story. Every single person has the right to choose happiness, and Meng Yu just has a hard time choosing, and it takes a long time to think about it. And Meng Yu has never had the intention of flirting with girls. From the first meeting to the later development, Meng Yu carefully recalled that it was Wang Lingyue who took the initiative to come to him. To be a good man, you must remember the 9-character mantra. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't remember. Beat the female boxer's fists so that the female boxer has no fists to fight. Chapter 71, A Thin Bankbook from the Xia country. The two chatted for a while in Meng Yu's room. Wang Lingyue's words became increasingly explicit. President Wang, you probably forgot that I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend 2 days ago, and I'm not considering starting a new relationship for the time being. Meng Yu laughed in silence. Wang Lingyue pursed her lips and her beautiful eyes were a little resentful. Won't you reconsider? I graduated from the dance department and my body is very flexible. She really didn't want to waste such a rare opportunity to be alone. As for Meng Yu's ex-girlfriend, Wang Lingyue had also heard about her from Morong Qianyu. She was just a gold-digging girl from an ordinary family. After dumping Mr. Meng and running off with the Chen family's son, she was smashed by Mr. Meng in anger. I heard that she lost her job and her best friend turned against her. Let's talk about it next time. Meng Yu smiled indifferently, took out his phone and checked the time. It was getting late, and my father would be back soon. Wang, thank you for helping me pretend to be my girlfriend this time. You can go back to the Star Hotel. Remember to ask the county to arrange some people to protect you. Also, I will pay for all the expenses for this trip to Feng County. Don't be hard on yourself. Wang Lingyue was suddenly full of question marks. She is such a super beauty, a supermodel-level beauty, and he rejected her so completely? And he even asked her to stay at a 5-star hotel? Listen to this. Is this human language? From childhood to adulthood, Wang Lingyue, who has always been adored by everyone, began to doubt her own charm for the first time. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough, or was it because Mr. Meng had too high standards? Wang Lingyue felt that the latter was more likely. After all, she has never let up on maintaining her figure and appearance. If she had the chance, Wang Lingyue really wanted to dance a cool bed dance for Meng Yu alone, showing her true charm completely, so as to capture Mr. Meng's heart. But this also depends on Meng Yu giving her the opportunity. Mr. Meng, you are too kind. It is my lifelong honor to play your girlfriend. This beautiful memory will always remain in the depths of my soul. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Meng. I will take my leave. She sighed helplessly. In fact, Wang Lingyue knew very well that it was a dream to become Meng Yu's real daughter-in-law after just 2 days of knowing each other. She was already content to be able to experience the feeling of being Meng Yu's wife for a little while longer. As Wang Lingyue calmly opened the door and left, Meng Yu nodded slightly, feeling relatively satisfied with Wang Lingyue's submissive behavior. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, and he understood the pros and cons. It is easy to talk to a smart woman who knows how to assess the situation. Of course, Wang Lingyue also gained a lot from this. She only pretended to be Meng Yu's wife for once, and she got a huge deposit of 6,300 yuan from Meng Yu. This is equivalent to 630 billion yuan. Even if the Nanhang Bank ultimately has to transfer the money to the central bank, the promotion of the Nanhang Bank is also very significant. This means that the Nanhang Bank no longer needs to worry about savings, and it only needs to focus on releasing goods to make money continuously. It is no exaggeration to say that if Meng Yu publicly announced that he wanted to deposit 6,300 yuan in the bank, not to mention pretending to be Meng Yu's girlfriend, even if she were his mistress, I'm afraid countless girls in the banking industry would line up at his door to be chosen at random. This is the magic of money in the banking industry. Of course, Meng Yu is now also picky about girls. For girls with a face value below 90 points, Meng Yu really can't get excited about talking to them. When it comes to girls, Meng Yu casually opens his phone's WeChat app. Good boy. In just a short period of time, there were hundreds of comments, and most of them were from Bei Mingyin. And they were all flowery nonsense. Has his little crush gone crazy again? Where did he learn all those corny lines? Meng Yu didn't even bother to respond. There were also some caring messages from Morong Qianyu, which revealed her deep thoughts about Meng Yu. Meng Yu carefully replied to each sentence from the person who had a high favorability rating, 80 out of 100. After all, with such a high level of favor, she can be said to be loyal to Meng Yu, and there is no need to worry at all. Meng Yu naturally has to treat her sincerely. Then there are some complaints from the beautiful colleague Su Lingyun, saying that she was caught by her father and taken back to her hometown, and she misses the days when she worked with Meng Yu very much. There was also Wei Yulan's tentative attempt at flirting. There was some miscellaneous news left, which Meng Yu glanced at casually and didn't read anymore. He put away his phone, locked the door, and quickly lifted the bed, then pulled open a wooden floorboard and took out another square wooden box. The cunning rabbit has 3 holes. The reason Meng Yu let Wang Lingyue leave was also to protect this hiding place. The contents of this place are shocking, and with Wang Lingyue's current 50 out of 100 favorability progress, she is not yet qualified to know and Morong Chinyu is more or less here. Open the lid of the square wooden box. Inside lay a thin bankbook from the Xia dynasty. Compared to the past, there is no change in length, width, or thickness, but there is an additional layer of black gold, and the lower part of the passbook has been replaced with the logo of the central bank and the full name in Chinese and English. There is also a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern in the middle of the passbook, which looks extremely low-key and luxurious. Meng Yu knew that this was due to the influence of the price devaluation magic box. Just like ordinary banknotes, it has become a delicate gold banknote. In this passbook, Meng's parents had saved up 200,000 yuan for Meng Yu since his birth, saving up every penny they could spare for him. Because Meng Yu is sensible and filial, he was given the money to keep in his care when he was a sophomore. And Meng Yu did not spend a penny of it. After receiving the 200,000 yuan, he immediately transferred it to the safer Xiaogua Bank, and then placed it in a 3-year fixed deposit. Reaching out to open the passbook, Meng Yu looked at the passbook and rubbed his eyes at the glaring golden number. 200,000 yuan. It is indeed 200,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan is equivalent to 200 trillion new Taiwan dollars. You have to know. The lighthouse state, as the world's #1 superpower, has a revenue of only 4 billion nan yuan in 19 years. This 200,000 yuan is equivalent to the entire revenue of the lighthouse state government for 4 years. How terrifying is that? If this money were to flow into the financial market of Sakura, it would be no less than the explosion of a nuclear bomb in the factory island. The little devils would probably cry for their parents. Meng Yu double-checked the unit after the number 200,000, and after confirming that it was yuan, he put the bankbook in his pocket and his mouth curled up slightly. With so much money, he could do so much. With this large sum of money, he should also consider some more ambitious aspirations. What about the 7 continents and 4 oceans, and the great power game? After all, it's very satisfying to think about becoming famous, making a name for yourself, and leaving a name in history. However, a 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. Meng Yu is not ambitious, he has to adapt to his new identity before he can consider more distant things. The 200,000 yuan in savings is like a deterrent, a nuclear bomb, that allows Meng Yu to be more confident in dealing with any situation. Just like our country is a country with a deterrent, pride is all it takes. At this moment, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 72, It's All His Fault, The Useless Father. He heard a knock on the door. Meng Yu was a little surprised. Is Dad back? Outside the door, Meng's father's voice said, in a low voice. He had actually been back for a while. And on the way upstairs, he ran into Wang Lingyue, who was in a bad mood. After listening to Meng Yu's mother mention the matter of Meng Yu's daughter-in-law, he guessed that the beautiful and fashionable girl who left with disappointment must be Meng Yu's daughter-in-law. Because Meng Fu has lived in this building for more than 10 years, he knows everyone in the building, and the girl who looked like a fairy as described by Meng Mu, except for the one he bumped into on the way upstairs, could not be anyone else. When he thought about the fact that Meng Yu had locked himself in his room after she left, his heart sank a little. The other party should be a wealthy woman in the city who doesn't look down on their family. So the two just broke up, right? Otherwise, how could Wang Lingyue, Meng Yu's girlfriend, leave with disappointment? Even when Meng's mother invited her to stay for dinner, she politely declined with a smile, saying something like, "I'll definitely come again next time I have the chance." And after Wang Lingyue left, Meng Yu locked himself in his room, looking like he was heartbroken and wanted to be alone. Meng's father felt that he had guessed the answer, took a deep drag on the cheap cigarette in his hand, and exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke. It's all his fault for being such a useless father. The city girl obviously has a good impression of his son Meng Yu, otherwise she wouldn't have come back to meet his parents. If it weren't for the fact that his son's family was so mediocre and still had a big-ass TV, I'm afraid the girl would have chosen to live with her son. After all, he was even more handsome than when he was younger. The sound of the bed moving came from the room, and then the door was quickly opened. Meng Yu and his father were reunited again after less than a month. Meng's father is worthy of being Meng Yu's real father. The two men have a lot in common in terms of their facial features, both with high foreheads, prominent noses, and angular facial contours. It can be said that Meng's father is also a handsome old man, and he often gets approached by older women on the street. Meng Yu is even more handsome than his father, and is even more handsome than his father. Meng Yu looked at the worried expression on his father's face and then at the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. He knew that his father didn't usually smoke unless he was facing an insurmountable problem. For example, when Meng Yu's grandfather died of leukemia, his father smoked 2 packs of 5 yuan cigarettes a day. There was no way. At that time, Meng Yu's grandfather had already been diagnosed with advanced leukemia. Even though Meng Yu's father had mortgaged his house to the bank for 400,000 yuan, he was told by the attending physician that it was not enough to pay for the treatment at the Beacon Country Hospital. The domestic hospital said it was powerless. Meng Yu was still in elementary school at the time and was too young to understand the meaning of the word poverty disease. He was only very sad about his grandfather's death. It wasn't until he saw the movie, I Am Not a Drug God, that he realized how cruel reality was. This is also the fundamental reason why he would give Wei Yulan 500 million New Zealand dollars at that time. If Wei Yulan's medicine is really as cheap and effective as she claims, and can be used as a treatment for leukemia, then Meng Yu will support her wholeheartedly in producing a special targeted drug for the treatment of leukemia, even if it means going against the entire Western pharmaceutical industry. Money is precious, but in the face of human life, it is indeed not worth mentioning. Besides, is he someone who is short of money? Dad, is there something wrong? Tell me. Meng Yu's expression gradually became serious. When his grandfather died of an incurable illness, he was still young and could only let his father bear the pressure of reality in silence. Now that he is worth more than the richest man in the world and has the help of the system, he doesn't believe there is anything he can't handle. Even if his father was interested in the stars in the sky, Meng Yu would find a way to get him a large meteorite to put in his home. There is no other reason. Because this is his father, the father who saved up 200,000 yuan in dowry money for him. That is more than enough. Meng's father shook his head silently. In his eyes, Meng Yu will always be a child. After the blow of his girlfriend breaking up with him, it was already very difficult for him to put on a happy face. He didn't want to tell his son about this self-blame again. If it weren't for his inability to make his son a rich second generation, then his son would not have been rejected by his girlfriend from the city. As for Meng Yu's initiative to let Wan Lingyue leave, Meng Fu didn't even dare to think about it. For the Meng family, being able to find a daughter-in-law from a wealthy family in the city was already a blessing. Meng's father didn't think that Meng Yu had the qualifications to choose at will and wait for a good price. After 10 minutes or so, Meng's mother had prepared a table of dishes, and the three of them sat close together. Little brat, why didn't Lingyu stay for dinner? Did you make her angry and drive her away? I saw her leave with a depressed look on her face. Meng Mu ignored Meng Fu's glare and asked. Meng Yu's hand holding the chopsticks froze for a moment. What? Has Mom read too many Sherlock Holmes novels? When did she become so perceptive? But Meng Yu definitely couldn't admit it, otherwise it would be too troublesome to explain. Just the fact that Wang Lingyue, the president of the Nanhang Bank, was willing to give him a temporary wife involved a lot of things that couldn't be explained in a short time. Moreover, Meng Yu simply dared not tell his parents the truth that he was now a billionaire. Otherwise, either his parents would faint from shock or they would be sent to a mental hospital on the spot, and he would have to treat them as soon as possible. As the only child of Meng's parents, he still doesn't know what his parents' temper is like? So a good lie is necessary. Meng Yu flatly denied it. How could he? She is a lady from the city, good-looking, and with a good figure. How could I bear to send her away? Meng Yu's mother gave him a big chicken leg. That's right, the girl from the city doesn't like our family. It's okay, the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. You're doing well now, and next time I'll take you to Auntie Chen's house. Her daughter is very pretty now. Mom, Meng Yu spoke in a long tone, a little angry. He had finally escaped the misery of blind dates, and now he had to visit Auntie Chen and Auntie Lu. Wasn't that asking for trouble? In that case, Meng Yu decided to show a little strength. Actually, didn't I sell houses for the D Group some time ago? That's the Fortune 500 company I told you about last time. A few days ago, I was recognized by the boss of the Morong Group, and they bought several shops and an entire apartment building from me. I made a lot of money. And the boss of the Morong Group is going to take me on a project. I'm at the peak of my career, and I think marriage can wait. After all, I've only been out of college for less than a year. Meng Yu was extremely motivated to survive. Meng's mother was stunned. She seemed to have heard Meng Yu mention it in the Weixin, and it was true that Meng Yu could not afford to wear what was said to be Armani designer clothes. Xiaoyu, how much money have you made selling so many houses? Have you put any of it in your bank account? I heard that the bosses in the city are very cunning and like to issue checks that are not backed by any real money. Meng Mu's face was a mixture of joy and concern. After all, it is certainly very happy for a mother to see her son make a lot of money and have a promising future. However, Meng Mu heard that bosses in big cities are very good at painting pictures, and she was worried that Meng Yu would be fooled by that big boss Morong and waste his youth. Chapter 73, Our Child is Really Going Places. Did Morong Qianyu lie to him about a big cake? No. Morong Qianyu has a systematic authority certification, 80 out of 100, favorability progress, so even if someone points a gun at him, it's impossible to fool Meng Yu. Moreover, he is the real boss of Morong Qianyu's company, the real boss. However, if you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer in the end. Meng Yu thought that after the project was finalized, he would ask Morong Qianyu to transfer 51% of the shares to him, and see if the system's favorability progress was accurate. Will a couple with a favorability rating of 80 out of 100 really be unconditionally devoted to him? Like a fanatic? Meng Yu had a little doubt. Mom, you worry too much. Boss Morong is a real boss, from a big family in Nanhang City, not some nouveau riche who got rich by unscrupulous means. And she gave me a penny to settle in. Meng Yu exploded with a killer move. Upon hearing this, Meng's parents dropped their chopsticks and looked at each other in disbelief. A penny for settling in? That's a huge fortune of 10 million New Zealand dollars. They have worked hard for most of their lives, but they haven't earned that much. This big boss actually used it to recruit Meng Yu? Although in the eyes of Meng's parents, their son Meng Yu has always been the most capable person, he just hasn't had the right stage. But they never imagined that their son Meng Yu was worth a penny to the big boss. This is really shocking. However, Meng Fu was calm at this time. I heard from my old classmates that the Morong Group in Nanhang City is indeed a Fortune 500 company, and it has deep roots in Nanhang City, with a strong influence in all walks of life. If the boss is really from the Morong family, then such a generous offer is relatively normal. That's right. Meng Mu was convinced by Meng Fu's words. She turned and looked at Meng Yu with concern. My dear, they say that being close to the king is like being close to a tiger. Although you have met such a valuable person from a big group, you must not be carried away by your success. You must work hard for them. Meng Yu felt a little ashamed when he heard this. Work? It's impossible to work. He had never even met the employees of the company, and had just invested more than 100 yuan and happily become a hands-off boss. After all, Morong Qianyu was trustworthy and had an absurdly strong ability. Feeling that his parents still had doubts and worries, Meng Yu simply took out a 1-cent note from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Dad! Mom! There aren't many tricks in the city. Look! Isn't this the gold banknote I exchanged? Can there be fake gold banknotes? The older generation is like this, they are always uneasy when they don't see cash. As for the 1-cent coin that was stored separately, it was actually from the fish and rice restaurant. Because the restaurant couldn't accept the 1-cent note after it was taken out, he put it in his pocket. After all, it was only a 1-cent note, so Meng Yu didn't really take it seriously. After all, as the host, he was immune to the effects of the system's devaluation magic box, and it was difficult for him to have any awe for the 1-cent note. You have to know that before the world devalued by 1 billion times. Not to mention a penny note, even if it was a 1-cent note that fell into the mud on a rainy day, how many people would be willing to bend down to pick it up? Meng Yu was too lazy to pick it up anyway. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu's parents looked at his right hand, and as Meng Yu slowly moved his hand away from the table, a shiny, golden penny appeared in front of them. It was exactly the same as the one they had seen on TV. Indeed. The National Financial News said that the Treasury note uses the latest anti-counterfeiting technology, and also has a micro-engraved positioning system, basically eliminating the possibility of related counterfeiting crimes. Meng's father stammered. The impact of cash in numbers is incomparable. Because 1 million francs is just that, but what if it were a stack of banknotes in front of you? The impact is definitely not comparable to words. Not to mention a 1-cent treasury note representing 10 million francs. A penny is the smallest denomination of the treasury note. It is very difficult for an ordinary family in a county town to have total assets of more than 1 cent in their lifetime, let alone own a 1 cent banknote. Meng Fu felt as if he were dreaming. His wife, pinch me, I'm not dreaming, right? The child actually earned a 1 cent banknote, and I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing in my dreams. Meng's mother followed her husband's advice and pinched his arm hard, then pinched her own arm hard, grimacing in pain, but then she was so excited that tears came to her eyes. Dad! It's true! Our child is really going places. He's only graduated from university less than a year ago, and he's already met a benefactor who has earned him 10 million New Zealand dollars. This is truly a blessing from the gods. I can't wait. I'm taking my son to Phoenix Mountain to make a wish tomorrow. Meng's mother was so excited that she couldn't even speak coherently. Even Meng Fu, who had always thought that praying to the gods and Buddha was feudal superstition, did not object this time. Blessed by the Bodhisattva? Meng Yu shook his head in disbelief. How much is a mere penny to him? Why be so surprised? Even if it was only one of the more than 100 yuan he carried with him, it was still the smallest denomination of banknote in his wallet. It is a full 10,000 times less than the 100 yuan note, which is the largest denomination. However, it has already scared Meng's parents out of their wits, and it seems that they may faint from happiness at any moment. Meng Yu really can't imagine the scene if he tells his parents that he has more than 100 yuan on him. Not to mention, he also has tens of thousands of dollars in savings and a 200,000 yuan bankbook. If he told the truth, it would be a tragedy, and Meng's father would have a heart attack. He would regret it and be deeply sinful. Fortunately, Meng Yu was smart and only took out 1 cent. Thinking about this, Meng Yu quietly praised himself in his heart. As for praying to the gods and Buddha, that is even more nonsense. He already has a system that can do anything, so why should he fear ghosts and gods? It doesn't exist at all. Mom and Dad, I'm not going to make any more wishes. Meng Yu smiled gently. The main reason I came back this time was to take you two old folks back to Nanhang City to enjoy the good life. After all, the facilities in big cities are more complete. Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues. Since Meng Yu has the wealth to surpass the richest man in the world, then repaying his parents is the first thing he must do. What about benefiting the community and giving back to society? Luxury cars and villas, in Meng Yu's case, they all have to be put on hold. And Meng Yu's choice to arrange a small shop and apartment for his parents is not at all because he is reluctant to spend money. After all, renting a small shop or buying an entire commercial street is just a string of numbers to Meng Yu, and there is no difference. But he also saw how scared his parents were by the mere mention of a penny. It is indeed a long way to go for middle-aged parents who want to have a stable outlook on life to accept their son becoming the richest man in the world without blushing or breathing heavily. As for Meng Yu's meticulous treatment of his parents, is it worth it? Meng Yu thinks it is very worthwhile. Parents are always concerned about their children. Don't you see? Meng Yu's parents saved 200,000 yuan in dowry money for their son, and they didn't even want to take the bus. So Meng Yu, as a son, is it really too much to be a little filial after he has become successful? Chapter 74. You are a person of status and position. Meng Yu got up from his chair and knelt down to pick up the chopsticks for his parents. Meng Mu was obviously still shaken by the penny and stammered, "Son, you're now a big shot who has earned 10 million, and you have status and status. Let me do the washing of the chopsticks." Indeed. In the small county of Fengxian, ordinary workers like Meng's mother only earn 2,000 yuan. Meng Yu can earn 10 million NTD and can also pay in cash, so naturally he is a big shot in Meng Mu's eyes. Meng Yu, however, just smiled indifferently. "Mom, even if I become the richest person in the world, I'm still your only child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Why are you still being polite to me about such a trivial matter as washing the chopsticks?" he said. Meng Yu walked into the kitchen with the dirty chopsticks. Meng Yu's mother and father looked at each other and shed tears. This is their son. He is worthy of being raised by his own hands, and he is filial. When Meng Yu returned to the table with the washed chopsticks, the two elders had already dried their tears. Meng Yu's mother looked at him kindly and reminded him, "Son, if you deposit a penny in the bank, you can earn a lot of interest in a year, right? You should deposit it as soon as possible. I heard from the children in the neighborhood that the interest rate for large deposits in the bank is higher." She suddenly thought of this as well. Yesterday, Meng's mother heard the neighbor's mother bragging that her eldest son had been promoted to vice president at his company and was earning a full $1,000,000 a year. When her eldest son went to the bank to deposit money during his vacation, the bank manager was very respectful and seemed to be able to negotiate the interest rate. Her son should be able to negotiate interest rates now, right? Well, a bank employee talked to me about it, and it seems to be about 10% annual interest. Meng Yu replied casually. He didn't dare tell Meng's parents that the so-called city girl was the vice president who had talked to him about deposits, for fear that they would have a heart attack. 10%. That's a lot. The money in the family's bank account has been in the Xianghua Bank for 5 years, and it's only less than 5 points. Hurry up and deposit it in the bank. You've lost a lot of money today. Although you found a benefactor and have money in hand, if you want to buy a house in a big city and marry a city wife, you still need a lot of money. Meng's mother chattered on and on. Meng Fu took a deep drag on his cigarette. Xiaoyu, your father, and I have discussed this. We are used to living in Feng County, so we won't move to Nanhang to cause you trouble. After all, we are getting old, and the cost of living in a big city is high, and we can't find any good jobs. That's true. It can be said that big cities are not very friendly to older migrant workers. Meng Fu said that he was used to living in Feng County, but he was actually worried that he would become a burden to his son in Nanhang City. Although Meng Yu is filial, he may not care about this responsibility on his shoulders. But what about his future daughter-in-law? These are all very realistic considerations for Meng's father. And from the bottom of his heart, he also couldn't accept the situation of not being able to find a job in the city and just waiting to die. Mom, I'll leave this penny with you. You can save it for me, so I don't spend it all. Meng Yu pushed the penny on the table towards his mother. Then he looked at his father and smiled. Dad, you don't have to worry. Our boss is very sincere. Not only did he give us a 1-cent relocation allowance, but after asking about our family situation, he also arranged for us to have a shop and an apartment. Mom and Dad, think about it. If I live alone in a big city and work hard, I will have to hire a cleaning lady to clean my apartment, which is not cheap in a big city. And I was thinking of converting the shop into a restaurant. With my father's cooking skills, I'm sure we can settle down in the city. Meng Yu said nonsense seriously. There is no boss. In fact, he is the owner of the entire apartment building and the entire commercial street. But the son knows his father better than anyone else. If he really said that, I'm afraid my father would be so excited that he would stop breathing, which would be very bad. Actually, it's quite a problem for a promising son like him to be unable to speak the truth. The two old people looked at each other, hesitant. The son had a point. A nanny in the city costs several thousand yuan a month, which is a lot of money. And since the son has a big house in the city, they can move there and not have to spend much more money. And when they have grandchildren in the future, they can help take care of them. This is too much money. Son, you are now very capable, and I am starting to get old and gullible. People are so cunning these days, and you have a wide range of knowledge. Meng Mu pushed the 1-cent note in front of her back to Meng Yu, refusing very firmly. And there was another reason she didn't say. That is, Meng Yu will definitely have various entertainment expenses when he works on projects with his boss in the future. I heard that some wines are very expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars for a bottle. So she definitely can't accept this money. Men who work on projects outside must have money in their bank accounts to feel secure. However, after discussing the matter of moving to the city with Meng Yu, the two elders still agreed to it. Meng Yu didn't insist either. As long as his parents were close by, he could buy whatever he needed, or even ask Morong Chinyu to deliver it as the CEO. As for the housing problem, Meng Yu planned to let his parents live in the Nanhang apartment building for a year, and then arrange a villa for them. In fact, the living environment of the Nanhang apartment building is very good. After all, even a woman from the imperial family like Bei Mingyin, who has a large villa, is willing to live in the Nanhang apartment building. Meng's father was very happy tonight and had a few drinks. He was all flushed. Son, have you heard about the railway construction in our county? I'll tell you. A big shot in our county donated 100 yuan to build the railway. This is a great benefactor for the folks in Feng County. Isn't that right, son? I heard that the villagers have organized a banquet for the people, and they plan to hold it in the old square. Tomorrow, let's go as a family and thank this great benefactor. Meng's mother was also very happy. With the railway, it would be much easier for the family to return home from Nanhang, which was a great thing. Meng Yu's face was a little strange. Building a railway? Donated $100? Why does this sound familiar? Wasn't this the small favor he asked Wan Lingyue to do when he told her to do something for the good of the village? Why did he even throw a banquet for the people? A measly $100. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Meng Yu subconsciously shook his head, but then suddenly remembered that this was a world where prices had fallen by 1,000,000,000 times, and 100 yuan was equivalent to 100 billion nan. He felt that it seemed very reasonable. After all, 100 billion nanograms is an absolutely huge sum of money. It is only natural that the villagers would worship and thank him for donating such a terrifying amount of money to build the railway. Only people who have lived in a small county with poor transportation can understand how important a high-speed railway is to the residents of the county. Not only does it make it easier to travel, but it also revitalizes the entire county's economy, creating more jobs, higher average salaries, a more prosperous county economy, and better business. Chapter 75. I heard from a friend who knew about it. A banquet for the people? The villagers are too enthusiastic. Meng Yu thought for a moment and felt that something was wrong. Mom, didn't you say you were going to make a wish tomorrow? You can go in the afternoon. After all, that big shot donated 100 billion New Zealand dollars to build the railway, and our family has also benefited from it. Not only is it convenient to travel, but the price of this house may even go up a little. When Meng Mu mentioned that big shot, there was a deep sense of awe in her eyes. Indeed. He donated 100 billion nanograms to benefit the village. It's like something you don't see on TV. It is said that he is a native of Feng County. I don't know which dynasty Feng County was a vassal state of in the past, but it is amazing that such a great man could be born here. Meng Yu coughed. It's true that being called a big shot by his own parents made him feel ashamed, but he was secretly happy. However, he couldn't let his parents go to the banquet. If so, wouldn't his good-natured lie be in vain? What if his father couldn't handle the shock and fainted at the banquet? What would happen then? The old man's heart could not take much more. Although Meng Yu did not intend to let too many villagers know the truth about him being Mr. Meng. But it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, Meng Yu still wanted to dissuade his parents from going to the banquet. Mom and Dad, I think a big shot like him, definitely doesn't want to interfere with the normal lives of the villagers. After all, he's going to leave with his clothes on his back, hiding his achievements and fame. Don't all the mysterious big shots like this too now? This is great. It's like a heifer strapped to a rocket, and the cow is forced to go to the moon. Doesn't Lei Feng do good deeds anonymously? That's right, true big shots like to keep a low profile. Meng's father thought there was some truth to that. After all, the county had not made a big fuss about Mr. Meng. Not even his name was known. Under these circumstances, it is indeed unlikely that Mr. Meng will appear at the banquet. It's fine. I heard that the president of the Nanhang Bank is also coming along this time. He's a young and beautiful woman, probably Mr. Meng's lover. Mr. Meng is really blessed. Meng's mother was a little moved. Meng Yu's eyebrows raised at the news. Shit. If my mother goes to the banquet, what will happen? Wouldn't it be a shock to find out that the so-called president is his daughter-in-law? Then why would he hide it? Could his parents' hearts take such a shock? Mom, I heard from a friend that Mr. Meng doesn't want the banquet to interfere with the normal work of the county residents, so it's estimated that only one person from each household will be allowed to attend. I'll go for my family. If I'm lucky enough to see Mr. Meng, I might be able to make some friends. Meng Yu directly pulled out the magic trick of making something out of nothing, and then, with a flick of his fingers, sent a command to Wang Lingyue on his mobile phone. There was no such rule before, but now there is. Although the banquet was organized by the village chief himself, it was really for the sake of expressing gratitude to Mr. Meng. No one would dare to go against the rules set by Mr. Meng. But is it okay for one person to play 3 roles? He has to be the son, the big shot, and the son's friend. Meng Yu was really worried about his parents' little hearts, and it felt like he was more worried than buying out the entire Longjing commercial street. Meng's father naturally believed him. After all, his son is now a big shot, and his knowledge and connections are definitely above theirs, so it's only natural that he has some inside information. He looked at Meng Yu and said seriously, "Son, it's fine if you go alone. I'll go with your mother to make a wish. However, you have to control your temper. That big shot with his fingers in every pie is not from our world. If you offend him, your life will be ruined." There is no doubt about it. Meng's father's worries were reasonable. After all, the big man who casually donated 100 billion to benefit the village had an unimaginable network of connections and influence. From Meng's father's perspective, Meng Yu had only met a benefactor, Mr. Morone, by chance, and had only earned a penny. But compared to a big shot like Mr. Meng, he is still far behind. Yes. You must know that there are people outside of your own, and there are heavens outside of your own. Although that Mr. Meng also has the surname Meng and is related to us, his status is very different. You must be respectful when you meet him, and don't be willful. Meng's mother said with a heavy heart. Meng Yu was completely confused. Is it okay if I am respectful to myself? Should I bow to my right hand? Meng Yu said that after a series of unintentional compliments from his parents, he was overwhelmed and couldn't take it anymore. Actually, I think Mr. Meng is just average, and there is no need for us to be too odd. Meng Yu whispered. It's really strange to be revered by your own parents. Meng's father's face turned serious when he heard this. Xiaoyu, you can say this in private at home, but you must not say it out loud. You must not be confused and cause a public outcry. This is indeed the current situation in Feng County. After the news of Mr. Meng donating 100 yuan to repair the railway spread, Mr. Meng has now become an idol in the entire county. Whoever dares to say a bad word about Mr. Meng on the street is likely to be directly incensed by the crowd and be piked by a group of Fengxian residents. Even if the case is brought to the police station, no one is likely to care. He was beaten up for no reason and had nowhere to go to make his case. Even if you take the case to the Supreme Court, it will be judged as hurting the feelings of the local people, and you will be punished for your own sins. As long as you don't make mistakes, the court is probably too lazy to care. Moreover, the construction of the monument to Mr. Meng has already begun. The construction workers are working hard without asking for a penny, and they have not complained about the county's plan to work 24 hours a day. The banquet was also organized by the villagers themselves as a token of their sincere gratitude. They were just short of building a temple of merit for Mr. Meng. Speaking of a temple of merit, Meng Yu really did hear Wang Lingyue mention it, but he rejected it outright. He felt that it was a trivial matter, and he was a bit embarrassed to erect a monument. If it weren't for the fact that he was outside the restaurant in the land of plenty, and the villagers were all clamoring for it, he would have refused. As for the merit temple, that was out of the question. How could he, Meng Yu, be compared to the ancient sages? Even if he built a railway, his merit would still be insufficient. Meng Yu still has some self-awareness. I know, but isn't Mr. Meng's prestige too high now? Can't I even make a casual comment? Meng Yu felt a little headache. I scold myself, I'm being modest, and people aren't happy about it? Is this appropriate? This is not appropriate. Is he really being forced to brag? Nowadays, folks are really not following the rules of martial arts, they are too enthusiastic. However, Meng Yu was still very happy in his heart. After all, this was his hometown. Being loved by the villagers in his hometown, how could he not feel good to the core? Don't be stubborn, my child. Listen to your mother's advice. Don't go against public opinion. Is it so hard to say a few good things about Mr. Meng? Meng's mother kindly advised. Meng Yu rolled his eyes. Ah, this? Since his mother had said so much, he couldn't be too humble anymore. He knew he was right to listen to his mother. Actually, I think Mr. Meng is very cool, and he is very handsome. He is a hardcore man who bows to himself in front of the mirror every day. Meng Yu said without blushing or breathing heavily. Isn't that just bragging? That's it? He really doesn't think he can't do it. That's right. I heard that Mr. Meng is really super handsome, otherwise the pretty little bank manager wouldn't have followed him to this little place. Meng's mother agreed. Chapter 76, you figured that out? My dear, don't be discouraged. Although we can't compare with Mr. Meng, it's hard to surpass him, but you can also strive to be the second best in Feng County, which is actually not bad. Meng's father comforted him. Meng Yu's mouth twitched when he heard this. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky to surpass him? It's not just difficult as climbing up to the sky. No matter how powerful Meng Yu is, can he surpass himself? It's like a strongman trying to lift himself up by grabbing his own collar. It's against the laws of physics, right? Meng Yu was also drunk. After this exchange, he was even more afraid to confess to his father. He felt that his father had some off for Mr. Meng, and was afraid that his father would not be able to accept the fact that the revered Mr. Meng was his own son. You know that my father has a heart condition and takes medicine every year. In fact, it would be good for Xiao Yu to go. After all, the beautiful bank president should appear at the banquet for the people. When Xiao Yu sees her, he might forget about Ling Yu. Xiao Yu, don't pretend anymore. I've watched you grow up. Do you really think I can't tell that Ling Yu is not your girlfriend? Meng Mu suddenly said. This really surprised Meng Yu. Could it be that Mom has always been a deep and hidden person, pretending to be stupid all these years? In fact, she is a mother of great wisdom and prudence? She doesn't say anything, but she already understands everything in her heart? However, Meng Yu's face turned wry when his mother said the next words, and he realized that he had thought too much. I saw Meng Mu's old face with a little smugness. You look at other girls with the wrong eyes, and if you really had such a pretty girlfriend, your tail would have been up in the sky long ago. Moreover, with your stubbornness, even if you are tired, you won't let your woman carry things when you go upstairs, right? Not to mention that Mom can carry things, for you, even if you take everything, it's very easy. Meng Yu was speechless. He had once been devoted to his ex-girlfriend, treating her like a treasure in his hands, but she had left him. Now Meng Yu has long since let go of the past. He will never show any affection for a woman whose favorability rating is lower than 80 out of 100. He is now the richest man in the world, so he doesn't need to worry about not having a wife. That is to say, his whereabouts are uncertain. If he had a fixed residence, it is estimated that women who want to get close to him could form a beautiful girl squad. As for the matter of residence, Meng Yu really didn't care too much. With his current wealth, buying a single-family villa is nothing. He doesn't feel right unless he builds a palace in the city. But in recent days, hasn't he been busy bringing his parents back to the city to enjoy the good life? It's not a big deal to put off such trivial matters as housing for a while. Mom, you are really amazing. How did you figure it out? In fact, Wan Lingyue is a colleague in my new company. She is the daughter of a wealthy family in the city, so how could she possibly like me? Meng Yu applauded. He was worried that Meng's mother would mistake Wang Lingyue for his daughter-in-law, which would affect his private life. Since Meng's mother had already sensed something was wrong, he might as well go with the flow. Wang Lingyue? Listen. What do people say? Who is it that doesn't like who? She was clearly lying on the bed, right? How could she be blamed for this? Fortunately, Wan Lingyue was dealing with the county government dinner for Meng Yu and didn't know that she had inexplicably taken the blame. But even if she had been there, she would have had to take the blame silently and with tears, and she would have had to take it firmly. It's not the first time she's had to take the blame anyway. Mr. Meng is her most important client, and he is the key to the rise and fall of the Nanhang Bank. How dare she go against Mr. Meng's will? Even if Mr. Meng asked her to die, she would have to think about it. Of course, Meng Yu would never do that. Wang Lingyue's performance has always been satisfactory to Meng Yu. Just as she can't be a spouse, she is definitely more than enough to be a trusted subordinate. Xiao Yu, don't think too much about the past. There are many beautiful girls in the county, like the pretty girl from your junior high school who used to come to ask me for information. However, her family is poor and she is an only child. You are in college, and I didn't dare to tell you before, for fear of delaying your college education. Don't blame me for being rich and poor. If you marry a poor wife, the burden of life on your shoulders will be very heavy. I am an experienced person, so I don't want you to be under too much financial pressure. But now that you've made a name for yourself and earned a lot of money, it doesn't matter what her family background is. If you have time, go and see that girl. Help her out if you can, after all, she was once so in love with you. Meng's mother was nagging. A poor junior high school girl in your class? And she is very pretty. Meng Yu's mind instantly conjured up a petite figure of a weak and self-deprecating girl, like a small white flower growing tenaciously in the wind. Is that her? Tang Tang. How has she been doing lately? I haven't seen her in over 7 years. It's my fault. Ever since I had a girlfriend in high school, I avoided contact with the opposite sex to avoid suspicion. Meng Yu missed her. When he was in junior high school, although his academic performance was neither good nor bad, he was famous for fighting. When he saw female classmates being teased by street thugs, he would just raise his fist and beat them up. He had learned military boxing from his father, and beating up a street thug was like playing. That's right. Meng's father was a soldier when he was young, but he left the army and became a cook. He also wanted to be a soldier, but his mother wouldn't let him. Plus, there were so many boys who wanted to be soldiers that he didn't get to go. Alas, it's still the same. However, Tang Tang is really a filial child. She quit school after junior high school to take care of her father. Tang Tang's mother was really heartless. She actually abandoned her young Tang Tang and her husband, who was paralyzed in bed, and ran away with another man. It was really too much. I can understand, but I can't agree. Meng's mother sighed. Everyone wants a better life, and there is nothing wrong with that. But Tang Tang is that woman's own flesh and blood. If it weren't for the people in the county who couldn't stand to see it. If it weren't for the people in the county who couldn't stand to see it, they would have often sent the Tang family food and often helped them. Tang Tang and his father would have starved to death 10 years ago. It can be said that Tang Tang is a girl who grew up eating food from many different families. Meng Yu nodded slightly. I'll go visit her sometime. If I can help, I will. Although in general, he would not help poor students. After all, the old saying that it is better to help someone in an emergency than to help someone who is poor may sound cruel, but it does have some truth to it. However, Tang Tang's situation was a bit special, and it really made Meng Yu feel pity for her. Even if we put aside all the useless talk, Tang Tang was after all the girl who had secretly loved him, and had secretly slipped more than one love letter into his school bag. For a girl like this, it's not too much to take care of her a little, right? Please brothers to protect the screen on the public. After dinner, Meng's mother washed the dishes, and the three of them crowded on the sofa to watch TV for a while before going to bed. There was no conversation that night. Chapter 77, Little Guy, Long. Time no see. The next morning, Meng Yu rode his old 28-bar bicycle to Tang Tang's house. The banquet is at noon, so he might as well go see his old junior high school classmates in the morning. And since he is returning home in style this time, if his old classmates need a helping hand, he will consider lending a hand out of friendship. It's true that Meng Yu has been riding in luxury cars worth millions of dollars for the past 2 days. It was a new experience to ride a 28-inch bike on the small roads in the county. However, as Meng Yu rode along, he felt that something was wrong with the route. His mother gestured to him for a long time, but as soon as he got on the road, he couldn't find his way. As for map software, Meng's mother had never used it. She has hardly ever traveled far, and she has lived in Feng County for decades. It would be a miracle if she needed map software. But Meng Yu was not at all panicked. He stopped a passing aunt and asked, "Auntie, how do I get to Tang Tang's house on Luoshi Road?" The aunt turned her head like she was guarding against thieves, but when she saw Meng Yu in his exquisite Armani suit and heard his authentic Fengxian dialect, her guarding heart eased a little. Her face softened a little, and she pointed in a direction, saying, "Go straight down this road, turn right at the third intersection, then turn left when you see a big locust tree, and you'll see a small house after a few steps." You look like you're her old classmate, right? Yes. Thank you for the directions. Meng Yu smiled. The handsome face softened the tone of the old lady. I was busy helping out at the banquet today, otherwise I would have definitely taken you there. Young man, you look very well dressed and handsome, but why are you riding a 28 bar? Have you graduated? Where do you work? Do you earn more than 10,000 yuan? Are you from Feng County? Do you have a girlfriend? Good boy. He asked Meng Yu directly, and Meng Yu was dumbfounded. What? He was just asking for directions, there was no need to check his household registration. But the auntie was very attentive and pointed the way for Meng Yu. Meng Yu answered truthfully because he only had a bicycle at home. I have graduated and just been fired by the company director. I am a native of Nanhang and have no girlfriend. Meng Yu was telling the truth. His family really doesn't have any other cars, and even Wang Lingyue's Maserati and Morong Qianyu's Rolls-Royce aren't strictly speaking his. Of course, the money for Meng Yu to buy a car is definitely a piece of cake for Meng Yu. But Meng Yu felt that buying a car would require a driver, and it would be best if the driver was a woman with a high appearance rating and a basic, 20 out of 100, favorability rating. After all, the driver's job is too close to him, and it's easy to know a lot of information. He doesn't trust people who aren't his own people. So is the reason he doesn't buy a car that he lacks money? Of course not. 100 billion nanograms have been spent on building the railway, so there is no shortage of money. What he lacks is a suitable driver. But with Wang Lingyue, his special assistant, he can temporarily replace the driver. It wouldn't hurt to buy a batch of luxury cars to use at some point. After all, for him, it's all a trivial matter. As for work and relationships, his ex-girlfriend did break up with him 3 days ago. As for the company, he remembered that when he was at the Green Bank, he was apparently fired by the supervisor unilaterally. Of course, he had given the girlfriend and the supervisor a proper lesson. Besides, Meng Yu has already let go of the past, and there is no emotional fluctuation when he mentions these past events. The auntie shook her head. This generation of young people is not very good. What's the use of being good-looking? He doesn't even have a stable job. She had originally wanted to introduce her daughter to him, but now it seems that this young man is not good enough for her daughter. Young people, keep up the good work. We are all from the same family, so how come Mr. Meng is so powerful that he donated 100 yuan to Feng County to build a railway, but you just collapsed? How can you get a wife with a two-wheeled bicycle? The auntie walked away, pointing her finger. It seems that Meng Yu has not received her noble approval. Meng Yu was at a loss for words. Should he thank the old lady for her praise? Or should he refute her? However, Meng Yu didn't say anything and continued on his way on his two-wheeled bicycle. In this world, many people are like fireworks that only last a short time in Meng Yu's life. What they say, Meng Yu doesn't take to heart at all. If you don't remember, you can't talk about right or wrong. Following the directions of the old woman, Meng Yu found the small, simple house. From a distance, in the cold wind, a thin, long-haired girl, wearing a pair of old, faded clothes, was sitting in front of a large red basin, washing clothes with her sleeves rolled up. Meng Yu felt a slight twinge in his nose. There are always families in need in this world. The cruel truth is that most of these families have little voice on the internet. Hey, little one, long time no see. Meng Yu shouted from afar. Tang Tang suddenly stood up, attracted by the somewhat familiar and somewhat strange voice. She couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the sound source. The moment she saw Meng Yu, her eyes were very bright, as if they could glow. But in an instant, they dimmed. 2 lines of tears quietly flowed from her dim eyes, wetting the front of her blouse. After so many years, she still recognized Meng Yu, but looking at his new clothes and handsome face, she felt that she and Meng Yu were from 2 different worlds. A world apart. Meng Yu casually parked the 288 bar on the side, then walked over to Tang Tang and squatted down. What's wrong? Is the little guy a crybaby? Which one of them didn't have eyes and bullied you? In the second high school, you are under my protection. Hearing the words, "You're under my protection" at number 2 middle school, Tang Tang's memories of the beautiful, yellowed old photo album opened, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Ding! A new unit has been detected. Tang Tang has joined the sequence of good couples. Ding! Detected that Tang Tang's favorability has reached 20 out of 100. Randomly rewards the host with 100 yuan. Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly at the sound of the system prompt ringing in his head. 100 blocks? That's 100 billion nanograms. Tang Tang is a very nice girl. It was worth it when Meng Yu saved her from the hero. She gave him 100 billion nanograms just for meeting her. However, Meng Yu had originally only planned to help his old classmate by arranging a job for him and then leave. Waving his hand, he didn't take away a single cloud. But now that Tang Tang has joined the ranks of the perfect couple, the situation is completely different. Even if we put aside the fact that the women in the perfect match series are visualized, just the fact that there are rewards for increasing the progress of favorability, Meng Yu feels that it would be a waste to leave her in Feng County. After all, no one would be against money, and he wouldn't mind having too much of it. Especially when it comes to international companies, the R&D and marketing costs for large international projects are in the hundreds of millions. Don't you see? The subsidies for the three major e-commerce companies are worth tens of billions of yuan, and the three major e-commerce companies are starting with hundreds of billions of bullets. So the more money, the better. As for Tang Tang's family being poor, it didn't matter to Meng Yu. Meng Yu never cared about money when making friends, because no one was richer than him. Besides, since he got the system, had he ever relied on the Morong family behind Morong Qianyu? No. Not at all. Meng Yu looked at Tang Tang with some expectation. Now he can be said to be ready to start again. Although he has a lot of money, he doesn't have a trustworthy team. It's the right time to hire people. If Tang Tang's panel value can satisfy him, he is of course willing to have another helper with a foundation of trust. Chapter 78, If you don't want me, I'll leave. Meng Yu's mind moved, and Tang Tang's system panel appeared in front of him. New name, Tang Tang, sweetie. Favorability progress, 20/100. Special, 100. Face value, 95. Body, 70. Ability, 90. Family background, 5. Note, please note. This unit has a lower than expected body figure due to chronic malnutrition. Meng Yu was shocked. Special score 100? Is there really such a pure and flawless woman in this world? However, Meng Yu was relieved to see that her family background score was only 5, because her family was too poor, so basically no boys would pursue her. And Tang Tang is actually very introverted, basically alone, and has no spare money to participate in various class reunions. Without socializing, it is naturally difficult to meet the opposite sex. In addition, Meng Yu's heroic rescue of a damsel in distress may have made Tang Tang secretly fall in love with him in junior high school. With all these factors combined, it's not surprising that she has a full score for special ratings. As for the 95-point beauty, why is she not being chased after? In fact, there is an old saying in our country, which goes, there are no ugly girls under the sun, only girls who don't know how to dress up. And women are beautiful for the sake of pleasing their lovers. After Tang Tang's sweetheart Meng Yu left her world, she never had the heart to dress up again. Especially after she heard that Meng Yu had a girlfriend. If it weren't for her paralyzed father at home, she would have probably become a nun. Because women who are self-absorbed often have a sense of paranoia, and because there are not many people in her world, every person in her world is very important to her. Like her father, like Meng Yu. Tang Tang raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears and secretly took a look at Meng Yu with the corner of her eye. After many years apart, he seemed even more handsome and extraordinary. And the clothes on his back looked very exquisite and expensive. She was just a poor woman, and if nothing unexpected happened, she would just live her life aimlessly. It's not that Tang Tang has no ambitions, on the contrary, her personal abilities are quite good. It's just that she and her father live together, and if she goes to the big city to make a living, what will happen to her paralyzed father? And to treat her father, she would need a lot of money, and to earn money, she would have to go to the big city, where there are more opportunities for people with abilities. After all, what is the concept of a 90 ability score? Morong Qianyu's mother, the chairman's wife of the Morong Group, and the Iron Lady of the Nanhang business world, also has this score. Don't think this is unreasonable. You have to know that there are many talented people, but there are not many people who can recognize talent. Ability is one thing, but whether you can be reused is another. You have to know. No matter what era it is, there is no shortage of talented people who are not recognized. Although Tang Tang only has a junior high school education, she has never stopped learning. She has already turned the pages of several ancient books such as The Art of War, the Tao Te Ching, and the Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government until they are all worn out. With her outstanding talent and poor, lonely environment, she has a 90 ability score, which is considered relatively normal. What's wrong? Have you lost your passion after all these years? I've been looking at you for a long time, but you haven't said a word. If you don't welcome me, I'll leave. Meng Yu's mouth curled up in a playful smile, and he was about to turn and leave. Tang Tang subconsciously reached out and grabbed Meng Yu's clothes, and the thoughts that had been building up in her heart for many years came out. Brother, I miss you so much. Don't go, okay? Stay with sweetie, even if it's just for a little while. This soft and tender brother call touched Meng Yu's heart a little. The name brother was not something Tang Tang called Mengyu casually. It was actually a small incident that happened when she was in junior high school. Mengyu doesn't remember which year it was, but when he was in the second year of junior high school, he seemed to have watched an animated film and suddenly became dissatisfied with being an only child. He fantasized about having a cute little sister. Poor and helpless Tang Tang, forced to rescue her from the harassment of street thugs, rightfully became Mengyu's sister. But the enthusiasm of a middle school student is only temporary. Mengyu quickly forgot about the whole thing, and even when he thought about it later, he would just laugh. After all, few people would take his passionate words seriously. But the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Tang Tang remembered that incident in her heart for 7 years. For the introverted Tang Tang, accepting the nickname brother was definitely not a moment of passion, but rather her true desire to have a brother who could protect her. Of course, she also understood that Mengyu might have been joking and would not use it to blackmail Mengyu into doing anything. However, during the years when Mengyu was not around, she often fantasized that Mengyu would one day come to marry her on a rainbow cloud, like a great hero, and pick her and her father up from this dilapidated shack. Just like when they first met, he saved her from the hands of the street thugs. "Okay, sweetie, just for a little while, but you can let go of my hand." Mengyu turned around and looked down at her little hand holding his shirt, smiling helplessly. Tang Tang is Tang Tang's nickname. He seemed to have been called that throughout his junior high school years, but now he felt a little uncomfortable calling her that. Sorry, I've ruined my brother's beautiful clothes." Tang Tang was a little overwhelmed, like a child who had made a mistake. She had just been doing the laundry, and her hands were still slippery from the detergent. Mengyu's clothes, on the other hand, were clearly very expensive. "It probably needs to be dry cleaned." "It's fine. It's so cold. Why didn't you use the washing machine?" Mengyu frowned and took out a pack of paper towels. "The washing machine is broken and has been sent to Uncle Wang to be repaired." Tang Tang saw his actions, and although she didn't say anything, it felt like a knife had been plunged into her heart. Is he rejecting her? It's true that they've both grown up, and they're no longer from the same school or the same world. Yes. She should have given up long ago. Why does she always cling to her fairy tale fantasies and refuse to face the harsh reality? However, Tang Tang did not have time to think further. Was moved to tears by Mengyu's next move. Mengyu took out a tissue, not to wipe the water stains on her clothes, but to gently wipe her hands. "Since you still call me brother, my sister shouldn't have to live so hard. What a beautiful pair of hands. Don't wash your clothes in such cold weather. From now on, don't do hand washing in such cold weather." As for the clothes that were stained, Mengyu didn't care at all. Not to mention that with his current wealth as the richest man in the world, the money to buy a single piece of clothing is a drop in the bucket. When Tang Tang's favorability reaches 20 out of 100, the 100 billion nanometer reward from the system will be enough to buy many Armani top-of-the-line custom-made men's suits. Tang Tang bit her lip and looked at Mengyu's gentle but domineering appearance, as if she had suddenly returned to the past. He was like a ray of light, always able to break through the darkness and coldness of the world, making her feel warm, and she couldn't help but be attracted to his domineering and gentle nature. However, just as Mengyu was wiping Tang Tang's little hand, which was red from the cold. Just as Tang Tang's face turned red, a Porsche accelerated into the courtyard, and two uninvited guests walked quickly from the car. "You're so stupid, Tang Tang, to have repeatedly refused to be supported by our boss Lu. I said there's no such stupid woman in this world, and it turns out you have a lover." One of the lackeys yelled at her. Chapter 79. He was the class monitor in junior high school. Maintenance? Wild man? The tenderness in Mengyu's eyes instantly turned cold, and he turned around and looked at the person who had spoken with a blank expression. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, you might bring trouble to your master." Just by looking at the person who spoke, Mengyu knew that this was the kind of dog who relied on people for power. There were many people like this in the world, and if there was no need, Mengyu would not bother to have a conflict with it. There is no other reason, just that it is beneath him. What is his status now? He is the richest man in the world. If it is not an extraordinary situation, why bother with a small character like an evil servant? At most, he would let Wang Lingyue use some business tactics to bankrupt his master's company. A direct confrontation is really unnecessary. Ha! Nowadays, even a person riding a bicycle dares to speak to a Porsche driver like this? This is really new. Tang Tang, you have to think carefully. Do you want to sit on a bicycle and laugh, or do you want to sit in a Porsche and cry? The dog's leg sneered. His name is Li Dong, and he is the #1 lackey of the rich second generation. But he is not stupid, just not that smart. Before he opened his mouth to criticize Meng Yu, he had already seen that Meng Yu was wearing Armani, but he also saw the old 28-bar bike parked in the courtyard. From the fresh marks on the bicycle tire, it was obvious that this old bicycle was ridden by this young man. And a young man riding a 28-bar bike, like wearing Armani, is also very likely to be a high-quality imitation. Brother, I have nothing to do with them. They just keep harassing me. And you should know that person, right? He's Lu Hao, the class monitor in junior high school. His family is a local noble family, and now Lu was the general manager of a company. Tang Tang hurriedly explained, afraid that Meng Yu would misunderstand. In her world, Meng Yu's status as her brother was definitely more than 10,000 times higher than that of a young master who wanted to support her. But she was also worried. That is, causing Meng Yu a lot of trouble. Although she had tried her best not to dress up. But because of her natural beauty. Even if she doesn't wear makeup and her clothes are simple and plain, it is still impossible to avoid attracting some lecherous people. Dongzi, don't be rude. You are Meng, right? I've heard a lot about you. When we were running for class president, I was lucky that you didn't run, otherwise, with your popularity, I probably wouldn't have been class president. Lu Hao smiled and extended his hand. The moment Meng Yu turned around, he recognized the value of the Armani suit, which was probably worth about 1 million. And it must be a high-end custom-made real thing. As a second-generation rich kid who drives a Porsche, he has a good eye for this sort of thing. Although he was also quite surprised, Meng Yu's family background was very ordinary, so how could he afford a $1 million designer suit? Even if he rented it, it would probably not be easy. Of course, it is also possible that Meng Yu's family has become rich in recent years. Or maybe Meng Yu met a benefactor in college. Meng Yu scratched his head, didn't shake hands, ran for class president? No memory. What are you doing here? What Lu, Wang, or whatever? As long as they weren't beautiful, Meng Yu honestly couldn't remember them. He has never been interested in power. In contrast, Meng Yu preferred to be a hands-off boss, living a leisurely life while letting his trusted subordinates make money for him. Isn't this much easier and more comfortable than doing it yourself? As long as he has the ultimate authority in the company. As for wanting to shake his hand, to be honest, you have to line up in Nanhang. And it was Lu Hao's father who had to line up. A mere rich second generation, he didn't even have the qualifications to see Mr. Meng. Lu Hao embarrassedly withdrew his hand. He had originally intended to make the obnoxious Li Dong play the role of the villain, to make Meng Yu and Tang Tang unhappy. Then he would sing the red face, contrasting to show the friendliness and amiability of this rich second generation. This routine is good for picking up girls and getting younger brothers. Otherwise, Lu Hao wouldn't have brought along such a nuisance as Li Dong. But Meng Yu and Tang Tang didn't fall for it, and Meng Yu didn't even bother to shake his hand. No honor, rat's tail juice. Lu Hao snorted heavily and stopped pretending to be a gentle young master. Classmate Meng, I came to visit my old classmates and to pick up Tang Tang to go to the banquet for the people. How? Do you want to control this too? The banquet for the people? Tang Tang blinked her eyes, her face showing a hint of curiosity. She had heard from her neighbors that a very important person from Feng County had donated 100 yuan to build a railway for the villagers. That was a great thing for the village. 100 yuan. That's 100 billion yuan. Tang Tang was born into a poor family and lived with her paralyzed father on the meager income from odd jobs and government aid. This number was unimaginable to her. If she could get even a tenth of that amount, her father's illness would be cured. As a resident of Feng County, she was supposed to attend the banquet to express her gratitude to the great man, but Tang Tang was worried about her father. When it came to the banquet, Lu Hao's face lit up. Yes. The banquet. It was a banquet organized by the villagers to thank Mr. Meng. Although it was called a banquet for 10,000 people, it was actually a number that was only used for convenience. In reality, tens of thousands of Feng County residents would attend. So, there will be a huge crowd, and it will be very difficult to find a place where you can see the big man. Many people will go to the temple early to pray and hope to get a good seat so that they can hear every word Mr. Meng says. As for me, I have family members who can arrange a good seat, guaranteeing that I can see the big shot. Maybe I can even have a cordial exchange with the big shot. Of course, if I want to take you to the banquet, I may have to ask you to pretend to be my female companion, otherwise I won't be able to tell my family. Lu Hao talked endlessly. He was right. The scale of this banquet is huge, and the number of participants is likely to set a new record for Feng County. However, the last sentence clearly revealed his true purpose for going, which was to take this opportunity to get close to Tang Tang. Once Tang Tang agreed to be his female companion, not to mention close contact, it would be easy to get a little oil. As a former junior high school classmate, he knows all about Tang Tang's appearance. With a little bit of makeup, she is a beautiful woman. And Tang Tang's character is very attractive to him. If he could corrupt such a little white flower and make her fall, the dark pleasure of destruction would be simply ecstasy for him. Meng Yu looked at Lu Hao with a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, the Mr. Meng in the banquet of the people mentioned by the monitor Lu was none other than himself. This? Isn't Lu's wish to meet him already fulfilled? Old classmate. I don't think Mr. Meng will be at the banquet, do you? Meng Yu touched his nose. It's strange to talk about yourself. Lu Hao's face twitched. Of course he knew about it, but he had deliberately kept it a secret in order to attract Tang Tang. He didn't expect Meng to know about it and to undermine him on the spot. This is outrageous. Chapter 80, Do you look down on our family idol? Meng was absolutely right. I heard that Mr. Meng had to return to Nanhang in advance. After all, that place is where the world's banking giants gather, like pilgrims, and it's a truly international scene. But it has nothing to do with us little people, right? Meng? Lu Hao deliberately emphasized the word Meng. He was mocking Meng Yu. Although they share the same surname, Mr. Meng is a super famous person who is famous all over the world, but Meng Yu is a nobody who is not well known, and he lowers Mr. Meng's standards. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. He didn't intend to let the villagers know the truth too early. Of course, even if some of the villagers had learned the truth at the fish and rice restaurant, as long as he didn't admit it publicly, no one would believe these absurd facts. After all, people believe what they want to believe. Rumors often sound more reasonable than the truth, such as the prevalence of the geocentric theory in ancient times. Tang Tang's mouth pouted. In her sweetheart, her brother was always the most powerful person in the world. Even that Mr. Meng was not as good as her brother in her eyes. Hearing this, he felt a little bit of a waywardness. Meng Yu smiled and rubbed Tang Tang's head, finding a little of the feeling of being close as brother and sister. To be honest, if it weren't for his former girlfriend Wangley, whom he met in high school, he wouldn't have distanced himself from Tang Tang. At the time, he naively thought that Wangley was the love of his life, and he devoted himself wholeheartedly without any distractions. Chen Xinxian, who came from a prominent family, easily swept Wangley off her feet. At that moment, Wangley's declaration of separation was as resolute as iron. If Meng Yu hadn't gotten the system in a fit of anger, he would now be like a dog, hiding in a rented room and licking his wounds alone. 7 years of true love, looking back is like a joke, after all, it was a wrong love. Of course, all of this is in the past. The couple had already received their just punishment. Now think about it. He gave up Tang Tang, a little white flower, for Wangley, and then gave up Dongfang Diqing, a perfect woman. At that time, he must have been so drunk with love that his IQ was forcibly reduced to 0. Lu Hao and Li Dong looked at each other and burst into laughter. Him? Ha ha. That's hilarious. Mr. Tang, I didn't know you were so humorous. Mr. Meng is the idol of our whole family. My parents even had a copy of the inscription on the memorial stone made and placed in the ancestral hall for daily worship. You actually said that Mr. Meng is not as good as Meng Yu. That's ridiculous. Meng Yu is better than Mr. Meng? This is the funniest joke they have ever heard. Even if Meng Yu's family became rich overnight and won the lottery, which would be equivalent to 500 million yuan, it would be just a drop in the bucket in Mr. Meng's eyes. What kind of distinguished existence is Mr. Meng? He is a legendary figure that global banking giants all want to worship. It is rumored that he has enough wealth to overturn the world's economic order, and can weaken a medium-sized developed country or turn a medium-sized developing country into a developed country in a short period of time. Some even say that he is the most terrifying individual in the world. He is also the idol of Lu Hao. How dare Meng Yu compare himself to him? It's an international joke, right? Lu Hao's stomach was in pain from laughing. After listening to the two of them, Meng Yu was not angry, but rather a little embarrassed. After all, Lu was his old classmate, and his whole family worshipped Meng Yu as a god. Is this good? Meng Yu felt that it was not good. So he said, "Class leader, Mr. Meng is after all an ordinary person, and I heard that he is still very young. Your family doesn't need to make such a big fuss, it feels a bit excessive." Lu Hao immediately became agitated. "Meng Yu, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our family idol? What's wrong with being young? You know what they say, age is just a number. And you're not an ordinary person. Your ordinary family is being worshipped by the world's banking giants. I think you have a problem with your thinking." In a moment of desperation, Lu Hao could no longer maintain his politeness and called Meng Yu by his name. Li Dong, the lackey, also echoed him, saying that he was a poor boy with no knowledge. "Don't think that just because you rented an Armani suit and went back to your hometown, you really think you're someone. I know you're slandering Mr. Meng, and I'm slandering him too. But I at least have some self-awareness, unlike you, who doesn't even know his own name. What a jerk. In front of Mr. Meng, you're nothing." Meng Yu laughed in silence. "What?" He said no. Lu Hao was still unhappy. He even felt that Meng Yu was targeting him. In that case, Meng Yu could only agree with him and say what he thought. "Mr. Meng is indeed amazing. Even though he is still young, just the same age as you and me, he is still worthy of being your family's idol. I'm just happy that you're happy." Meng Yu finished his sentence with a smile. He had received professional training when he was in sales, and no matter how funny it was, he would not laugh, unless he really couldn't help it. Lu Hao and Li Dong exchanged a glance, and Lu Hao smirked, thinking that Meng Yu had given in. "Meng, you're smart. I'll be honest with you. With Mr. Meng's influence in Feng County, if I record what you just said and spread it, you can expect to be retaliated by angry residents." "That's right. Mr. Meng donated 100 yuan in real money to help us build the railway. Even a lowlife like me knows to respect such a great man who has done good for the people. You've even gone to college. You have no sense of gratitude at all." Meng Yu laughed in silence on hearing this. I wonder what expression they will have on their faces when they realize that he is the Mr. Meng they have been talking about, the one who has been blown up to the skies. Will they be ashamed of what they have said and want to find a crack in the ground to hide in? I hope the cracks in the ground are fine. Tang Tang tugged at Meng Yu's sleeve. "Brother, why don't you not go to the banquet? Spend more time with Sweetie. This girl is obviously worried that Meng Yu will be teased by these two people after going to the banquet." But to Meng Yu, these people are not mocking him, they are clearly licking his butt. And they are doing it in a 360-degree, no dead angle way that makes even a senior licker call it an expert move. These days, after becoming the richest man in the world, licking dogs are everywhere. Meng Yu's days are becoming more and more simple and boring. Go! Why don't we go together? Tang Tang should like to join the fun, too, right? I remember that year when we went to the temple fair, you were super excited. Meng Yu joked. That's true. When he was in junior high school, every year on the Lantern Festival, this girl would come to Meng Yu's house after her father had gone to bed and they would go to the local Lantern Festival in Feng County together. The lonelier a woman is, the more she craves for excitement. But the kind of excitement she likes is not the kind that is centered on oneself, but the kind that is seen from the perspective of an audience member. This kind of excitement makes her feel warm inside, and there is no tension of being the main character. Tang Tang smiled like a flower when she heard this. Meng Yu remembered their past together, which made her very happy. Yes. The happiest time for Tang Tang was when she was with her brother. However, when Lu Hao heard this, it sounded harsh to his ears. He had always regarded Tang Tang as his forbidden treasure, and now he saw her calling him brother so naturally. Shit. Are you super excited about the temple fair? Lu Hao felt like the sky above his head had turned into a vast green grassland, with 10,000 alpacas running wild. Is he being green?